where the ball is about to go, even before it's served.
Yeah, that don't make...
Does this then mean, as some viewers suggested, it could be a ghostly ball boy? Or is this just a trick of the lights, or perhaps a glitch in the camera? Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think it is in the comment section down below.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy Ellen. I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel, man. Salute, man, and welcome back, because if you're here, it's because you believe there's a lot of crazy, strange, paranormal, ghost-like things going on, and you're here to satisfy your curiosity. I get it. That's why I come back every day too, man. You got that itch, you gotta scratch it. You gotta scratch it. So we're gonna check out creepy videos that will terrify you. All right, so if you're new, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and let's satisfy this curiosity real quick. Ain't no way. Ain't no way that cat just... See, here we go.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some freaky videos no one can quite explain. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. This first piece of creepy footage on our list was captured during a mixed doubles tennis match. Uploaded to the video sharing platform apparat.com by user Arian I, the clip appears to show something strange during play. Take a look.
And then did the person try to, did the tennis player try to hit it? What's that?
As the dark shape moves towards the center of the screen, it actually looks like it gets hit by the ball when it's served. Strangely, it then seems to disappear, and neither the players nor the ball boy look as though they ever saw it to begin with.
Listen, I believe in accuracy, but ain't nobody that accurate to see that happen and hit it. I won't never believe that, but what could that possibly be though? Realistically, something maybe flying, hovering over, maybe a camera. Because you know, like in the NFL, you see the camera that's on the little wire that goes all around the stadium, gets behind, and gets you the great views that you see on TV. You think that possibly could be it? Maybe a camera maybe floating or something? But the fact that he hit it with the ball is still mind-blowing to me.
Saw it to begin with. If you take a closer look at the footage, you can see that the figure appears to anticipate exactly where the ball is about to go, even before it's served.
Yeah, that don't make...
Does this then mean, as some viewers suggested, it could be a ghostly ball boy? Or is this just a trick of the lights, or perhaps a glitch in the camera? Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think it is in the comment section down below.
I don't know. I don't know. I keep looking at it over and over again, and I still can't put my finger on what possibly it could be. That's crazy.
Valentine's Day, a creepy perfect relation.
Oh, they doing the Valentine's Day ads, man. Hope y'all enjoy y'all Valentine's Day. All right. Let's go to the next video. Here we go.
Terra El Extremo is a popular Mexican urbex channel on YouTube who often finds themselves in some very creepy situations. In this video, the investigators head to an abandoned mansion that is supposedly cursed.
Just look at that place. Y'all going in there? Ain't no way. Look at that.
The building is run down. Graffiti covers the walls and rubbish and debris lines the floor.
What does that say on the wall?
Walls and rubbish and debris lines the floor.
In Veer? What'd that mean?
Even without the chance of a paranormal encounter, this place is certainly unsettling.
This place is like a gang hideout.
Their exploration gets even creepier when they manage to capture some strange movement in one of the rooms. Watch. Weirdly, the window just opens by itself. Then, inside a nearby bathtub, they find several lit candles lining what appears to be a piece of triangular-shaped lace. The bizarre arrangement looks like something that might be needed for some sort of sinister ritual. Bravely,
Check, please. I'm out.
the investigators continue their search of the property despite the likelihood of others being nearby.
I wonder if they put it out. I wouldn't have touched it. I feel like I interrupt some type of balance or some type of, I don't know. You don't want to interrupt nothing like that. I'd have left it alone.
Sure enough, it isn't too long before the team films evidence that seems to prove they aren't the only ones in the dilapidated building. As they turn into a darkened hallway, they spot something unnerving.
I don't see it.
At first, the figure is hard to notice. However, if you lighten the footage, you can see that there's definitely something there. The question is it a person, or could it be some sort of paranormal entity?
I don't know, but I saw it walking when they lit the screen up a little bit more.
The question is it a person, or could it be some sort of paranormal entity? Soon after this unsettling encounter, the team decides to vacate the mansion, leaving the audience to contemplate the identity of the mysterious, shadowy figure. This creepy video, uploaded to Reddit by Ellie Oops, is certainly hard to explain. The poster claims that it's footage taken from their friend's surveillance feed, which, according to the timestamp, was captured a little after 1 AM in the morning. All seems calm and quiet until some movement is detected. As you can see, a figure suddenly appears near the left-hand side of the window and proceeds to walk through the doorway. As the footage is dark, it's...
I don't think that's paranormal. I think that might be real.
hard to tell whether the door is actually open or closed.
That might be somebody in a place. Who knows? Maybe they got a kid who sleepwalks. I don't know.
Watching the clip more closely, you can see that there's nowhere where the figure could have come from in the first place. It seems to appear out of thin air.
If that's a... I thought that was a little alleyway there in between these places, but as it got closer, it don't look like, no. So it looks like that thing just appeared out of nowhere.
All remains quiet for several more seconds when a mysterious orb-shaped object can be seen streaking past the camera. As it does, there's a sudden flash of light from inside the room that the figure first entered. A few seconds later, another flash can be seen. This is definitely a very creepy video. While some might be tempted to explain the figure's sudden appearance as a glitch in the video's compression rate, it doesn't explain where it actually came from in the first place. Not to mention the appearance of the strange orb and the sudden flashes of light seen coming from inside the room. Take another look at this mysterious footage and let me know what you think's going on in the comments section down below.
Yeah, that was definitely strange. Because the way that thing walks in there, then appears, and then walks inside the door is, first of all, strange, number one. Then you go in there, you got the flickering of light flashing. I hope that wasn't muzzle flash.
This creepy sound recording was posted to Reddit by David Farouk in an effort to get some answers as to what it might be. He says that he's in a long-distance relationship and that sometimes his girlfriend will leave the phone on long after they fall asleep. On this occasion, however, his girlfriend heard a strange noise coming through the phone line and decided to record it. She thought it sounded like talking, but was sure that it wasn't David's voice. Take a listen and see what you think it could be. David confirmed he was fast asleep at the time of recording and didn't know what to make of it. His girlfriend said that it wasn't the first time she's heard the strange sound either. While it's a little difficult to make out, it definitely does sound like talking. However, when the recording is slowed down, it becomes even more disturbing. Have a listen.
That sounds like something scratching, right?
The voice becomes clearer and it sounds like whoever or whatever it is
How did he sleep through that?
is speaking some sort of unknown language. The poster believes that it sounds like demons talking.
Sound like demons trying to escape. Yeah, it sound like, my bad. It sound like demons trying to escape.
What makes the recording even eerier is that David's girlfriend claims that ever since she moved back into her family's home, strange things have been happening to her. She claims to wake with unexplained bruising on her body and, on one occasion, even found what she thought looked like a bite mark on her arm. She also hears disembodied voices and unusual sounds like someone walking around upstairs.
I ain't living in no place where I gotta worry about some kind of ghostly or paranormal figure just biting, gnawing on me in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping, bro. Not happening.
Even though no one else is home. Her family have even noted strange occurrences in the house as well. Despite being a skeptic, David believes that all these strange events sound like typical examples of poltergeist activity that have been well documented by others in similar situations. So then, who or what do you think can be heard on the creepy recording? Could it really be the voice of a demon? Or is it a poltergeist that seems to be haunting the girlfriend's family home? Take another listen to the recording and let me know your thoughts down below.
sound don't sound like fun. It don't sound inviting. It don't sound nothing. It sounds very demon-like.
This next video on our list almost certainly has nothing to do with the paranormal, yet it's still a very creepy clip nonetheless. Posted to TikTok by a horror den, it shows a cat moving in a rather unnerving way. Watch.
First of all, did he just grow? Like, that cat did not look to be that tall.
Moving in a rather unnerving way. Watch.
It just, good gracious.
The cat raises up on its hind legs,
He'd have had to get out.
shifting it.
He'd have had to pack his bags, get his kitty litter, and he'd have had to find him somewhere to stay. Don't do nothing like that in my house ever. Ever. You hear me? Ever. You stay on the 4 legs that you were given. And stand up on 2 legs and do all that. No, sir.
Its head from side to side as if on the lookout for something. It then shuffles over to the table before climbing on top in what seems to be an attempt to get a better vantage point. Even though the post...
It was even odd. You see how the way he got up on the table? That was even strange.
Even though the poster suggests that this cat might be possessed, it seems more likely that it's just a regular feline, one that has a rather peculiar habit.
Nah, a little Puss in Boots, you'd have had to 2-step your way up out of this house.
Still, imagine seeing this slinking into your bedroom at 3 a.m.
Exactly. Imagine him walking on 2 feet in your bedroom, then climb on your bed like that. No, can't stay here. Pack your kitty litter up and you gotta go. That simple. You gotta go.
Before we take a look at some creepy footage captured in the woods, remember to hit that subscribe by Light Road 12. In it, he explains that a few weeks prior he had spotted a strange figure that looked like a Sasquatch near his school. So, in an attempt to capture some proof on camera, he decided to head back to the area. The footage is dark, all we can see is trees and foliage illuminated by the YouTuber's flashlight.
So, you figure if it is a Sasquatch, the best time to run up on him is at night? Okay. That's dumb logic, but okay. We'll see where you're headed with this.
Suddenly he hears a sound and something terrifying happens.
Oh my gosh! Help! Help! Oh my gosh!
Scared,
Wait a minute. Caught it. Perfect shot right there. If that is the Sasquatch, he got some of the pearliest whites I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, he got some of the, like, you see where his teeth, them pearly, that's the most cleanest, pearliest set of whites I've seen on a Sasquatch, on a human for that matter.
Oh my gosh! Help! Help! Oh my gosh!
Scared, the YouTuber runs from the scene and the footage abruptly ends.
Oh my gosh! Help!
And if that kid is alive, then this is fake. Because whatever that thing that ran up on him was on him before he even turned around. He ain't no way he was surviving that.
Help! Oh my gosh!
Initially, the footage is too dark to get a clear look at the figure. However, if you brighten it, you can see that it does indeed resemble the classic depiction of a Sasquatch.
Oh my gosh! Help! Help!
The figure appears to be covered in dark fur and has large teeth and claws.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I ain't buying this one at all. Even the thing even run like a human.
The figure appears to be covered in dark fur and has large teeth and claws.
Oh my gosh!
While it is possible that the whole video
And again, like I said, that little kid ain't that fast. He had him.
could simply be a prank, if it is, then it's very well constructed, with many believing it's the real deal.
Oh my gosh!
Unfortunately, without any information available on where or when this was actually captured, it seems that for now we'll have to leave it up to you, the viewer, to decide whether it's real or fake.
Okay. Oh my gosh! Oh, help! Oh my gosh!
Now, if you can't get enough of the old slap,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with fake on that last one. Pearly whites. Teeth was just shining. They was blinding me. Yeah, the teeth was blinding me. Bling, bling. That, I'm gonna call it fake for that. And then the way it moved, number 2. And if that person who filmed that still alive, then yeah, it's definitely fake, because that thing was already up on that person or that kid before they even had a chance to turn around. Yeah. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no on that one. But the other ones, y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what you thought of them, man. Creepy videos that will terrify you. Y'all make sure y'all stay safe, stay solid, and catch me on the next one. I'm gone. Peace. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back. And it's that time. It's that time of the night. Scary hours, all right? And we're gonna check out some crazy footage tonight. This is scary videos that will make you hide. Now, where most people hide at? Under the bed. That don't make no sense, bro. Every time you watch a scary movie, what they go do? Some dumb stuff like go run and hide up under the bed. You know what I mean? It ain't even gotta be a scary movie all the time. Like Taken, she ran and hid up under the bed. He's gonna take you. And he took her. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get into this video. Shout outs to Slap Ham. If you're new to this channel, please, please, please hit that subscribe button and join the family. All right? Make sure everything's set, secure. Make sure the house is locked, windows is secure, lights is dim. You know what time is next.
how you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some chilling footage that is certainly hard to explain. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more scary content just like this. In this video uploaded to TikTok by Renanas007, we see footage supposedly captured by 2 security guards working on an 8 PM to 8 AM shift. Around midnight, the co-workers noticed something just off in the distance, so one of them grabbed their phone and hit record. Take a look at what they captured.
I don't see nothing.
Off in the grass, you can make out some sort of mysterious figure slowly making its way towards the guards. Unfortunately, it
Whatever it is camouflaging in with like the grass and stuff.
doesn't get close enough for us to get a
You think he wearing like one of them I forget the name of them suits.
good look before the footage cuts out.
It's like stuff that people wear when they're hunting, and they be trying to blend in so the animals can't tell, like you won't smell them.
However, there certainly seems to be something strange about this mysterious figure. If you zoom in, you can see that it almost looks like it's made out of plant material similar to the nearby grass.
Right.
Either that, or it has a semi-transparent quality that's allowing it to blend in with its surroundings. Best case scenario is that it's simply a regular person, one that the
I was just about to say, by the way it's walking, by the way they're just bopping through back and forth. You know what I'm saying? That look like a regular person walk.
camera is unable to focus on properly. Even so, we have to wonder about the motives of someone lurking alone in the darkness after midnight. Worst case scenario is that this could be some sort of strange cryptid, a shadow person, or even a ghost. Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think it is in the comment section down below. Hey peeps, just a quick interlude to let you know today's episode is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Got
You
it.
can download it for free using the QR code there or using the link in the description. All new players will get a free starter pack worth almost $30 to kickstart your game.
There we go.
Paranormal Me is a popular YouTuber who documents his explorations of different abandoned buildings in the hopes of capturing some truly creepy things for his subscribers to see. In this video, the paranormal investigator
And I know y'all told me to go check out Mindseed TV again, so we definitely got to go check them out, see what they got new.
decides to explore what appears to be an old abandoned hospital. As soon as he walks inside the dreary and unsettling building, it's clear that the place has certainly seen better days.
Facts. And all this stuff. This place been abandoned for a
Shortly
while.
into the video, he uses an EVP device to attempt to communicate with any resident spirits. He's shocked when he actually hears something. Take a listen. It sounds like the word kurban, which is Turkish for victim.
Oh, really? Victim what,
But
though?
perhaps even more unnerving, it's also an Islamic term for animal sacrifice.
Whoa.
Sometime later, he manages to inadvertently film something strange in a nearby window. Oh.
Bir şey fırlatıldı. Tam şuradan bir yerden. Şu.
He definitely did.
At the time,
Or maybe that's a person with him and he accidentally caught him. Now he's trying to put it off like somebody was there. You never know with these people.
he doesn't seem to notice the face and continues his investigation.
Beni mi uyarıyorsun? Bana iyilik mi yapıyorsunuz yoksa kötülük mü? Niyetindesiniz.
However, it seems as though the strange figure might actually be following the YouTuber, as later in the video he notices some curtains begin to shake in one of the rooms.
Kendini göster. Teşekkürler. Teşekkürler. Niyetin
It's a
benim
weird setup.
Wisely, the investigator decides to leave the building shortly thereafter, and we're left to wonder just who or what that mysterious figure actually was. Could it have been a homeless person who's taken up residence in the old building, or was it something a little stranger? As hospitals see their fair share of death, some believe that the spirits of the deceased may linger in the premises even after everyone else has left.
See, I think it's more so of a homeless person staying there, and he just done mark that as his territory. Now, that don't make it not scary though, because they are real, like people that occupy and squat in these places, they become real territorial, bro, and will stop at nothing to protect their home.
Found footage subreddit is without a doubt one of the creepiest subreddits the platform has to offer. While many videos that are posted there are likely to be staged, there's always a chance that some aren't. The thought of a lost device that's discovered to contain footage that possibly shows the last moments of a mysterious event or perhaps even someone's inexplicable disappearance is something that can send chills down the spine of even the most hardened of internet sleuths. This particular piece of mysterious footage was uploaded to the subreddit by a username .footagefinder57. They claim that the video was filmed on somebody's iPhone while exploring a cave. They also note that, despite how terrifying the video is, for whatever reason, it never received any media coverage. In it, we see several friends as they explore a dark and narrow cave system as part of a tour. However, they soon become separated from the rest of the group.
Oh my gosh.
As they attempt to find
Just not smart, man.
an exit, the camera holder accidentally captures a creepy figure standing in the darkness.
Where are y'all going? And nobody thinks death is imminent if you break away or stray away from the path? Like,
It's one of the passageways. Take a look.
oh yeah.
At first,
Oh yeah. Easy to get lost.
it's hard to notice, but if you brighten the footage, you can see the figure appears to be dressed in a white gown or possibly a cloak. As the friends continue their search for a way out, one of them discovers some strange writing on the wall.
Okay, let's keep moving forward.
Seconds later, a loud scream can be heard and the explorers run off into the darkness.
Hey, that's somebody playing.
The footage continues for several more seconds until the camera holder drops the device. The clip then ends shortly thereafter. As is the nature of many found footage videos, a large portion of commenters on this one are divided about its authenticity.
Me too. I don't think it's authentic. I don't even believe her cry. Her cry ain't have no snot in it. She wasn't going crazy. Nah, it was. Nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe you, shorty.
Some believe it could be a prank or scripted video. However, others seem convinced that the footage is the real deal. At this stage, it's unknown if the people seen in the clip were ever reported as missing. So, for now at least, it seems that the authenticity of this video will have to remain a mystery.
It might not be authentic, but they're still dumb and not smart. Why are you breaking off from the tour group? I don't believe it. I don't believe her. Nope.
Following video uploaded to TikTok by elkukui.tv shows somebody walking down a narrow alleyway. At first, you may not notice anything unusual as your focus is probably drawn towards the figure at the very end of the alley. However, if you take another look, you can see that there's a strange face poking its head out of one of the side windows.
Oh,
The face appears to be a creepy, dull brown color.
Did y'all see that at first? I didn't. Not until they put the arrow there.
Its eyes look dark and sunken, and it appears to have black, stringy hair.
What in the...
Unfortunately, we're left wondering whether or not the cameraman was able to get out of the alley safely before they came face to face with whatever that thing was.
Yeah, I ain't walking past that.
When YouTuber CZU Uncan't posted this video to their channel in May of 2021, it set the internet abuzz. It was captured while they were riding a quad bike with a friend somewhere in Lake Silodobsis in Maine. However, it wasn't until they got home and watched the footage that they noticed something rather strange. For the majority of the video, the uploader and his friend could be heard laughing and telling stories as they drive through the wilderness.
You get the best one. It's the only disease where you get to drink all the time.
At one point in the video, the cameraman pans his device to the left, inadvertently capturing something super strange. Watch. According to the uploader, there could be two possible explanations for the figure. The first one is that it's actually a bear. However, several viewers believe that's unlikely, as the figure seen in the video is walking quite quickly on its hind legs through the forest. The second explanation
Not just walking, it like he was running too.
is that it's actually Bigfoot, and judging by its appearance, it certainly seems possible.
Nah, I think that's a person in a suit. Look at this, y'all.
Judging by its appearance, it certainly seems possible.
Now, I could be wrong, and I'll admit it if I'm wrong, if they ever prove it, but
Whichever way you look at it, there was definitely something running through the forest that day. Whether it was a Sasquatch or something else has yet to be proven. One thing's for sure, however, if this video really does show Bigfoot, then it has to be some of the clearest footage ever captured of this elusive creature.
I was about to say the same thing. If that is possibly, do you know how many people would be traveling from all over to flood this place? Especially with footage that clear of possible Sasquatch? Man, that thing will be all over the news, so I don't think so.
Little is known about this mysterious footage, yet it's hard to deny that it does indeed show something strange. Uploaded to TikTok by elkukui.tv, it shows a rather large creature that appears to have hairless, dark grey skin.
What is that?
Fortunately, the animal remains partially hidden throughout the clip, making it difficult to get a good look.
And I don't blame the cameraman for not going no closer neither. What is that?
The uploader has suggested that it could be El Chupacabra, the legendary creature known in South American folklore that is sometimes described as looking like a mix of a dog and a reptile. However, another more down-to-earth possibility is that this creature could simply be a regular dog or coyote suffering from mange. So what do you think? Does this video really show the legendary creature El Chupacabra? Or is it just a poor coyote suffering from mange? Let us know what you think down below. Uploaded to YouTube by Kinjo, this next piece of home security footage shows yet another mysterious sighting. For the first several seconds of the clip, all seems perfectly normal. Soon, something strange can be seen. Have a look.
Like a dog, right?
A strange shadowy shape seems to move purposefully along the path before disappearing from view to the left of screen.
What that look like to y'all?
Viewers seem unsure what to make of the footage. Some believe the shape is probably just a cat that appears blurry due to the compression rate of the camera. However, it's also been suggested that this could be a shadow figure or even a ghost caught on camera. While this is certainly some strange footage, it seems the true identity of the bizarre shape will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being.
Whatever it is, it's on all fours.
Before we take a look at something truly icon that scary, there's very little known.
There we go.
There's very little known about the origins of this last video on our list. It was
Whose hands are
uploaded to
those?
TikTok by alkakui.tv and shows something terrifying happening at a sewer grate. Out of nowhere, strange hands appear to be grabbing at the sewer bars as if making a desperate attempt to escape.
Those aren't regular hands, though. They look like it could. They're small. I don't know.
In many ways, the fact that there's little information available about the clip makes it even creepier. Several commenters
I don't know what in the master splinter is going on here.
actually suggested that it might actually be a family of raccoons.
True. Okay, cool. Well, definitely ain't a Ninja Turtle.
However, others think it's something a little more sinister.
Definitely ain't a
While
Ninja Turtle.
sewers have always been dark and scary places, it seems that since Pennywise the Clown graced our screens, we've all had an extra reason to steer clear of these dangerous sewers. So then, what could possibly be happening in this video? Love to get your take on this in the comment section down below.
Yeah, I think it could be raccoons. Down there scavenging.
You want to see some more?
Down there scavenging. You ain't gotta worry about me going down there. And that's crazy that he said that, you know. Pennywise made you not want to go down in the sewer, right? But the Ninja Turtles made you want to go down to. They made it look fun, right? So yeah, yeah, that's crazy dynamic when you think about it. I remember watching both of them as a kid, and definitely wanted to live in the sewer, like I saw the Ninja Turtles do. You know what I mean? But either way, y'all get at me. I know we poke holes through a few of these videos, but we gotta keep it. We gotta keep it real. Gotta keep it real. So y'all let me know what you think, how you felt, what you felt about some of these clips. And that last one, I think that last one was either a dog or like they said a cat. Whatever it was on 4 legs. But y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what you think. It's your boy L. Stick around and stay tuned. Till the next one, I'm gone. Peace. So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. So next up on the blacklist, we got 5 blacklisters tonight, man. Five, all right? This is 5 cold cases solved in 2021, all right? After decades, these cases have finally been solved. What that means, families finally have closure, right? Some people that you don't understand until you're in that situation, and I had to start figuring that out. You know what I mean? You don't understand until you're in that situation, that closure in those type of situations, it holds a lot of weight, bro. It definitely does. So we're gonna check this video out, man. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. Just straight up join the fam, man. That's all we're saying. Join the fam, then moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Now run the likes up. That's all we need you to do. Hit that like button. Tear it up. Let's check this video out.
Hi everyone. Welcome to Mysterious 5. Losing a loved one is hard enough, but not knowing where they are or what happened to them is absolutely agonizing. The major developments being made in forensic technology have made it possible for the families of hundreds of victims to gain closure on what happened to their loved ones. In this video, we're going to take a look at decades-old cases that were solved in 2021. The 1984 case of Virginia Hannon. 59-year-old Virginia Hannon lived in a relatively quiet neighborhood in Pembroke, Massachusetts. She had spent most of her life working as the lunch lady at a local elementary school called Bryantville Elementary School, and almost everyone in the neighborhood had witnessed her kindness and caring nature firsthand. She loved working with kids.
Y'all know them ladies in the lunchroom were some of the sweetest ladies you'll ever meet, bro. You know what I mean? Now, there's a few of them in there that, but for the most part, man, a lot of those ladies in them lunchrooms, just sweet, man. Sweet until you ask for extra food, then they can show you that side. But
witnessed her kindness and caring nature firsthand. She loved working with kids and was known to be really good at cooking. She lived a quiet, humble life and was quite hospitable to her neighbors, so everyone who knew her was shocked and horrified when on the 13th of February, 1984, someone broke into Virginia's home and killed her. Virginia had lived alone because her husband had passed away 13 years before her death. The quaint yellow house she lived in quickly became a symbol of kindness in the area, and Virginia would often offer juice, cookies, and baked goods to the neighborhood kids who would often stop by the house. She was also known to feed and care for the stray animals that would wander into the area. She had actually retired from her job early because her aunt, who lived in California, had left Virginia around $380,000 when she passed away.
see, that's what I'm talking about. I'm about to call all my aunts, bro. All my aunts, whatever however you say it, where you from. I say aunts, but I'm about to call all my aunts, man. Like, who got something for me? Where's that?
She was fairly open about the inheritance to everyone who asked, because she had no inhibitions when it came to sharing details about her life with other people, even if they were strangers.
Okay, we just identified her first mistake. Let's not be braggadocious about money, especially to family or who you think is your family.
While it was known that she had stored a majority of the amount in the bank, it was widely speculated that she kept a part of the inheritance in cash hidden around her house. This has never been confirmed as the actual cause for the break-in and attack on Virginia, but it is possible that the news of the money she had hidden around the house could have been heard by the wrong type of person.
Facts.
The last known sighting of Virginia was on the evening of the 11th of February, 1984, which was a Saturday. Virginia and a friend of hers named Dolly Harmouth had gone to church together. The church they attended was called St. Joseph's Church, and it was around 4 miles away from Virginia's house. The evening mass commenced at around 5 p.m., like usual, and the women had stayed for the entirety of the mass, before driving to their usual dinner spot, which was BR's restaurant. This restaurant was around 7 miles away from the church, and they would eat dinner there every week after mass. Dolly was the last person to see Virginia alive, other than the perpetrator, and she dropped Virginia off at her house at around 7:30 p.m. Dolly did say that Virginia struggled to breathe while climbing the steps to her house, but this was normal for Virginia. She has a health condition called emphysema, which made it difficult for her to breathe if she did anything too physically taxing. Nobody in the neighborhood heard from her or saw her on Sunday, so it is believed that the attack likely happened shortly after she returned home from church. Virginia was the primary caregiver for her stepfather, who also lived in the neighborhood, and she would normally prepare his lunch every day and take it over to his house.
Now, this is making me think, this is the first red flag that makes me think of somebody. It happened when she got home from church. So somebody knew where she would be going, what time she would be getting back, where to be, position, her being dropped off, don't need to be seen. Like, it's a lot in that small little sentence of it happened after church. That says a lot. You know what I mean? Not saying that's what happened, but it gives you possible clues.
However, on Monday, the 13th of February, lunchtime had come and passed, but there was no sign of Virginia. Her stepfather's help had actually been trying to contact her to see if she had a spare key to his house, but had been unable to reach her. So, she decided to stop by Virginia's house to see if everything was okay and ask for the key in person. It was then that the house help discovered that Virginia had been killed in her bed. Signs of serious physical injury could be seen, even though her blanket had been used to cover her up. Investigators were immediately called to the scene, and they found a pair of nylon stockings, which they believe was used to kill Virginia. In addition to this, there was a shoe print on her stomach area, which led investigators to believe that the perpetrator kicked her at some point during the attack. This death came as a shock to the entire neighborhood, because Virginia was so well liked by everyone in the community, and it was difficult.
Now this throws me off because I was leaning towards family, right? Leaning towards family. I would like to think, bro, but this crazy world that we live in is all bets are off. All bets are off. But damn, bro, you that cold-hearted to be able to kick your elderly relative in her stomach, or stand on her, or stomp on her, or press on her stomach, suffocate, whatever you did blunt force trauma wise with your foot. Like, you would do that to your family, an elder relative of yours? So now I'm back like, well, maybe it wasn't family. I don't know. But I'm taking you through my mind as I'm thinking.
Difficult for people to think of someone who would want to harm her. The front door and a window next to it had been tampered with, which indicated that the attacker broke into the house, and Virginia did not let them in out of her own free will. In addition to this, Dolly had told investigators that when they went to dinner, Virginia had a $100 bill in her wallet, but when her wallet was checked by police, the $100 bill was gone. This indicated that robbery could have been a possible motive for the attack, and this is actually why a lot of people believe the attack was carried out, because the perpetrator thought she had a part of the inheritance money in the house. The search for the attacker led nowhere, because investigators were unable to identify any suspects. Her neighbors had also not heard anything unusual on the night of her death that might have indicated a struggle. Without any clues or leads, it became difficult for police to identify a suspect. In 2018, the evidence found at the scene of the crime was retested, and a male DNA profile was generated from it. But unfortunately, there was nothing to compare this DNA with, so the trail for Virginia's killer went cold. Around 37 years passed before the police caught their big break. On the 3rd of February 2020, a 58-year-old man named Jesse Allyward passed away. A year prior to his death, Jesse had told a friend of his that he was responsible for the death of Virginia Hannon. After Jesse passed away, this friend informed police of this occurrence, and they used a blood sample from Jesse's remains to compare his DNA to the DNA found at the scene. It was a match. Jesse had been 22 years old at the time of Virginia's death. In March of 2021, the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office announced the news to the public, while also stating that there was no known connection between Jesse and Virginia prior to the attack.
See, that's what I was thinking. That's what made me step back. First, I was thinking family. Then after you heard that about the footprint on her chest, like, dang, you could really go that far? Not saying people can't, because they will. But dang, so I stepped back from it. Then you heard the break-in. You know what I mean? Wasn't let in willingly, so he had to break into the place to do that, for the robbery. So, yeah, I was leaning more so after that, after hearing certain things, that it wasn't family.
And that she likely did not know him. Virginia's nephew, Richard Hannon, and his wife, Judy Hannon, have since come forward to express their gratitude to the police officers who kept working on Virginia's case throughout the years. This really is one of the cases that really reinforces how the development of forensic technology can spearhead the effort to solve cold cases and bring closure to victims' families. The cold case of Janet Brochu. 20-year-old Janet Brochu had gone out with some of her friends on the 23rd of December, 1987. She left the bar 45 minutes before her friends did, with a man they had met and gotten acquainted with mere hours before her disappearance. Little did her friends know that when Janet left the bar that night, they were seeing her alive for the last time. The group of friends initially went bowling and had plans to go get drinks together afterwards. They went to the Waterville bowling alley, and it is here that the group met and got acquainted with two men who were also bowling there. In fact, they got along so well that they planned to regroup later on during the night at a bar and lounge spot called T. Woody's, which was located on the Waterville Concourse. The two groups then went their separate ways. When Janet and her friends reached T. Woody's, everyone was allowed inside, except for Janet. This was because the legal drinking age in Maine had been increased to 21 in July of 1985, and Janet was only 20 years old. By this time, it was almost midnight, and the men they had met earlier had also arrived at the bar. One of these men told Janet he would drop her back at her house, and she accepted this offer. She was last seen by her friends leaving the bar with this man. Shortly after they left, though, the man returned to the bar alone to get...
So, see, I'm pissed at the friends, or so-called friends. If they your friends, bro, nah, I'm not finna let you ride off with somebody you don't know. Them the type of friends I need around me. Nah, because when you not thinking straight, or you may be a little bit impaired or off a little bit, your friend sees what you don't see and step in and is like, nah, I'm not letting that happen. No. I don't care how hot and bothered you are right now. You ain't thinking straight. It's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you need those type of friends.
Get Janet's purse. She had accidentally forgotten her purse at the bar, and he had come back inside to get it while she was waiting in the car. After Janet had left, her friends stayed at the bar for around another 45 minutes before leaving. Janet did not return home that night, and her parents, Albert Brochu and Geraldine Brochu, contacted investigators on the morning of the 24th of December to report their daughter as missing. It was also possible for Janet to need medical assistance because she was diabetic and took insulin on a regular basis to regulate her blood sugar levels. The search for Janet began almost immediately after the missing persons report was filed. Police spoke to the man who had offered to take Janet home the night before, but he claimed that when he went back to the parking lot after fetching Janet's purse, she appeared to be sick. Because of this, he told her he could no longer take her home, and according to him, this was the last time he saw her, and he claimed to have no involvement in her disappearance.
Did that make any sense to y'all? Okay.
The search for Janet continued for 3 months, until the 18th of March, 1988, when a man found her remains floating near the Waverly Dam in the Sabbath-Cook River. Her remains were found in an unclothed state. An autopsy was performed on her remains, but the medical examiner could not determine the cause of Janet's death. While it was believed that her body had been submerged in the water from the night she had disappeared, no further statements could be made about how she had died. In addition to this, investigators also thought it was a possibility that she either jumped off the bridge or was pushed off the bridge, which begs the question, if she had jumped, what happened to her clothes? Granted, it had been 3 months since she likely died, and her clothes would have gone through severe decomposition due to exposure to the elements, but they would have been there just the same. In addition to this, only a couple of months after Janet's remains were discovered, a 23-year-old woman from Waterville was also killed in a manner that bore uncanny similarities to how Janet was killed. This woman was Geraldine Ann Finn, who was last seen on the 9th of August, 1988, at a bar. She had gone out to Pete and Larry's, which was a bar on Upper Main Street. While she was in the company of her co-workers, a man walked over to speak with her. This man was described as being around 5 foot 10 inches tall and possibly weighing around 150 pounds. He had dark hair, and one distinct feature that her friends remembered was the tattoo of a diamond he had on his shoulder. Geraldine's remains were found near Skohagen by a man who was taking a walk around his land. The land was near a wooded area. Geraldine had also been found unclothed. However, this time, investigators had enough evidence to apprehend the killer, who was 29-year-old Gerald Goodall. Gerald was found guilty of killing Geraldine Finn and received a sentence of 75 years. Following his arrest and conviction, he was also questioned extensively in relation to Janet Brochu's death, but he denied any involvement in her death. Due to a lack of evidence, investigators could not charge him with killing Janet, but they strongly believed that he was the perpetrator, due to the numerous similarities between the cases. Unfortunately, the lack of evidence did result in Janet's case going cold for more than 3 decades. It wasn't until May of 2021 that they were finally able to arrest Gerald for killing Janet Brochu. Since the case is still through the legal system, the nature of the new evidence found is still unspecified. While an article published in the Bangor Daily News on the 22nd of August, 1988, states that Gerald had seen Janet briefly at the bar's parking lot on the night of her death, no statements have been made that verify whether he was the man who was supposed to drive her home. An official arraignment hearing is yet to occur in this case, which has been attributed to the difficult circumstances that the world is presently in. Unfortunately, Geraldine Brochu died in 2015, and Albert Brochu passed away in January of 2021, mere months before Janet's killer would be brought to justice. So neither of her parents were able to see their daughter's case resolved. As for the new evidence, we will have to wait and see what the arraignment hearing brings to light.
Sheesh. Be safe. I like to hit the bars up too. Be safe, bro. Any one of us that could have went down, because you're getting them bars, and like I said, that's why the people around you are important. Why? Because they might have a person with you that's sober, not just for driving purposes, but also to keep an eye out on things. You know what I mean? When you may not be, when you let your guard down, when them drinks start really hitting and you getting your emotions, your feelings, and you feeling this person that you really don't know. You know what I mean? 9 times out of 10, that sober person will pick up on the vibes of whether or not that person is, you know what I mean? So this one was crazy.
The cold case of Leola Jordan. Even in 2021, the Picayune Police Department was working tirelessly to solve a 2-decade-old cold case. A family needed answers. These answers came in the form of DNA test results, just 1 month prior to the 23rd anniversary of Leola Jordan's death. Everyone in the neighborhood loved Leola, and the horrific manner that she was killed left them all begging for answers. Leola lived in a relatively quiet neighborhood in the Pearl River County of Picayune, Mississippi. People from her neighborhood described Leola as being friendly and well-liked. She had lived there all her life and had 7 children, all of whom grew up in the neighborhood. On the 30th of June, 1998, Leola Jordan had been attacked with a knife in her home on Washington Street and died as a result of her injuries. Investigators believed that the perpetrator was let into the house by Leola herself, because there was no sign of the locks on her doors or windows to suggest that they had been tampered with. Several members of Leola's family also told investigators that she always locked her front door, so it was unlikely that the killer walked in on his own. From the crime scene, investigators initially determined that there may have been a fight or disagreement of some kind when Leola woke up, which escalated and resulted in the killer attacking her before fleeing the scene of the crime. For almost 23 years, this case remained unsolved. That was until Captain Rhonda Jones of the Picayune Police Department began to review Leola's case in October of 2020. She worked in collaboration with a popular show called Cold Justice, which is produced by the Oxygen Network. Due to a lack of resources, the police department took the help of the show to get DNA evidence found at the scene of the crime to be tested. The show helped them send it to a private facility which had a much quicker turnaround time. When the crime scene was first processed back in 1998, investigators collected almost a dozen samples of the nightgown Leola was wearing when she was killed, in the hopes that they could potentially find the killer's DNA on it. But since the Picayune Police Department did not have the resources to process this DNA evidence, it remained untested till 2021. The result of the DNA testing was what allowed investigators to finally arrest the man responsible for killing Leola Jordan, her now 47-year-old grandson, Sergio A. Williams. Her family was finally able to receive some sort of closure with regard to the death of the person they described as the matriarch of the family. In fact, Leola was scheduled to visit her granddaughter for her nursing school pinning ceremony, which was
Think of how scary that is on so many different levels, right? He kills the grandma and then still hangs around the family because the case isn't solved, so nobody suspects it's him. Like, Oh man. You mean to tell me I'm hanging around and he killed our girl? He just kept coming. That's psycho. He just probably just kept coming around the family. Nobody knew. Bro, that's psycho.
Taking place in Joliet, just the day after she was killed. Several of the investigating officers who responded to the scene, including Picayune Police Chief Freddie Drennan and Assistant Chief of Police Jeremy Magri, have stated that the horrific nature of the crime made it extremely important for them to solve the case. They've also stated that they are grateful to be able to provide closure to Leola's family after all these years. The Pecos Jane Doe, identified in March 2021. On the 5th of July 1966, a man and a woman checked into the Roper's Motel, which was located right on Highway 80. Just a few hours after they checked in, a maid working at the hotel would find the woman drowned in the hotel pool, and the man would drive away, never to be seen or heard from again. In addition to this, investigators had no idea who the deceased woman was, and it would take several decades for her to be identified. Its location made it a prime spot for transients and people looking to rest for a while before continuing their journey. The couple checked in under the names Mrs. and Mr. Russell Batwan. People who saw the couple at the hotel later stated that the man looked a lot older than his wife did, at least by a decade. The woman was described as looking Mediterranean and having a tanned complexion with dark hair. Later,
Sound like one of them situations where she might have threatened to tell that he might have a wife and he didn't want her to know what he was doing on the side. Sound like one of them types of, not saying what it is, but older man, young girl. Maybe she tells him, yeah, I'm pregnant. And he like, no, I got a wife at home. What do you mean? One thing to the next. And he doing this and driving off and you ain't seeing him again. And now decades later, they're still trying to solve this case. You know what I mean? That's not saying that's what it is, but it's what I'm thinking so far.
that day, a maid working at the hotel found the body of Mrs. Batwan floating in the motel's swimming pool. The maid, who did not know what to do, went and sought the help of a waitress at the motel's cafe. The waitress, with the help of another guest, brought Mrs. Batwan's remains onto the deck of the pool. First responders arrived at the scene and tried to revive the woman, but she was already unresponsive by then. She was then taken to Reeves County Memorial Hospital and was declared dead on arrival. Meanwhile, the man who was with her, supposedly her husband, went to the front desk of the motel and asked for his identification card. When the motel employee asked him why he needed it, he said he needed to provide it to the police as a form of identification so they could begin processing his wife's drowning. The employee then gave the identification card back to the man. He was then seen getting into his car and driving away, never to be seen again. He was reportedly asleep in his room when his wife had drowned in the pool, but the way he removed himself from the situation altogether makes him seem extremely suspicious, to say the least.
Facts.
If she was really his wife, you would think he would have at least gone to the hospital she was taken to. But he did not go to the hospital or ever attempt to claim responsibility for her remains. When an autopsy was performed, the medical examiner found a small red scrape just above the victim's left cheekbone. Other than this mark, there was no other evidence to suggest that the drowning was premeditated. As a result, the woman's cause of death was declared as an accidental drowning. Following the autopsy, the woman's remains were sent to the Pecos funeral home in the hopes that someone would come forward to claim responsibility. The drowning did receive quite a bit of media attention, and as a result, people from several different states reached out to investigate the possibility that the deceased woman could have possibly been a relative. Several members of the community were deeply touched by the tragedy and donated money to cover the cost of buying her headstone. In fact, this headstone is one of the saddest parts of this case. It simply reads, "Unknown girl, drowned."
They don't even have a name for her. Like, her headstone has to read "Unknown girl, drowned." And it just has that date of the drowning. That's so sad on so many different levels. And this fool drives off. And you know what I mean? Never to look back. Treated her like a piece of trash. Just dumped her in some water. Threw her away in some water and rolled off. Like, it's... I'm gonna always say this, bro. Some sickos out there.
Nobody ever deserves to be laid to rest in that way.
At all.
And it just makes it sadder to know that this woman's family was likely looking for her during this time. Unbeknownst to investigators and her family, the Pecos Jane Doe had left behind the most viable clue about her own identity. You see, when her autopsy was performed, 2 words were documented as being scribbled on her right foot. These words were Joe and Lean. The unidentified woman's details actually had to be entered into NamUs manually towards the end of 2014, and it was while they prepared to enter her details that investigators realized that her age had been listed as approximately 19 on her death certificate. This approximation meant that there was a good chance that the Pecos Jane Doe was actually a minor at the time of her death. However, due to the lack of personal details, she remained unidentified for decades to come. In August of 2019, the Pecos Police Department exhumed her remains and decided to have them genetically tested in the hopes that they would be able to connect her with living members of her family. Her DNA profile was then uploaded onto a database to see if they were able to get a match. But since several decades had passed since her death, this proved unfruitful as well. The case grew cold once more, and it wasn't until investigators realized that they could use genetic genealogy that they finally caught a break in the case. In March of 2021, they got a familial match. A DNA ancestry site called Family Tree DNA had shown that the closest match to the Pecos Jane Doe were 3 siblings from Texas. By examining their family tree, investigators were able to connect the Pecos Jane Doe to the Hemme family, who were from Salina, Kansas. The Pecos Jane Doe was finally identified as Jolene Hemme. Jolene's sister, Joyce Hemme, was the first to be notified, and she described Jolene as a shy girl. Jolene and Joyce were only 14 months apart, and they were extremely close growing up. At the time of her disappearance, Jolene had a much older boyfriend, who the family did not particularly like. This was because he was known to treat Jolene poorly. Joyce last saw Jolene on the 1st of July 1966. Since then, the family has been searching tirelessly for her. On the 3rd of July, Joyce received a letter, which stated, "Joyce, well, I got lost. See you in a couple weeks. Maybe. Joe." The family does not believe this letter was written by Jolene, because nobody in the family called her Joe. Members of Jolene's family strongly believe that the man who was with her is responsible for her death, because she did not know how to swim, and it was unlikely that she would have gotten into the pool on her own. Since then, her death certificate has been updated to show her actual name, and investigators have stated that they are still interested in speaking with the man who checked into the motel with her back in 1966.
So no arrest on that. That's the first one we had tonight. No arrest on that one. Are you serious, bruh? That's so scary. But think back to your high school time. How many times did you see the young girl with the old dude? I seen it a lot around my high school. A lot. High school girls already starting to date college dudes and dudes well older than them. Saw it so much it became normal. We normalized it. That's scary, man. That's scary. That's scary.
5. We've heard of killers confessing to their crimes while being investigated. We've heard of confessions happening by chance. And we've even heard of deathbed confessions. But what about confessions that occur sporadically, with no rhyme or reason? Seems odd, doesn't it? Well, that's exactly what happened with the convicted serial killer Edward Surratt. The front page of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette from July of 1978 reads, "Coon links Surratt to 18 slayings in the area." Despite this, investigators were unable to ever link him to the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. The modus operandi was a match, but there was no solid physical evidence to place him at the scene of the crimes. That was, until he confessed to them himself. During Surratt's stint as a trucker with routes through Pennsylvania and Ohio, it was discovered that he could potentially be linked to 27 unsolved killings between the two states. The first one of these killings to which Edward had a known connection to was the killing of Luther Langford. On the 1st of June 1978, Luther had been found deceased at his residence in the Western Columbia neighborhood of South Carolina. Luther had died as a result of the attack, but his wife made it out alive. Edward was seen publicly driving around in Luther's car, and investigators had tried to apprehend Edward for this crime, but he managed to get away. The car, however, was still recovered, and investigators found a baseball bat with Edward's fingerprints on it inside the car. This bat was likely used to kill Luther. While searching Luther's car for evidence, investigators also recovered several things that were the property of Joseph Weinman. Joseph was a veteran, and he and his wife were found deceased in their home on the 30th of September 1977. Just like Luther, they were also beaten badly. In addition to this, he was also a person of interest in the killings of Frank Ziegler, Richard Hyde, Donna Hyde, William Adams, and Nancy Adams. Frank had been shot while in his house, which was a stone's throw from the Weinman residence. Donna and Richard Hyde were killed using a shotgun, and their remains were found at their house in Moon Township on the 4th of December, 1977.
Dude, it's just hard. It's not hard to believe, but it just blows my mind. It's people out there who just kill for fun, who just don't care, just kill for no reason, just randomly. And they'll constantly keep doing it. No conscience of it. Don't think about it. Don't care. We'll kill you right around in your car.
William Adams was 29 years old at the time of his death, and while his remains were recovered, his wife was nowhere to be found. Edward had also been placed in Breezewood, Pennsylvania on the 31st of December 1977, when Guy Mills, Laura Mills, and Joel Kruger were killed using a shotgun. Despite this, Edward managed to evade authorities. That is, until July of 1978. On the 1st of July, 1978, Edward broke into a house and burglarized the family of 3 living in it. He then tied the parents up and assaulted their 15-year-old daughter. Following the attack, Edward got drunk and fell asleep in one of the family's bedrooms. The family managed to escape during this time, and police were called to the scene. When police arrived, Edward was reportedly still blacked out, and they were able to arrest him without any physical altercations. The trial for these crimes was held in late 1978, and on the 20th of September 1978, he was found guilty and sentenced to 2 life terms plus 200 years. During the sentencing hearing, Edward confessed to killing John Shelkins in Baden, Pennsylvania, back in January 1978. Since he was already going to be spending the rest of his life behind bars, he was not charged in relation to John's death. But in the summer of 1979, he was put on trial for killing 66-year-old Luther Langford in Western Columbia, South Carolina, in June of 1978. He was found guilty and sentenced to 2 more life terms. Since then, he has been transferred between several prisons due to violent behavior and an attempt to escape from prison. The remainder of cases from 1977 to 1978 subsequently went cold. This was because even though investigators knew Edward was responsible, there was not enough evidence to charge him with the crimes. His confession in 2021 was not the first confession he has made while being incarcerated. In 2007, he confessed to killing 6 people, including David Hamilton and Linda Hamilton on the 20th of September 1978, John Davis and Mary Davis in November of 1977, and John Feeney and his fiancée Renee Greger on the 22nd of October 1977.
Like, he killing like it's his profession. Like, he go to work and that's his job to just, like...
John and Renee were only teenagers at the time of their deaths. While investigators are sure that Edward is guilty of these crimes, the timing of his confession is viewed as suspicious. Immediately after confessing to these crimes, Edward asked to be transferred to a prison in South Carolina in exchange for details on the location of the remains of Renee Gregor, Linda Hamilton, and David Hamilton, but his request was denied. Following this, in June of 2021, he confessed to killing William Adams, Nancy Adams, Guy Mills, Laura Mills, and Joel Kruger in 1977, and to killing John Shelkins in 1978. With these crimes coming to light, a clear modus operandi has emerged. Edward typically burglarizes homes, regardless of whether more than one person is living there, and is known to shoot his victims. Several of their burial sites have never been identified, and as a result, several families are still waiting for closure on what happened to their loved ones. His crimes spanned between 1977 and 1978, meaning he killed at least 12 people in just 1 year. He is considered a suspect in the unsolved deaths of at least 10 more people in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and South Carolina. Even though he has personally admitted to killing 12 people, Edward Surratt has only been convicted in relation to the death of one person. Law enforcement's reasoning behind this is that he is already behind bars and that it would take up a lot of money and resources to extradite him and put him on trial for these killings. However, this cannot possibly mean much to the families of his victims, to whom this is nothing but blatant disrespect.
Exactly.
As always, thank you for watching.
Exactly, man. I feel for those families because it's again, a lot of things it boils down to money. Even in justice, it boils down to money. Not that these families want closure, not that these families want justice. The money aspect of it is why they're in this predicament or can't get the proper closure that they're seeking for this killer. I don't even know if that's what we should call him at this point. What's above that? Bro, it's some sickos out here. And I know I didn't tell y'all before the video started to lock the doors, lock your windows, close the blinds and the curtains, man. Secure yourself. But go do so. Go do so. You know what I mean? Be safe if you step out. Go somewhere, have a good time. I'm not telling you not to have a good time and live your life. Just be safe while doing it, man. Watch your back, watch your side, watch your front. Have some people with you. Let people know your whereabouts. And don't be going home with no strangers, man. Y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what you thought of these cold cases, bro. It's your boy L. Till the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace.
When it cost a new coupe, this the new. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bed.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. Listen, man, I'm extra smiles right now because I got finally got a barbershop appointment, man. Ah, man, you don't even know how good it feels to be able to go to the barbershop, bro. Couldn't go for a while. But today, though, guess who not missing that appointment? This guy, ready to go. So, shout outs to y'all, man. And, man, make sure you check on your family members, bro. I want to start off by saying that as well. Yeah, man, a lot of people are going through it. They're dealing with COVID, man. Just check on your people, man. Make sure they're good, all right? So today, bro, I got a real crazy video for y'all. This here is cases with the most insane twist you've ever heard. Yeah, that's how I'm coming at you on a Friday, bro. Straight up, Friday style. So your day is over with if you're watching this video. If it's not, if it's just getting started, then you can watch it before you ride out. But Kick back, relax, enjoy yourself, man. Pour you up something nice. I don't got no red cup, but you best believe later on I'm gonna have one filled up. For sure, for sure. All right. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. Join the fam. Once you join this thing of ours, man, once you win, you win. All right? Once you win, you win. Nah, let me stop, son. Trying to sound like dudes from the mob. Prick your finger and everything like that. You part of us now. And once you do that, man, we just need you to do a couple things. Acknowledge the haters with a moment of silence. That's enough. Now, run the likes up, baby. Make sure y'all hit the like button. All right? Let's check this video out.
What is up, EWU crew? Today we are taking a look at cases with unexpected and surprising twists. Some of these cases are so unbelievable that you just may think they are from a movie script rather than real life. But each and every one of them is 100% true. Our first case is shocking and complicated, with more twists than you will ever see coming. This is not your typical story of murder. It is more than just one tragedy, but many wrapped up together in an almost unbelievable way. As a teenager, Sharon Marshall appeared to have the whole world open to her. She was reportedly a lieutenant colonel in the ROTC and one of the best and brightest students in her class. An undeniably intelligent young woman with a kind heart to match. Upon graduating from high school in 1986 from Forest Park, Georgia, Sharon had
Always Georgia, you know. Y'all know I'm in Atlanta, so Forest Park is not that far. I've delivered there a bunch of times, so yeah, man. I'm familiar with this area.
Graduating from high school in 1986 from Forest Park, Georgia, Sharon had earned a full-ride scholarship to the Georgia Institute of Technology with the plan to study aerospace engineering so that she could fulfill her dream of working at NASA. Despite this incredible opportunity, Sharon never went to college as she was harboring a secret. Sharon was pregnant during the final months of high school by her boyfriend, who she never told about the baby. Sharon hid her secret well, and she ended up giving birth and allowing a wealthy couple from Texas to adopt the baby boy.
Well, that sound like her parents found out and was like, no, we're not trying to ruin your life. That's crazy. How would you feel if y'all was the boyfriend, though, that never knew you had a kid out there and had no say-so in it whatsoever? I'd be pissed, bro. I'd be pissed.
However, the pregnancy had shaken up her life plans, and at one point, she apparently even tried unsuccessfully to run away with her boyfriend. After losing her chance to attend college, Sharon ended up moving to Tampa, Florida for a new start with a man named Franklin Delano Floyd. Despite having moved with Frank, Sharon started to date another man, and she was soon pregnant for a second time. She once again never told the baby's father about the pregnancy. This time, however, she chose to keep the child and raise it with Frank. Sharon gave birth to her son Michael Gregory Marshall in 1988. Frank and Sharon had a complicated relationship. It wasn't quite clear if it was romantic or not, but the two lived together and both provided for Sharon's son Michael. Frank worked as a painter, but he frequently suffered from a bad back, and so he was rarely able to actually work. Because of this, Sharon became an exotic dancer to provide for them, but they also began to rely on welfare checks to survive. Her co-workers thought of Sharon as kind and friendly, but she was especially close to an 18-year-old co-worker named Cheryl Camesso. Despite the women's friendship, Frank and Cheryl were known to have frequent disagreements, though there were reports that the two of them may have been involved in a brief relationship.
Oh, holy God. Oh my God, my brain is about to explode, bro. Are you serious? All this going on? She done been with two dudes, had babies by him, and didn't tell neither one of them. Neither one of them. Now she's with this dude, got a bad back, he's a painter, they living off welfare checks, but she goes and be an exotic dancer. Now her friend there is intertwined with the dude she living with some kind of way. Yo, anybody got Jerry Springer on speed dial? This seemed like where it's headed.
On a weekend in 1989, Frank, Sharon, and Cheryl went on a boating trip together where a fight broke out between Cheryl and Frank. Following the argument, Cheryl allegedly reported Sharon to social services for misrepresenting her true income as an exotic dancer. Sharon had been hiding some of the money she made to still get checks from the government, but Cheryl's call meant that Sharon no longer qualified for welfare aid. Enraged by Cheryl's actions, Frank went to the club where Sharon and Cheryl both worked and confronted her just outside the business. Witnesses reported that Frank actually punched Cheryl in the face during the altercation. Shortly after, Cheryl left her father's house to travel to stay with a friend, but when she never called her dad to tell him that she had arrived safely, he reported her missing. Her abandoned Corvette was discovered at the airport, and an investigation ensued to find the missing woman. Both Frank and Sharon were seen as persons of interest, but for years, no evidence ever arose to connect them to Cheryl's disappearance. The two quickly packed up and left the area, which only increased suspicion, especially since they started using different names as they traveled. Frank and Sharon ended up getting married in 1989, and Frank claimed it was to give Sharon's son his family name to belong to, though the couple frequently went by different aliases. They ended up in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where Sharon was once again working as an exotic dancer. Sharon easily made friends everywhere the couple went.
I mean, you typically gonna gravitate towards what you know, right? You know what I mean? If you know exotic dancing, then you know you gonna, as long as you look good and your body stays on point, then you got a career. It's just until you start falling off is where, I don't even think that's the case anymore. I think there's still some strip clubs around here, them hole in the wall joints that'll still take you if your body fell off.
But no one seemed to like Frank, as he was aggressive and unpleasant. Reportedly, Frank once again got into a fight with another dancer Sharon worked with, and when the woman yelled that Sharon should leave him, he responded, "If she ever left me, I'd kill the..."
Oh.
Little did Frank know, Sharon was making plans to leave him for a man she had met at the club where she worked. Allegedly, Sharon would have left Frank earlier, but she was afraid of what he would do to her, or her son Michael. Before she was
I hope her plan is good. I hope her plan is good.
ever able to leave, though, Sharon was the victim of a sudden accident. She was found unconscious by a highway, and it appeared as though she had been the victim of a hit and run. Frank claimed that he was asleep at the time of the accident. Though rushed to the hospital, Sharon never regained consciousness. Her friends from the club would come to visit her where she recovered, and many claimed that she was getting better, but Frank soon banned them from seeing her without explanation. 5 days after the incident, Sharon died from her injuries, but many were suspicious of Frank's strange actions, especially since Sharon seemed to be recovering before suddenly dying. The doctor was also suspicious, and based off of old bruises he noticed on her body, he classified her death as a homicide, and even said that the head injury that killed Sharon may not have been caused by a vehicle. Though no one could prove that Frank had been the one to run over Sharon, or that he had possibly killed her while in the hospital, many came to that same conclusion, especially when her co-workers had been the ones to pay for her headstone, rather than Frank. Frank soon contacted life insurance companies to claim the $80,000 policy he had taken out on Sharon only a few months prior to her death. The problem was that Frank frequently used aliases, and so the social security numbers he provided never matched his name. After a few tries, he finally provided his real name, Frank Delano Floyd. It was then that all of Frank's lies began to unravel. It turned out that he had quite the criminal history. When Frank was 19 in 1962, he was convicted of abducting and assaulting a 4-year-old girl, which resulted in him being sentenced to serve 10 to 20 years in prison. However, he escaped.
See, ladies, I be trying to tell y'all, do better research. Do better research on these dudes.
The mental hospital where he was first placed by stealing a vehicle. Frank's shocking story was only beginning, as the day after his escape, he robbed a bank and was subsequently captured again. In 1972, Frank was released, but almost immediately he tried to abduct a woman from a gas station and was once again arrested. This time, however, he paid his bail but skipped his court date. A federal warrant was issued for his arrest, but he quickly vanished and began using fake names while on the run. That is, until he finally had to give his real full name to the life insurance company. Frank attempted to flee from authorities, but he was soon captured in Georgia and placed in prison to finish his sentence. For the friends of Sharon, they felt that Frank's arrest was a way to serve justice to her untimely death. During this time, Frank had reportedly given Michael to social services before he went on the run, and Michael was soon put into the foster care system, where he was placed with a loving family. However, everyone was shocked by the little boy's behavior, as he appeared to be nonverbal and would only scream and moan to communicate. Frank insisted he was Michael's father, and so the child was frequently brought to visit him while incarcerated. When Michael showed hesitance to visit Frank, a DNA test was eventually performed. Even though Frank initially resisted, it was discovered that despite what Frank said, Michael was not his biological child, and so the visits...
But I thought they said that anyway, though, right? I thought they said she had with others. Not him. It was with others. Even on that last job she got at Exotic Dancer, what she was already doing, finding another dude.
...were stopped. But this shocking story doesn't end here, and it was far from over. When Frank was finally released from prison in September of 1994, after serving 4 years, he started stalking Michael and his foster parents in Oklahoma. He knew he would never be given custody of the child, and so he devised a plan to take him. On September 12, 1994, Frank showed up at Michael's elementary school and demanded to see the principal, James Davis. When he wasn't allowed to take Michael, Frank pulled out a gun and threatened Davis. Michael was finally collected, all without alerting anyone at the school, and Frank forced the principal under gunpoint to take the two of them to an area a few miles from the school grounds. There, Frank tied Davis to a tree, leaving him unharmed, and fled with Michael in Davis's truck. When the abduction was finally known, a frantic search began, but it would take 2 long months for anything to be discovered. Frank was found in Louisville, Kentucky, and arrested, but there was no sign of Michael. Even after extensive searches, there was no trace of what had happened to the little boy, and Frank refused to tell anyone. Talking about Michael to the police, Frank stated, "It's none of your business where he is, nor do I care how much any of you in Oklahoma miss him or love him."
What?
The first of many twists was revealed during Frank's trial for kidnapping Michael. In 1995, skeletal remains were found covered in vines in Pinellas County, Florida. The remains weren't immediately identified, but an investigation determined that the victim had died from a beating and 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Later that year, a mechanic in Kansas purchased a truck at an auction, and inside he found a large envelope filled with 97 photographs depicting a woman who had been beaten and bound. The truck had once been in the possession of Frank Floyd, who had stolen it while he was passing through the area in 1994, before eventually abandoning it. The photos were compared to the unidentified remains, and a wound to the photographed woman's cheekbone matched one on the recovered skull. The skeleton was soon named as belonging to Cheryl Camesso. Frank was convicted for kidnapping Michael, who still hadn't been found, but was classified as...
Oh, snap, because that's right, because they found her car, but they never found her, and then they left and changed their aliases and stuff like that. Whew. Bro, this got too many twists and turns in it, jeez.
missing, and he was consequently sentenced to 52 years in prison. He then went on trial for the murder of Cheryl Camesso, where he was found guilty and sentenced to the death penalty. But the photos uncovered in the truck revealed something else even more shocking, bringing to light another twist in this case. The pictures also showed Frank assaulting a young girl, but these images were much older than the ones of Cheryl. A search began to find the identity of the girl. This is where the case took an alarming turn. It wasn't until 2014 that Sharon's true identity was officially uncovered. To find the truth about Sharon and the pictures, we have to go back. After being released from prison, and while he was on the run for attempted abduction, Frank got married in the mid-1970s to Sandy Chipman. At the time, he had used the alias Brandon Williams, and so Sandy hadn't known who he really was. The marriage was far from romantic, especially as it had begun with them tying the knot at a truck stop. Sandy had 4 kids at the time, and she herself didn't have the cleanest record.
Ladies, I get it. You know what I'm saying? You in love, you don't care where y'all get married at, but the truck stop, I'm gonna need y'all to, want more than a truck stop wedding.
Left her kids in Frank's care when she had to spend 30 days in jail after being caught passing bad checks. When Sandy was finally released from prison, she found that her house was empty and her children gone. It appeared that Frank had taken them and moved. It took Sandy years to figure out where her children had ended up, but she eventually found 2 of her daughters, Allison and Amy, living with a social services group. Despite this, Sandy couldn't locate her oldest daughter, Suzanne, or her son, Philip. Her son was eventually found when, as a grown man, Philip came forward and had a DNA test to reveal that they were related. Frank had put him up for adoption, but what happened to Sandy's oldest daughter is even more shocking. Sharon Marshall's real name was Suzanne Marie Savarkis, and she was the daughter of Sandy Chipman. In a truly alarming twist, Frank...
Whoa! Whoa. Oh! Give me a second. Bruh. Pay attention, y'all.
Frank had taken Sandy's children and split them up over different social services groups, but raised Suzanne as his own daughter. Frank and Suzanne moved frequently and across several different states. Frank told many different stories to those around him about how he had come to care for the young girl. But in most, he claimed to have rescued her when she was abandoned by her parents. At this time, he was calling her by the alias of Tanya Hughes. Yet by the time that the young girl graduated from high school, she was going by the name of Sharon Marshall. It turns out that Sharon was kidnapped as a child by Frank, her own stepfather, who raised her, frequently assaulted her, later married her when she was an adult, possibly killed her, and then kidnapped her child after she died.
I'm gonna need something stronger than this. That has got to be the craziest story I've ever heard. Naturally, the craziest story I've ever heard. The craziest twist I've ever heard. The craziest everything I've ever heard while doing this. Bro, if YouTube would allow it, I'd take shots with y'all right now, because that's how thrown off I am right now. That is insane. Be with somebody, separate them from their children, raise their children alone without telling them then change their identity, then marry them, then kill them? I'm not going back to Forest Park or anywhere he done been.
It was a twist that investigators found too unbelievable to be real, and yet it was true. Also revealed in 2014 was that after almost 20 years of lies, Frank finally admitted to what many had suspected by this time, that he had murdered Michael by shooting him while on the run. He had hidden his body along Interstate 35, but an intensive search didn't reveal anything. It was later concluded that Michael's body may have been eaten by wild hogs in the area. Frank Floyd was never found guilty of Sharon's murder, though popular consensus believes he is also guilty of this crime. To this day, he refuses to talk about Sharon's death.
To this day, he should have received a death penalty. Now, y'all know I'm not always informed, but if there was ever a perfect candidate for the death penalty, it's this dude.
Frank is still awaiting his penalty for Cheryl's murder on death row. Our next case is no less shocking or tragic. On August 24th, 1980, Gregory Villemont was born to his parents, Jean-Marie and Christine Villemont. The family lived in La Panche-sur-Vaillon in eastern France, where Jean-Marie worked as a factory foreman after being promoted. The couple had just moved into a newly built home soon before welcoming their bright baby boy. By all accounts, the family was happy and successful. But then things took a startling turn. The Villemont family began receiving anonymous threatening letters and phone calls promising revenge against Jean-Marie. The letters and calls never specified what the sender wanted revenge for, only that they were seeking it. Over 4 years, the threats continued and expanded to include Jean-Marie's parents as well. Then, on October 16, 1984, while playing in the garden, 4-year-old Gregory disappeared. Christine quickly noticed that her son wasn't on the front yard anymore and called the police. As the police began their search, Christine drove around the nearby small village in a panic. No trace of the 4-year-old could be found. As the search continued, Gregory's uncle received an anonymous phone call that stated, "I've kidnapped the boy. I've strangled him and I've thrown him in the river Vaillon. I have my revenge." The next day, before anything could be further explored, Jean-Marie found a letter that appeared to be posted to them at the time Gregory was taken. It read, "I hope you die of grief, boss. Your money won't bring back your son. Here's my revenge, you..."
Are y'all thinking that maybe this is like tied to them in some kind of way? I don't know why I got that feeling. But this could be like tied to them a little bit. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but it just gives you that eerie feeling.
Gregory's body was found later that day near Docelle in the Vaillon River, only 7 kilometers from his home. He had been drowned with his hands and feet bound and his wool hat pulled over his face. His family was absolutely devastated. The case of Gregory's murder, which horrified the French public, became known as the Affaire de Gregory. The killer was soon referred to as Le Corbeau, or the Crow, based off of a famous French film that had a similar theme to the threatening notes the family had received. After intense investigation, police had a suspect narrowed down by handwriting experts who analyzed the ominous letters and a key witness statement. In 1985, Bernard Laroche, Jean-Marie's cousin, was arrested and questioned based on a statement from his 15-year-old sister-in-law. But Laroche denied being the Crow, and soon his sister-in-law took back her statement, saying that it had been coerced. Even though Laroche was eventually cleared and freed, Jean-Marie stood in front of reporters and made a vow that he believed Laroche was guilty of murdering his son, and that he would kill him. But the case took another shocking twist on March 25, 1985, when the handwriting experts determined that Gregory's own mother, Christine, may have written the threatening letters. Only 4 days later, Jean-Marie went to LaRoche's work, determined to avenge the death of his son, and not believing that his wife was guilty.
Told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all I had that feeling? I had that feeling.
There he shot and killed his own cousin as he was leaving the building. Jean-Marie was convicted of murder and sentenced to 5 years in prison. In July of the same year, Christine was charged with the murder of their son. She was pregnant with twins at the time, but went on a hunger strike to protest her innocence. For 11 days, she refused to eat, and she was eventually freed after an appeal found that she had been convicted with flimsy evidence and no real motive. However, Christine's tragedy wasn't over yet. As she was released, she collapsed and reportedly miscarried one of her babies. She wasn't officially cleared of all charges until 1993, and Jean-Marie was released from prison after serving only 2.5 years in 1987. After so much turmoil, the Villemont family was still no closer to knowing who had killed Gregory. For decades after Gregory's death, the case continued to haunt France and was reopened and re-examined with tests done to the letters the rope used to bind him, and DNA testing on Gregory's clothing and the saliva on the stamps used to post the letters. But it was no use. All was found to be inconclusive. In 2017, the case was once again reopened, and this time there was new evidence which resulted in 3 arrests, once again shocking France. Gregory's great-aunt, great-uncle, and his aunt were taken in for questioning, along with others, including more family members. The aunt was eventually released, but the great-aunt and great-uncle refused to speak to police at all. None were convicted. A different tragedy soon struck, when the magistrate, Jean-Michel Lambert, who was in charge of the first investigation, took his own life because of the pressure and criticism he faced with the case still being unsolved 33 years after Gregory's death. The why of Gregory's death has never been answered, but some cite jealousy within the Villemont family as a possible cause, and others suggest that the fact that the letters called Jean-Marie boss could mean it had to do with his work. Either way, no real evidence or suspect has been found, but almost everyone in the Villemont family has been under suspicion at some point. In December of 2020, the case was once again reopened, but this time police are determined to uncover the real identity of the Crow once and for all. New interviews have been conducted, and police are relying on a brand new technology called stylometrics, which looks at the style, syntax, punctuation, and turns of phrase used in the threatening letters to identify the killer. A new suspect has been identified, but so far has not yet been named. It appears that the murder of Gregory Villemont may soon be solved. Our next case is not a normal missing persons case, and has a twist that seems too surprising to possibly be true, and yet it is. Nicholas Barclay was born December 31st, 1980, as the youngest to 2 older siblings. He had a rather normal childhood in San Antonio, Texas, but as a preteen, he started to develop a reputation as a troubled kid. Nicholas was known to have a history of fighting physically and verbally with his mother, skipping school, threatening his teachers, stealing shoes, and even breaking into a convenience store. By only 13, Nicholas had a juvenile criminal record for his antics, and allegedly 3 tattoos that his friends had given him with an unsterilized needle. At some point, Nicholas was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder. His mother was reportedly so exasperated with his demanding supervision that she asked her older son Jason to come and live with her to aid in the young boy's caretaking. On June 13, 1994, Nicholas called home looking for someone to pick him up, after playing basketball in his neighborhood. His older brother Jason answered the phone, but refused to wake up their mother, who had been working late nights, and instead told Nicholas to walk home. But he never arrived. Unfortunately, with Nicholas's reputation, few believed something was wrong when the 13-year-old couldn't be found. Most were inclined to believe he had run away, and he would return at some point soon. This theory was given credence by the fact that the day after he vanished, he had a court hearing to decide if he would be sent to a rehabilitation center. But still, after not returning for longer than normal, and with his mother's pleading, an investigation to find Nicholas was finally started. For months, there was no sign of him. The only clue was 3 months after Nicholas's disappearance, when Jason called the police to say that he could hear his younger brother breaking into their garage. Yet, when police arrived, there was no evidence of forced entry, nor any sign of Nicholas. But they couldn't understand why Jason would lie about such a thing. After years passed, the Barclay family started to come to terms with the fact that
Y'all think the older brother killed him because he had to give up his life to move back and help his mom? So you think it was out of sheer resentment, possibly? The older brother would kill the younger brother? Just a thought right now.
they may never see Nicholas again. That is, until this case took a surprising and unusual turn. Few missing children's cases end in the child being found, and yet, in 1997, 3 years after he went missing, the Barclay family was told that Nicholas had been found alive and safe. Despite this joyous news, there was something rather strange about the phone call. Nicholas was said to have been found in Linares, Spain, after having been taken by a child trafficking ring that had moved him all the way to Europe. After years of being held captive, Nicholas had managed to escape. The police told the Barclays that Nicholas had been forced to speak only French for the 3 years he was gone, and had been hurt during his time away from them. Carrie, Nicholas's older sister, flew to Spain to identify and retrieve her missing brother. Things did not go as planned, though, as Nicholas...
I know a lot of y'all probably trying to condemn the family right now because they made him walk home or whatever, but think about how it was, man. I used to walk home from school, all kind of different places, bro, back in the day. I mean, I walked a lot of places, so we can't really necessarily, that's just how I knew how I was raised. Nobody was always coming to pick me up from places that I wanted to be at. I would have to walk back to my grandma's.
Appeared afraid of his sister, especially the fact that she might not recognize him and force him to remain in Spain. When he finally allowed Carrie to come and see him, he kept a baseball hat and sunglasses on. Yet Carrie said that she knew he was her brother. The two spent some time together to get reacquainted, as Nicholas claimed that he had very little recollection of his life before being taken, as his mind had blocked it out as an emotional response. When Carrie showed him family photos, Nicholas appeared to remember certain things and people, such as asking her if Grandpa was still in. Before he was allowed to return home with Carrie, though, Nicholas had to pass a test where the police showed him family photos that Carrie hadn't gone over with him, and he had to correctly identify the people in them. Nicholas only made one small mistake, and so he was allowed to return home to Texas with Carrie. Even though the Barclays were delighted to finally have Nicholas back, there were a few things that they couldn't ignore. One being the most obvious, which was the fact that their brother had been blonde with blue eyes when he was taken, but the boy who came back from Spain had dark hair and brown eyes. Nicholas had an extraordinary explanation for his change in appearance. He said that to keep his identity a secret, the people who had taken him had performed experiments to change his hair and eye color so that no one would recognize him as Nicholas.
They sure they got the right person? That would suck.
He also spoke with a heavy French accent, but this was explained away with his story of being forced to only speak French for the 3 years. The family was so relieved to finally have Nicholas home that they actively ignored some of the things authorities raised concerns about, and even told investigators to close the case. A film crew heard about the amazing story and asked to follow the Barclays around to document how Nicholas was adjusting to returning to his family. They agreed, and that was when everything started to fall apart. A local private detective was working with the crew and became increasingly suspicious of the French-speaking, dark-haired Nicholas. He began his own investigation and took a picture of Nicholas's ears to compare to earlier photos. He found that they didn't match, and as ears don't age or change, he took his concerns to the authorities. By February of 1998, after Nicholas was back living with the Barclays for 5 months, the FBI became involved when they obtained a court order to investigate. When Nicholas's fingerprints and DNA were taken, it was determined that the man the Barclays believed to be their Nicholas was actually a 23-year-old Frenchman named Frédéric Pierre Bourdon.
I knew it. I knew it, bro. They got somebody. How does that even happen? I guess no technology back then or whenever this time was, but the technology isn't where it is today. That would, imagine you've been living with some stranger thinking he was your family member for how many months? 5 months?
Frédéric was a notorious con artist with over 500 different identities and the nickname the Chameleon. Despite this shocking revelation, the Barclays refused to believe that Frédéric wasn't Nicholas. Even when in court, Frédéric admitted to being an imposter and pleaded guilty to passport fraud and perjury. He was imprisoned for 6 years. Questions swirled around this revelation. Where was the real Nicholas? How had the Barclays been fooled? And why did Frédéric do it? Though this case is utterly shocking, the imposter is not the only twist. Investigators were concerned by the Barclays' behavior during the entire incident and their willful acceptance of Frédéric. Frédéric himself later waded into the controversy, saying that even he couldn't believe that the Barclays accepted him so easily, rousing even more suspicion of the family. Frédéric even claimed that the Barclays knew he wasn't Nicholas, but that they had all pretended and played along with his scheme. And he couldn't understand why. He reported that when he met Carrie, she had fed him knowledge about the family, telling him who everyone was and what to remember. She had allegedly helped him pass the police's test before being allowed to go to the U.S. Frédéric also said that Jason had never accepted him, nor pretended to. In fact, all he had said to Frédéric upon meeting him was, "Good luck." The phone call Jason had made 3 months after Nicholas disappeared suddenly became a clue, as police said that those types of calls aren't unusual when someone has been murdered, as the murderer often attempts to make it seem like the victim may still be alive after killing them. And this is exactly what the private investigator and Frédéric believe happened. He believes that the family accepted him so willingly because they had killed Nicholas, or Jason had, and were more than happy to cover it up by claiming he was the real Nicholas. Before Jason could be investigated, he died from a drug overdose. It is reported that he had long been battling a cocaine addiction. No other evidence appeared, and the case went cold. Frédéric finished his jail sentence and went on continuing to steal identities across Europe. Nicholas has still never been found, but his story has inspired the popular Netflix documentary, The Imposter.
First of all, now I gotta go watch that, so let me write that down. The Imposter. Now I gotta watch that, but is y'all head spinning like mine? These stories, bro, and the twist in these stories just lets you know that one of these stories, these people could have lived next to y'all. Could have been right next to y'all. And I want to continue to drive that point home. So when you outside and you making friends, just be careful, be cautious, man. Because people are crazy. They are. There's no other way to put it, man. This got my head spinning, bro. I need a drink. And there's no other way to put it. I need a drink. I need a drink. So y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what y'all thought of this. And stick around and stay tuned, man. Till next reaction. I'm out. Peace, y'all. Stay solid. Hey. All right, so who ready for some stories that'll keep you up at night? Huh? You? Anyone? You? Anyone? You? 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 Listen, if y'all see me get up and shoot out of my chair upstairs real quick during the video, man, y'all just keep flowing like nothing ever happened. I'm gonna come right back, bro. And that's because I'm still trying to, you know, tackle the beast right there, the beast. But welcome back to the channel. Listen, man, the next video is 5 dark and disturbing real life stories that will keep you up tonight. All right, so if you're new to the channel, man, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and real quick, moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Now run the likes up. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's get to it.
There's nothing more terrifying than a real-life horror story. Something so disturbing that you can't believe it actually happened. Well, in today's video, we look at 5 real-life cases that shocked the communities they affected and made them question how a human being could be so callous to another human being. In this video, we look at 5 dark and disturbing real-life stories that are sure to stir emotions in your brain that will keep you up tonight. Now, before we begin, if you like us here at Top 5s, you've probably got a knack for documentaries and true crime programming outside of the confines of YouTube. There are so many untold stories out there, and if true crime isn't your first cup of tea, they also withhold documentaries covering subjects such as science.
There we go.
Stories. Attempted murder turned meme. This next one is an ongoing saga of misguided heroism, in which a young woman who tries to brutally murder her boyfriend gains a cult following amongst the Japanese meme community. It all began on May 23, 2019, when 21-year-old Yuka Takaoka was arrested for brutally stabbing her boyfriend, 20-year-old Phoenix Luna. The gruesome photos that were released in the aftermath showed Yuka sitting in the lobby next to her horribly wounded lover, completely drenched in his blood, casually smoking and talking on a mobile phone to an unknown person.
He just said casually talking. Like she did this and went on with a conversation. Like she was holding the phone and just stabbing him at the same time while carrying on casually sitting there. Some crazy people, bro.
Completely drenched in his blood, casually smoking and talking on a mobile phone to an unknown person. The photograph soon went viral, but instead of people being repulsed by the image, the online anime community in Japan sanctified Yuka as the manifestation of a real-life yandere, a character from the world of anime. Such a character, typically female, turns to homicidal violence in the pursuit of love. Since the attack, dozens of Instagram accounts have sprung up in support of Yuka, and her besotted supporters claim she is too beautiful to be an attempted murder suspect. A donation page was even set up to support Yuka that raised over $3,000. Yuka and Phoenix both worked in hostess clubs in the Kabukicho district in Shinjuku, Tokyo. Yuka was a manager of a so-called girls' bar, and Phoenix was a bar host at Fusion nightclub. Hostess clubs are famous in the nightlife industry of East Asian countries, where male and female hosts are paid to keep guests company and entertain them. Yuka and Luna had recently started dating, but Yuka had grown increasingly jealous of the female attention her boyfriend received as a host. And when he arrived at her home late on May 23rd, and the couple had an argument about a photo of a woman Phoenix had on his phone, The couple went to bed, but Yuka waited for her boyfriend to fall asleep before viciously slicing open his stomach with a kitchen knife. Phoenix woke up terrified and managed to escape to the first floor lobby of the apartment block and call emergency services, and that is when the horrific photo was taken. Phoenix was later rushed unconscious to hospital. After the sick image started circulating and Yuka was arrested, media reports emerged stating that Yuka told investigators, "Since I loved him so much, I just couldn't help it. I was sad and seeking to die, and I thought about how I would like to go about it. I thought I would like to kill him because I thought that was how I could be with him. I thought that expressions such as 'I like you' and 'I would like to be with you' would become a reality if we both die."
Whoa. Bro, do you really know the person you laying next to? Are you comfortable enough to fall asleep? Because you could wake up with your stomach cut open. And her wanting you to die with her so y'all could be together. Are you serious? Are you serious? I ain't never heard nothing like that. Kill us both so we can die and be together. That's different. I don't want that type of love. I don't want that type of love.
Fortunately, Phoenix survived the attack after initially only being given a 20% chance. And he popped up on Twitter on July 1st, 2019, tweeting, "Sorry guys, but I survived this one." Despite his trauma, Phoenix Luna showed no ill will towards Yuka and told reporters, "I don't hold a grudge. There was a reason for her to stab me. It was also thanks to her that I was able to achieve the sales I did in less than a year since returning as a host."
Oh, they made for each other. You hear his response? Oh yeah, they made for each other. Never mind, carry on.
Yuka has been charged with the attempted murder of Phoenix Luna and is currently in custody awaiting her court date. Meanwhile, her crime and misplaced admiration lives on in the form of the many memes and artwork created of her crime. The tragic story of the Donner Party. In the 1840s, the fertile farmlands of Central California drew a steady stream of settlers, and in the spring of 1846, several families from Springfield, Illinois, joined the westward migration. On April 14, 1846, after an emotional farewell, wealthy brothers George and Jacob Donner, along with local businessman James Reed and their families, left Springfield to make the long journey to a new life in the Bay of San Francisco. The group consisted of George and Jacob's combined 12 children, as well as Reed's 4 children and their respective wives. In addition, around a dozen Teamsters and camp assistants joined them, making a total of 32. Everything the group needed to make the journey was packed, including peace offerings of jewelry and cloth should they encounter any hostile native Indians along the route. Within a month, the Donners and Reeds had reached Independence, Missouri. They were all healthy and in good spirits, and looked forward to joining the main wagon train heading west. After a brief stop, the group set off again, and over the next 6 weeks covered around 650 miles, reaching Fort Laramie, now southeastern Wyoming, in July 1846. At this point, the group divided. Most of the wagons went north towards Fort Hall, using the tried and trusted Oregon Trail. But the Reeds, the Donners, and a number of others decided to take a shortcut and headed southwest toward Fort Bridger. This route had been recommended to them by an unreliable guide named Lansford Hastings. He had claimed that this route would shave more than 300 miles from the journey to California. In reality, Hastings' shortcut was 125 miles longer than the established trail, and it would take the pioneers through some of the most inhospitable county in the entire Great Basin. James Reed had been warned not to take this route, but he didn't heed this advice, and a party of 87 people pressed on in a convoy of 23 ox-drawn wagons. George Donner was elected to serve as their leader. On July 31st, the Donner Party entered Hastings Cutoff, which would take the group south of the Great Salt Lake in what is now Utah. During that first week, they made good progress. However, Hastings, who had promised to lead them along the trail, was now with a different company of wagons, and the inexperienced Reed had to act as a guide. By the time they reached the Great Salt Lake Desert on August 30th, they were already 2 weeks behind schedule. But Hastings had assured them that they would be able to cross the desert in just 2 days. But instead the journey took 5 days, and the party lost dozens of cattle in the desert, and several wagons had to be abandoned. By the time the Donner Party reached the Humboldt River, where the shortcut rejoined the main California Trail, it was late September. All the other migrants of 1846 had already completed their journeys to California, and for the Donner Party, it was now a race against time before the winter weather set in. The migrants were exhausted and tensions were running high. And on October 5th, an altercation between Reed and a teamster ended with Reed fatally stabbing the man. The horrified migrants called for Reed to be hanged, but instead they expelled him from the group, leaving him just with a horse. Reed continued his journey west alone, while the rest of his family remained with the Donner Party. As the party began their climb of the Sierra foothills, their food supply was running low, and several of their oxen were already dead or had wandered off. By this point, they had hidden or buried virtually all their possessions, except the barest essentials necessary for survival. On October 31st, the exhausted migrants approached what is now known as Donner Pass across the Sierra Nevada, and found their passage blocked by deepening snow. Most of the party decided to build makeshift shelters.
At this point, what do you do, bro? Like, at this point, you're starting to give up hope. You're fighting the weather. You took this shortcut. It turned out to be the wrong way to go. Now everybody's tensions is flaring. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you gotta, I'd be like, man, I just wondering if I could have survived in those times. I probably could have, but I'm thankful to be born in the times that I am, but that's a different type of lifestyle right there, bro. That is a different type of lifestyle.
Near what is now known as Donner Lake. The Donners and Reeds, whose progress was delayed by a wagon accident, made a similar camp a few miles further east on the trail near Alder Creek. By now, all the migrants were in dire trouble. On November 20th, 1846, Patrick Breen, whose family had joined the party in Independence, Missouri, began a diary, which he continued to write until March 1st, 1847.
Look at this timeline here. They were here May 12th. Here the 31st of May. July. Mind you, May 12th started. July 4th here. That's almost a month right there, bro. July 30th here. Here. September 2nd. October. Now, you know what the weather's like in May. Then switch to October. What the weather is like. Like, just let that set in for a moment.
His account would provide the only contemporary written record of the Donner Party's ordeal. On December 15th, 1846, the first recorded death at the lake camp occurred, when Bayless Williams, an employee of the Reed family, died of malnutrition. His death was the first of many. In desperation, some of the migrants tried to branch off and walk to get help, but the conditions soon prevented this, and they returned to the camps even more malnourished than when they left. Things were so bad that the migrants were eating the oxhide that was providing their huts with warmth and shelter. Strips of the oxhide were boiled up to make a disgusting glue-like soup. Quarrels between the members were also rife, with some claiming rations that were being saved for the children.
Survival mode. At that point, it's survival mode. One person then died of malnutrition. You in survival mode now, man. Hope they don't get to the point where they start eating each other.
With some claiming rations that were being saved for the children. On December 16th, 1846, a party of 17 men, women, and older children decided to try and cross the mountains on improvised snowshoes. 2 of the party turned back early on, but the rest powered on. During the following torturous weeks, the group experienced snow blindness and overwhelming hardships caused by the bitter cold. However, the snowshoes proved to be effective on the climb. and despite the deep snow and inadequate food, they struggled on. But soon they became lost and confused, and that is when one of them first suggested that someone should volunteer to die to feed the others. Initially, this idea was rejected.
That's what I was afraid of that was coming. I had just said it.
But as they went on, and some of the party died anyway, in desperation, they were forced to eat the corpses to survive. Allegedly, towards the end, they were deciding amongst themselves who would be the next to be eaten, although it's unclear if any murders actually took place. Finally, the group stumbled into a Native American settlement where they were given food and shelter, and after a few days, with the help of tribe members, one of the party reached a ranch in a small farming community at the edge of the Sacramento Valley. A relief party was organized to rescue the stranded settlers at the lake camps. James Reed had also made it out to the Sierra Nevada and had already arranged an unsuccessful search party to try and rescue his family. Back at the camps, many migrants were dying of cold and hunger, and Jacob and George Donner were among them. After several rescue parties were sent out, some of the migrants made it back safely, but several deaths occurred on the way, and because of illness and injuries, it was impossible to remove everyone at the same time, and by the time the rescuers arrived, many of the lake camp members had already turned to cannibalism in order to survive. The last of the survivors did not leave the lake camp until April 1847. Of the 87 migrants in the river camps, only 48 survived. All of the Reed and Breen family lived, but Jacob and George Donner and their wives all perished. Some of their children survived, but were left orphaned. In the aftermath of the tragedy, with rumors of cannibalism rife, many of the survivors disputed the accounts, although some did speak freely about what they had to do to survive. Eliza Donner, who was only 3 years old during my...
Imagine telling that story to somebody. It got to the point where we had to decide who lives or dies in order for others to survive. Imagine telling that story. And we sit here and complain about minor things. Look what they were faced with. Look what they had to do. Put that into perspective in your life of what you're going through. I always try to tell people, man, or remind people, not tell people, remind people. It could be worse. You know? And you might not like that at the time because you in the thick of it. But it could be worse. Think about it.
Migration, and was the youngest of the Donner children, later published an account of the ordeal and wrote about the emotional scars caused by the rumors of cannibalism. Many years later, in 2010, the remains from the campsite were examined again, and researchers announced that they had been unable to find any human bones or other physical evidence of cannibalism. Although it was noted that only cooked bones would be preserved, and it's unlikely that the Donner Party members would have needed to cook human bones. Today, the site of the makeshift cabins is a tourist attraction that receives thousands of visitors each year. The state of California justifies memorializing a site where cannibalism likely occurred, stating the episode was an isolated and tragic incident of American history that has been transformed into a major folk epic.
Wow.
Bella Elmore. Now, this next one is a bit of a blast from the past, but is a case we've never covered on Top 5s, so thought we would have a look, as there has been a recent twist in the story. Kunigunde Makamotsi was the daughter of a Russian-Polish father and German mother. She went by various aliases, including Bella Elmore and Cora Turner. Bella was a stage name, however the aspiring music hall artist had little or no talent, so rarely found work. In 1893, under the name of Cora Turner, she married a homeopath and medicine dispenser, Hawley Harvey Crippen, in New Jersey City. Cora was Crippen's second wife. His first wife, Charlotte, had died of a stroke in 1892, and after her death, Crippen had moved to New York and left the care of his 2-year-old son, Hawley Otto, to his parents in California. In 1897, Crippen and Cora moved to London, although his US medical qualifications were not sufficient to allow Crippen to practice as a doctor in the UK. so he found work as a distributor of patent medicines, while Cora continued to pursue her stage career. By all accounts, Cora was an overbearing woman who liked to socialize and had several affairs. But nevertheless, her husband tried to support her as much as he could, and eventually it cost him his job, as he was spending so much time trying to manage her career. In 1900, Crippen found work again as the manager of Jewette's Institution for the Deaf. By 1905, the Crippens' marriage was in trouble, and they moved to 39 Hilldrop Crescent in Holloway, London, where they took in lodgers to supplement Crippen's meager income. Allegedly, Cora had an affair with one of these lodgers, and in turn, Crippen started an affair with Ethel Leneuve, a young typist who worked at Druitt's. For the next 5 years, the Crippens led separate lives and slept in separate beds. However, Cora still liked to throw dinner parties for her showbiz friends, and on the evening of Monday, the 31st of January 1910, two close friends of Cora, Paul and Clara Martinetti, came around for a meal. The couple left at around 1 a.m. on Tuesday the 1st of February, and all seemed well. That was the last time anyone saw Cora Crippen alive. Over the next few weeks, people began to ask where Cora was, and Crippen told a variety of stories about her whereabouts, but eventually said she had returned to America and died. Meanwhile, his lover moved into Hilldrop Crescent and began openly wearing Cora's clothes and jewelry. Cora's friends grew suspicious, and eventually one of them called the police. And on the
Yeah, that's suspicious alone. You know what I mean? Multiple stories of accounts of where she's at. Then you finally just said she moved back to America and died. Then you moved your lover in and started allowing her to wear her stuff. Does that seem logical? No, it don't. It don't. All things starting to point to you, homeboy.
The 8th of July 1910, Chief Inspector Walter Drew knocked on the door of Hilldrop Crescent, where he found Ethel alone. Ethel told Drew he would find Crippen at work, so the inspector visited Crippen at his office, and the two returned together to Hilldrop Crescent, where Crippen happily showed the officer around the house. He also told Drew a different story about Cora's whereabouts, saying she had left him for another man. Chief Inspector Drew seemed happy with this.
So she didn't die in America. Now she left you for another man. Like, it's only a matter of time now, bro.
Explanation, and after a quick search of the house, left and asked Crippen to get his wife to contact him to confirm the story. However, Crippen and Ethel panicked and fled to Brussels, where they spent the night at a hotel before boarding the Canadian Pacific liner SS Montrose at Antwerp, bound for Canada. The pair's sudden departure prompted police to search the house in Hilldrop Crescent again, and during the fourth and final search, they found the torso of a human body buried under the brick floor of the basement. An autopsy confirmed traces of the calming drug, scopolamine, in the body parts, and the remains were identified by a scar on a piece of skin from the abdomen that matched with a medical procedure Cora had had, although her head, limbs, and skeleton were never recovered. Meanwhile, Crippen, who had shaved off his mustache, and Ethel disguised as a boy, were crossing the Atlantic on Montrose, although passengers had noticed they looked overly affectionate for a father and son. A call had already been put out to ships about the two fugitives, and Captain Henry George Kendall recognized the pair. Just before steaming beyond the range of his shipboard transmitter, he sent a wireless telegram to the British authorities. Crippen would be the first criminal to be captured with the aid of wireless telegraphy. On receiving the message, Inspector Dew boarded a faster White Star liner, SS Laurentic, from Liverpool, and arrived in Quebec, Canada, ahead of Crippen. Dew then boarded the Montrose disguised as a pilot, and Crippen was invited to meet the pilots as they came aboard. Dew removed his pilot's cap and said, "Good morning, Dr. Crippen. Do you know me? I'm Chief Inspector Dew from Scotland Yard." After a pause, Crippen replied, "Thank God it's over. The suspense has been too great. I couldn't stand it any longer." He then held out his wrists for the handcuffs. Crippen and Ethel were returned to Britain, where they stood trial at the Old Bailey, although none of the evidence presented seemed conclusive. But despite this, the jury found Crippen guilty of murder after just 27 minutes, and he was sentenced to death. Ethel was charged only with being an accessory after the fact and acquitted. Throughout the proceedings and at his sentencing, Crippen showed no remorse for his wife, only concern for his lover's reputation. On Wednesday, the 23rd of November 1910, 48-year-old Crippen was hanged at Pentonville, London. His last request was for a photograph of Ethel and some of her letters to be buried with him in his unmarked grave, a request that was granted. Over the years, questions have arisen about the investigation, trial, and evidence that convicted Crippen. And in October 2007, Michigan State University forensic scientist David Foran claimed that mitochondrial DNA evidence showed the remains found beneath Crippen's cellar floor were not those of Cora Crippen, and that the flesh samples found at the scene were that of a male. However, the new scientific evidence for Crippen's innocence has been disputed because the technique used was very new and done only by one team on a degraded sample. In December 2009, the UK's Criminal Cases Review Commission, having reviewed the case, declared that the Courts of Appeal will not hear the case to pardon Crippen posthumously. Crippen's name has lived on, and between 1910 until 2016, a waxwork of Dr. Crippen was on display in the Chamber of Horrors at Madame Tussauds in London. But in a curious twist, during the Dogger Bank earthquake of 1931, the strongest earthquake ever recorded in the UK, the head of Crippen's waxwork fell off and rolled along the floor in what many...
Ain't that ironic? Ain't that ironic? Because how was she found? Missing head and limbs? Oh, okay. Okay.
Many believed was a message from the grave. There is no doubt the investigation into Cora's disappearance was less than perfect. So could they have hung an innocent man? What do you think?
I think he did it. That's all I'm gonna say.
The boy from Somosierra. This next case is well known in Spain, where it happened, but is less well known to the rest of the world. It's the mystery of what happened to the boy from Somosierra, a case dubbed Europe's strangest disappearance. Andres Martinez was a truck driver who lived in the south of Spain, in Fuente Alamo, Murcia. On some of his trips, he took along his wife, Carmen Gomez, and their 10-year-old son, Juan Pedro. On June 24, 1986, Andreas was due to transport 20,000 litres of sulfuric acid up north to the Spanish city of Bilbao. Because Juan had done well in school, Andreas invited Juan and Carmen along for the journey. The family left around 7 p.m. after picking up the truck in the city of Cartagena, and by 6 a.m. the following day, the truck had entered Somosierra, a mountain pass to the north of Madrid. At this point, witnesses described the truck as being driven erratically and at speeds, as if it had a mechanical problem. Soon after, the truck broke off another driver's car wing mirror, and then it bumped into another car from behind, causing it to crash head-on with the truck that was travelling in the opposite direction. The impact caused Andreas' truck to overturn, spilling the sulfuric acid out onto the side of the road and covering the area with a toxic cloud. The authorities had to act quickly to neutralize the acid before it leaked into a nearby river. After the area had been cleaned up, sadly they found Andreas and Carmen's body in the crashed truck. However, Juan was nowhere to be seen. Although initially they weren't looking for him, as it wasn't until they spoke to relatives that they realized the boy was traveling with his parents. Investigators later re-examined the truck and surrounding area but found no signs of Juan Pedro. Thoughts turned to the possibility that the sulfuric acid had melted his body, although chemists later dismissed the idea, as he would have had at least left behind some hair, teeth, or nails at the scene. Witnesses soon came forward and said the last time the family was seen was at a bar at around 5:30 a.m. on the morning of the crash, where there didn't appear to be anything untoward about their demeanour. After examining the truck, investigators discovered that there was nothing wrong with Andreas' truck, so there was no mechanical reason for him to be driving the way he was. However, his tachometer recorded that Andreas had stopped his truck 12 times as he went up the mountain during a period of 20 minutes, which does seem strange. To this day, nothing has been found of 10-year-old Juan, despite extensive investigations. So what happened to him? While there have been many theories, the most popular is that Juan was kidnapped and his father was pursuing his abductors when he crashed. This is kind of backed up by the driver of the car who Andreas hit, who told police he was assisted by a man and blonde-haired woman in a white van. The woman was allegedly a nurse and looked over the man's injuries before driving away. The same couple were also allegedly seen pulling up to Andreas's truck after the collision and took something out of the cab, possibly a package or even Juan. This does seem a little far-fetched, but not beyond the realms of possibility. Others have suggested drugs were involved, although the family have strenuously denied this. Another theory speculates that Juan Pedro might have survived the crash and climbed out of the truck, and while looking for help stumbled upon the white van couple, who then abducted him. Or that he was burned by the acid and stumbled out of the cab, tried to make his way to the river to soothe his skin. Although considering the massive search for Juan Pedro after it was discovered that he was missing, it seems likely that he would have been found had he wandered around the area and collapsed or died somewhere.
Right.
But Juan Pedro's family are hanging on to the belief that he is still alive. It's been reported that in May 1987, a man in Madrid met a blind old woman and a boy who looked like Juan Pedro. The woman was an Iranian refugee looking for the American embassy. She said that she and her family had been in Spain for only 6 months, yet the boy she was with spoke fluent Spanish with an Andalusian accent just like Juan. When the man complimented the boy's strong Spanish, the old woman got nervous and wouldn't explain how he knew the language so well. Today, Juan Pedro would be 45 years old, and if he is still alive, how amazing would it be if he made contact?
I think he was kidnapped. Just my guess. You know what I mean? I think he was kidnapped. Like I said, it fits the events leading up to the crash, him stopping so many times and him running into the back of something, and then him not being there. I agree with the chemist. There would be something to prove that he was, you know what I mean? The acid had gotten to him and maybe, you know what I mean, melted his body or whatever. But I'm thinking he was taken. He was taken. That's my opinion. That's my guess. That's crazy though. Sheesh.
The Pottery Cottage murders. When someone is convicted of a violent crime, we trust the system to keep that person safely incarcerated.
Don't say we. So I have a hard time trusting the system, bro. And we watch a lot of these videos to all be, you know what I mean, just hesitant about trusting this system. I know I am. I have my reservations about it.
For the duration of their sentence, until they are deemed fit to be released back into society. Sadly, in our next story, that was not the case, and the consequences were horrific. On the night of the 21st of August 1976, William Thomas Hughes followed a young couple he had met in a nightclub to a park where he beat the man with a brick and raped his partner. Hughes was quickly arrested after a tip-off from a member of the public and was remanded to Leicester Prison. However, despite a criminal past of violent behaviour, Hughes was allocated work in the prison kitchen, and on the 3rd of December 1976, he stole a boning knife that he managed to conceal from prison authorities, despite regular searches. It later transpired that limited information about how violent Hughes could be was not passed on to Leicester Prison, and because of his demeanour and good behaviour, they designated him as a low-risk Category B inmate. They didn't receive the full report of how dangerous he was until after he escaped. On the 12th of January 1977, Hughes was scheduled to appear at court in Chesterfield, and he was transported to the court in the back of a taxi, handcuffed to prison officer Ken Simmons. Fellow officer Don Sprittle was sat in the front next to the driver, so instead of Hughes having both hands cuffed, he had one hand free. The weather conditions during the 55-mile journey were horrendous. There had been heavy snowfall, and the traffic was disrupted. As they neared the end of their journey, Hughes insisted he needed to stop for a bathroom break. This was when he retrieved the stolen boning knife he had hidden on his person. And when he returned to the taxi, he stabbed Sprintle in the back of the neck before turning the knife on Simmons. After incapacitating both, he dumped the driver and the badly injured officers at the roadside. Hughes then drove the taxi off at speed, crashing into a wall along a road close to Beeley Moor in the Derbyshire Peak district of central and northern England. Police were soon notified of Hughes's escape, and an immediate search was ordered. However, initially they searched the wrong area, believing that Hughes wouldn't attempt to cross the exposed moorland in such bad weather, but they were wrong. Hughes had made his way across the moor and stopped at a remote farmhouse called Pottery Cottage. Hughes entered the home from the back door armed with 2 axes he had stolen from the garden shed. The only people home were Arthur and Amy Minton, who shared the cottage with their youngest daughter Gillian, her husband Richard Moran, and their adopted 10-year-old daughter Sarah. Hughes told Arthur and Amy that he was on the run from the police and needed to lay low until dusk. He promised them he wouldn't hurt them. Soon after, Gillian and Sarah arrived home, followed some...
Please tell me they didn't believe that. I'm on the run from the police. I just need somewhere to lay low. I will not hurt you. Please tell me they didn't go for that. That's just asking to get killed. Oh, hey, here, we got tons of knives in there. We'll be sleeping. You can kill us later.
Promised them he wouldn't hurt them. Soon after, Gillian and Sarah arrived home, followed sometimes later by Richard, who found Hughes holding a knife to his wife's throat, threatening to kill her if anyone approached him. He forced Richard to the floor and bound his hands and legs. He then tied up Gillian and Amy, followed by Arthur and Sarah, who were in the annex. But Arthur strongly resisted and was brutally manhandled, dragged across the floor and tied to an armchair. Hughes then gagged all the adults and isolated them in separate rooms, taking Sarah through to the annex. Gillian, who was bound and gagged in her bedroom, heard the sounds of a commotion coming from the lounge below and realized it was her father being beaten. After the beating, Hughes casually made tea for his hostages and later sexually assaulted Gillian. The next morning, a local authority truck arrived to empty the septic tank. Hughes ordered Gillian outside to greet them, warning her to act normal. As she walked through the house, she caught a glimpse of her father, who appeared motionless in the armchair. Hughes dragged her away, telling her that he was asleep. Gillian also asked about her daughter's whereabouts, and Hughes assured her that she was asleep in the annex. After getting the family to call in sick to work and school, Hughes sent Gillian out alone to buy newspapers and cigarettes and check for roadblocks, warning her not to do anything stupid. Terrified of what he might do to her family, Gillian carried out his instructions. When Gillian returned, she noticed that her father had been moved. Hughes claimed that he was now in his bedroom. Throughout that day, Gillian made food for the family, and Hughes took it to them. He even took some soft toys into Sarah, claiming that she was really pleased to see them. Hughes reassured his hostages that he would be leaving that evening, and he untied Gillian, Richard and Amy, and they all drank whiskey together and played card games. Hughes prepared for his escape by...
Wait, what? You gagged us, beat us, you raped her. And now you want to untie us to play card games? I'm not that person, bro. First shot I get, and I'm gonna make it count. And it's gonna be calculated. But I'm taking my chance. I'm taking my shot.
By sending Gillian and Richard out for supplies. During the journey, Richard tried to convince his wife that they should go to the police.
Yes.
But fearing for the life of her daughter and parents, she refused. That night,
I can understand that too.
the weather conditions were so treacherous that Hughes decided to stay for a second night. The next evening, Hughes parted Pottery Cottage, leaving all his hostages tied up. But he decided to take Gillian with him. However, after driving several miles, he insisted they turn around and go back to the house, claiming he had forgotten a map. Hughes went back into the house alone and was gone for a considerable time. And when he returned, the car wouldn't start, so he sent Gillian unaccompanied to a neighbour's house to ask for a tow. There, she finally alerted them to the hostage situation, but they didn't have a phone, so they had to travel to get help. As Gillian walked back to the car, she could see her mother staggering in the snow before collapsing. Hughes then forced Gillian to approach another neighbour for help. This time he went with her, and soon they were on their way. By now, the first neighbour had alerted the police, and they had arrived at Pottery Cottage. There they found a scene of utter horror. Amy Minton lay dead in the snow, and inside the house they found the bodies of Richard, Sarah and Arthur. All four had multiple stab wounds to the throat and chest. Cruelly, Hughes had kept up the pretense that Arthur and Sarah were still alive throughout, even pretending to speak with them.
That's that's why I say I would have took my shot, bro. You're ultimately trusting a criminal, a known killer.
When in reality, it was clear they had both been murdered on the first night. The police soon caught up with Hughes and Gillian, and a high-speed chase ensued across Derbyshire and into Cheshire, ending when Hughes crashed into a wall in the village of Reno. As police tried to negotiate, Hughes held an axe over Gillian's head and demanded a vehicle in which to escape. To try and save Gillian's life, a car was provided. But when Hughes went to strike Gillian with the axe, police marksmen opened fire and shot Hughes dead. It was the first time an officer from Derbyshire Constabulary had shot anyone dead, and the first time British police had shot dead an escaped prisoner. Gillian was the only survivor. So that's it for this video, and remember, if you haven't already heard,
55 hours with the knife, man. First time they had shot and killed, and it's no better time than the present for them, and he was the right person for them to shoot. Like, I know it's tough to think about stuff like that, man, but you got to think about, I know you're thinking about your family, you're thinking about everything in those type of situations, bro, so that's a tough decision to make. I know we could sit back, and I can sit back and from my chair right here say what I would have done or what I wouldn't have done, you know, but ultimately it's until you're in those type of situations that, you know, and can you blame her? She was worried about her child and the rest of her family. So she thought what she was doing was right. So you can't knock her for that. And you can't knock somebody for saying first opportunity I got, I'm taking my chances because he's going to kill us. Neither one of them are wrong in my opinion because I understand what you're doing it for. So, bro, these stories here though, this is one for the books. Y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think, man. This was a rough one tonight. So next reaction, I'm out. Y'all stay solid. Gone.
When it cost a new coupe, this the new. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bells.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy L, and I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. Now, I've been so interested in this story since I first heard about it. I think I heard about it in one of those top 10 videos. I mean, y'all know how much content we've done. My memory gone. But I was interested in somebody to really go in depth with this story to give us the full, you know what I mean, scoop on it. And I happened to come across it today. So I was like, yo, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this. And what I'm talking about is Travis the Chimp, man. Title of the video is Chimp Goes Absolutely Ballistic After Being Given Xanax. To which, why a chimp should be given Xanax or mistakenly getting Xanax or however, I can't remember how he received it. It's just crazy to me. You know what I mean? And we're going in on the story of Travis the Chimp, right? So two reasons this story is absolutely crazy. You know what I mean? It's because people still think that they can tame wild animals. And I know I said two reasons, but mainly just one. People still think that they can tame wild animals, bro. And you cannot. You know what I mean? You may tame them for a period of time, but when that wild animal decides to be a wild animal, what's standing in its way from going absolutely, as this video says, ballistic on you? It's nothing stopping him. Whether it be a tiger, whether it be a chimp, whether it's a snake, whether it's whatever, bro. Like, we gotta remember where we are in this ecosystem and where we stand, bro, and where animals stand in this whole thing of ours. We gotta remember that. You know what I mean? So we're gonna check this video out, man. This is definitely gonna be one of those ones, bro. So prepare yourself if you haven't had a small glimpse of this story and this is all new to you, prepare yourself. All right. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button, join the fam, and make sure that you put my toothpick in for this. Run the lights up, baby. Let's get to it.
Stand for 911, where's your emergency?
This is Sandy. 241 Rock. What can I do?
What's the problem?
Send the police. Send the police.
What's the problem there?
The chimp killed my friend. He's killing my friend.
Who's killing your friend?
My chimpanzee.
Oh, your chimpanzee is killing your friend.
He ripped her apart. Hurry up.
With a gun. Is the monkey still by your friend, or can you get close to your friend?
He's eating her. Please. God, no, please.
Okay, I need you to calm down for me. I know it's hard, okay? I know it's hard. But they're going as fast as they can your way, okay?
God, please.
Like one of the most horrific, like hearing him just in the background, bro, just made the hairs on my arms stand up.
Dogs, cats, and birds are often kept as pets because of the unconditional love and companionship they provide. These pets commonly become beloved family members, but occasionally certain people seek out other, more exotic animals, attempting to tame and domesticate them as pets too. But how domesticated can these wild exotic animals be? Few owners would ever consider that their beloved pets could be harboring a dark, savage side, capable of inflicting horrific damage on people and property alike. But for some exotic pet owners, when they find out the harsh truth, it's already far too late.
What you automatically think of seeing that picture? Planet of the Apes, right? Caesar coming around, jumping out that window, coming through the gate, jumping on that dude and biting his finger off. Y'all remember that part? Sheesh.
What is up, Ewu crew? The shocking story we have for you today is wild, gruesome, and incredibly tragic. It's a warning to anyone who dreams of keeping an exotic animal for a pet. In 1995, Sandy and Jerry Harold sought out a chimpanzee breeder from Festus, Missouri, who ran a sanctuary. Though they themselves didn't operate a sanctuary, they wanted to buy a baby chimp to keep as a pet at their home in Stamford, Connecticut. The breeder, Connie Casey, bred a male chimp named Coco, who had been taken from jungles somewhere in the broad region of equatorial Africa in the 1970s, before being bought by Casey for $12,000, and a female chimp named Susie, who had retired after being on display in a zoo. On October 21st, Casey called Sandy and told her, "Your baby has arrived. It's a boy." And to Sandy, the little chimp really would become like a baby to her. Sandy quickly set off to meet the baby chimp she had excitedly been waiting for. But in order to take the baby from Susie, Casey had to tranquilize the mother chimpanzee. The baby chimp was named Travis, after the country music singer Travis Tritt.
So let's pause right there. Do you think that chimp had any is gonna remember that? Took me away from my mom. You tranquilized her and took me away from my mom, my family. You don't think that stays somewhere in their brain?
Who was a favorite of Sandy's. As a newborn, Travis was said to be covered in black hair everywhere but his pink face. Sandy had cried while meeting the baby chimp for the first time, when his tiny hands and feet grasped her own hands as she held him. Without hesitation, Sandy paid $50,000 in cash to Casey, and soon took the 3-day-old tiny chimp on a flight and then home with her. Much like a human baby, Sandy cared for Travis by feeding him his formula through a bottle, burping him, and even putting him down for naps in a crib. All the while, she and Jerry played with Travis and started to teach him to respond in English. They taught him to brush his teeth, much like a human, and even purchased an entire wardrobe for him, which they would dress him in every morning. He often wore baseball shirts and sometimes a baseball cap. As he quickly grew, he started to move around more, no longer satisfied with dragging himself around on the floor. The Herald's house was large, but not equipped to satisfy a growing chimpanzee. They soon had to adapt their house to fit his needs. Much of their house became spaces designed just for Travis. Not only did they cage in a large room just for him, much like a bedroom, which was attached to an outdoor enclosure for him to access and outfitted with tires and ropes, but they also gave him a few other rooms all to himself that he would be able to move about whenever he was alone. The couple had to put a lock on their bedroom door, but when they were home, Travis had run of the entire house. Eventually, though, Travis was sleeping in the Herald's room.
I'm starting to think that Planet of the Apes might have been drawn from this story. Like, remember how Caesar's room was set up and how he went all through the house, end up at the kitchen table to eat, and go through the house back to his room, have that window up there. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to think like they might have pulled a little bit from this.
And though they had given him his own mattress, he often ended up sleeping in bed with the both of them. Travis would even reportedly join both Sandy and Jerry in the bathtub. Sandy would later remark, "Until you've eaten with a chimp and bathed with a chimp, you don't know a chimp." Travis ate all of his meals at the table with the Heralds. And as he grew older, he even began drinking wine with dinner from a wine glass.
Now we got a drunk chimp, bro. Y'all are...
The Heralds' entire lives became consumed with Travis, and they even began bringing him to their work with them. The Heralds owned a towing company, and there was a large room above their tow shop. They soon filled the room with tire swings, ropes, and trampolines for him to play with as they worked. Sandy had a daughter named Sue, who had a young son, Tyler. As he grew up, Tyler would often play with Travis, much like a human childhood friend. Even though they were actually similar in age, Travis matured quicker than Tyler, and gentle Travis would often care for the young boy. He was known to hold him in his lap and give him kisses. The Heralds really did seem to regard Travis like a human child, taking him to the beach with them, teaching him to ride a bike, and even how to control a ride-on lawnmower. He would water the houseplants, feed the family horses, get himself a drink from the fridge and pour himself a glass, and even join them at restaurants. The Heralds appeared to believe that they had socialized and domesticated Travis, and that—
I'm serious. He sound better than like my two sons who just want to lay around and play video games and go outside and like, fam, I need a Travis, just minus the ballistic part. Give me that.
That because they treated him like a human being, he almost was one. They didn't see him as a pet, but as part of their family. Sandy, in particular, viewed Travis as her son. Travis soon became a local celebrity in Stamford. The police were known to take pictures with him, and strangers would approach the Heralds to have pictures taken, sometimes even getting Travis to hold their children and pose. The Heralds eventually used him to advertise their business because he was so well known in Stamford. Sadly, Sue, Sandy's daughter, passed away in a motor vehicle accident, which sent the grieving mother into spiraling depression. The tragedy also resulted in her considering Travis to be her only remaining child. Travis took on the role of Sandy's child easily, and he accompanied the couple even more frequently. But though he often behaved as though he was human, the Heralds would soon learn they couldn't always control him. During a drive through downtown Stamford in October 2003, the Heralds stopped at a red light, and for some reason, someone threw an empty plastic bottle into the half-opened window where Travis sat. Travis's reaction was to grunt, unbuckle his seatbelt, open the car door, and knuckle walk across the road. While out on the street, Travis reportedly lunged at someone walking by, before he began climbing over cars and swinging around the street. The entire time, he was smiling and hooting as the Heralds attempted to get him back in the car. Nothing they did could get him to calm down and leave. Not even their usual bribery of cookies and ice cream. After some time, a dozen police officers were called to help wrangle the loose chimpanzee, but he saw the officers as part of the game and started chasing them. For 2 hours, Travis evaded capture by local police. He would enter the Herald's vehicle and then swiftly open the doors and jump out before they could lock him in. Finally, after tiring of his game, Travis climbed into the vehicle and buckled his seatbelt to leave. The Herald reportedly kept Travis contained in his room the next day because he had been grounded for his actions. Even though police all agreed he was being playful, it was also clear that the Heralds didn't have complete control over Travis, and that even the police had been unsuccessful in capturing him when he was loose. The incident received a lot of...
And see, y'all don't think Travis starts to it's just like a child, in a sense. You know what I mean? It's just like a child. Now, in his mind, he thinks he can get away with that. He thinks he can do this. He think this, possibly he could think this is a game. And he could do this when he wants. And it's over when he says it's over. And he gets tired. Now, they start testing their boundaries, bro. And realizing their strength, bro. That right there, warning sign number 1 should have been extremely, like, an eye-opener to them to be like, yo, maybe it's time for us to part ways and take him to somebody else.
Of attention, and because of it, the State Department of Environmental Protection became aware of Travis. They determined that the Heralds were violating a statute which required them to have a permit in order to keep an exotic primate of Travis's size and weight. Despite this, they chose not to take Travis from them, mostly because of his status as a local celebrity and partially because they didn't want to appear cold-hearted and harsh. They also claimed that they didn't believe Travis was a threat to public safety. It is important to note that most of the Stamford police officers knew Travis quite well, and almost all of them had posed with him for a photo at some point, which may have influenced their opinions on the incident. However, an animal control officer named Lynn Della Bianca was very concerned. Officer Della Bianca came to speak with Sandy about keeping Travis, and told her that adult male chimpanzees were as strong as 5 grown men and known to be unpredictably violent. Della Bianca also told her that because Travis was now an adult at this point, he had reached his sexual maturity, and in the wild, chimps would be engaging in some sort of sexual activity daily, sometimes even up to 50 times a day.
50 times a day? Jesus Christ. I guess you ain't never heard of a chimp having Viagra. Like, fam. 50 times a day, bro. No IV? Like, no, that's dehydration. Like, that's insane. You gotta take him to the wild. It's a true wild animal, if you know.
Travis would have those same urges, but could become violent because of them. Even though Sandy listened to Della Bianca's warning, she quickly dismissed the concerns, as she had never seen Travis display any kind of behavior close to violent. Still, Officer Della Bianca cautioned that Travis would live until he was 30 or 40, and she couldn't predict his behavior for his lifetime. Della Bianca later revealed that Sandy had expressed to her that she knew she wouldn't be able to keep Travis forever, and that one day he would have to go to a sanctuary as he would become harder to control when he got older. But Sandy had withheld the entire truth from Officer Della Bianca. 2 years prior, in 2001, she had been told by Travis's breeder, Connie Casey, that Travis's parents, Susie and Coco, along with another chimp, had escaped from their cages. On the loose, they had allegedly aggressively approached 17-year-old Jason Coates' vehicle. Coates claimed that he and his friends were trapped inside as the chimps bared their teeth and rocked the vehicle. Coates eventually broke free and ran into his house to get a shotgun. By this time, Casey had arrived and tranquilized Susie, but she was still conscious. Though Casey had begged Coates not to use the weapon, he was reportedly afraid of the chimp and believed she would attack. He shot her 3 times. Susie died 2 hours after the incident. After the fact, other witnesses came forward and said that the chimps were being playful and friendly, and Coates served a month in jail for property damage and animal abuse. But he still maintains that the chimps had posed a threat to him. What's more, there was an alleged incident in 1996 with Travis where he had actually shown that he could be aggressive. Leslie Mostel Paul had seen Travis while he was in the Herald's vehicle and asked Sandy if she could approach him to say hello. Sandy had said it was fine, but when Paul tried to shake Travis's hand, he grabbed her hand and bit her. The bite was deep enough that it drew blood. Paul later described that she felt like Sandy was more aggravated than upset about the incident, as if she was annoyed it had happened. Paul said that she had to get a rabies shot just in case because Sandy took so long to prove that Travis had gotten his shots. Paul was so upset by the incident that she reported it to the police, but she was disappointed when the matter was never looked into. Later, the police would claim that they never received Paul's report. In hindsight, these glimpses of aggressive behavior were hints to the horror that would occur in the future. Regardless of if the Heralds believed that Travis was a threat or not, they still no longer took him out in public, as it was clear they wouldn't be able to capture him if he didn't want to be contained. Reportedly, the mayor at the time warned that if he got loose again, he could be shot. Trapped at home and no longer allowed to accompany the Heralds to work or on outings, Travis began to sulk and mope about being cooped up in the house. Around this same time, Jerry became incredibly ill with stomach cancer, and Sandy was spending all of her time with him in the hospital. Jerry began to worry that if he passed away, Travis would be too much for Sandy to take care of on her own. He even suggested that she take him to a sanctuary. When Jerry died on April 12, 2004, Sandy felt incredibly alone. And despite Jerry's worries, she chose to keep Travis with her. Travis also appeared to mourn in his own way, taking the pictures of Jerry off the wall and kissing them before holding them to his chest. He even started to take care of Sandy, filing her nails and brushing her hair when she sat crying. A year after Jerry passed, Sandy debated sending Travis to a sanctuary, even writing a letter to the owner. But she soon changed her mind and never sent it. Part of this decision was because Sandy and her friend Charla Nash, a single mother, had reunited after Jerry passed. Sandy allowed Charla and her young daughter to live in a loft that she owned, and even offered her a job bookkeeping for the towing business. Their friendship seemed to save Sandy from the depths of her despair, and Charla often spent time helping Sandy take care of her house as well as Travis. Charla had experience with Travis, as she had visited quite frequently when he was younger, and he often climbed up her legs and shoulders and played with her blonde hair. Now that she was back involved in his life, Charla soon started making jokes that she was Travis's aunt, as she often took care of him. For 4 years, Travis never left the Herald property, and in that time, the chimp had transformed. He was 14 years old, and due to Sandy's inability to care for him as well as she once had, he had gained enormous amounts of weight, coming in at around 240 pounds as a result of eating only junk food, such as ice cream, popsicles, and fish and chips. He spent his time watching one of the 3 TVs all day, or playing with his own pet cat named Misty. Though
Now, Travis needed a gym, a Stairmaster, a treadmill, or something. Sheesh. You see how big Travis was? Yo! He ain't running, he ain't playing, he ain't swinging, he just eating and drinking wine. And Like he got like life really hit him hard. He drinking like he got a problem. Dang, Travis look like he mixed with a bear right there, don't he?
Sandy appeared to be recovering from the devastating loss of Jerry. Travis's agitation grew over the years, and he was often irritable. It seemed that being cut off from the rest of the world and limited to only the house, in addition to the pain of Jerry's sudden death, caused Travis to lose some of the sweet nature he was known for. He was particularly surly on February 16th, 2009, just as Sandy was about to head out of the house to meet a friend. Sandy tried to calm him by getting him to color or draw, watch TV or eat, but nothing seemed to distract him from his agitation. She worried about him enough to put a Xanax pill into Travis's tea in the hopes that he would settle down. It didn't appear to be working, as Travis took her car keys and went out to the yard where Sandy failed to coax him back into the house. He clearly wanted to go for a car ride, which he was no longer allowed to do, and was pacing across the yard. Panicked, Sandy called Charla. Later, there would be a disagreement about whether or not Sandy asked Charla to come and help her, or if Charla had volunteered to come over herself. Either way, Charla arrived at Sandy's house around 3:40 p.m. and found Travis out in the yard. At first, Charla held up an Elmo doll she had brought to distract Travis. She held the doll over her face, but he reacted in a way she hadn't expected at all. Upon seeing her, Travis charged across the yard, about 35 feet away, running on his knuckles in a rage before rearing up onto his two back legs right in front of her. Stunned, Sandy had shouted at him that it was Charla and for him to stop. But Travis didn't listen. Instead, he shoved Charla against her vehicle, where she then dropped to the ground. Seeing his sudden attack, Sandy screamed for him to stop. But when he didn't, she grabbed a snow shovel and hit him over the head. Despite Travis screaming as well, he didn't stop his attack on Charla, who was defenseless against the enormous animal. Sandy ran back to the house and grabbed a butcher's knife to defend her friend. She stabbed Travis 3 times, but he didn't even slow down. Allegedly, Travis paused only once to stand up and face Sandy where she stood petrified. He made eye contact with her before turning away and continuing his assault on Charla. Not knowing what else to do and fearing he would attack her as well, Sandy ran to her car where it was parked nearby, knife still in hand, and locked herself inside. She made a frantic call to 911. Sandy sobbed while screaming for the police to arrive. She asked for the police to bring a gun to stop her chimpanzee from killing her friend.
The chimp killed my friend!
What's the problem with your friend?
Oh, please!
What's the problem with your friend? I need to know.
The police! With a gun! With a gun! They gotta have their guns out. They gotta have their guns out. Listen to me. Oh my God.
End quote. He ripped her apart. Hurry up, please. The dispatcher had reportedly believed the call was a hoax, as they never expected to hear reports of a chimpanzee attack.
He's killing my friend!
Who's killing your friend?
My chimpanzee!
Oh, your chimpanzee is killing your friend.
He ripped her apart! Hurry up!
With a gun.
Hurry up, please! He ripped her face off!
He ripped her.
She's dead.
Why are you saying that she's dead?
She's dead. He ripped her apart.
He ripped what apart? Her face?
Everything.
Is the monkey still by your friend, or can you get close to your friend?
He's eating her. Please. God, no, please.
Okay, I need you to calm down for me. I know it's hard, okay? I know it's hard. But they're going as fast as they can your way, okay?
Oh, God, please.
What do you do? Like, she treated this chimp, Travis, as her child, bro. Had to go stab her child. I thought she was gonna get in the car and try to run him over. At least, like something, get him off her some kind of way. The shovel, she hit him with the shovel. Nothing. I told y'all, Travis looked like a bear. He was like a bear at this point. Ain't that, them 3 stab wounds ain't do nothing? Nothing. Probably felt like a needle going in the side. Like, come on, man. She wouldn't have been there if you didn't call her over there. You gotta do something. Something. Like, I don't understand why she didn't have a gun in the house. Anyway. That something, man. Like, she died over coming over to help you out. That's crazy.
It wasn't until Sandy screamed, "He's eating her," that they took the call seriously.
What?
When the police finally arrived,
I don't remember that part. I didn't know they didn't take the call serious. I didn't remember that. Wow. When do 911 never take a call serious?
they found Charla lying on the ground, mostly naked from Travis ripping at her clothing. She appeared to be dead. Travis was angrily roaming the yard, but rapidly approached the police vehicle. He yanked at one of the police doors, but found it was locked, and then swung around to the other side. Here, he easily knocked off one of the side view mirrors before he yanked on the other door. This one was unlocked, and it opened. The officer on that side was Frank Chiafari. He described that Travis was in a frenzy, and that he recognized the chimp from his visits to the police station to take photos with the officers. Officer Chiafari was startled by Travis's blood-stained face, and he pulled out his gun. Officer Chiafari described the incident, saying, "He gave me a split second to react. He shows his teeth, a snarl, and I see blood. I see his fangs. I just start to shoot." Travis was shot 4 times, and at first he didn't react. Then he shrieked, defecated, and ran away. A group of officers set after Travis, but he managed to sneak back into the house.
He pooped? I don't really understand. Shot. Oh, well, I guess stomach clutching. And maybe he had to go before he did all this, and but that was weird to me. Weird.
During the chaos and went into his room. It was there that he collapsed from all his wounds and died. The police couldn't have prepared themselves for the carnage that they discovered at the scene. Shockingly, Charla was still alive, and she moved, trying to get the officers' attention. The vicious attack resulted in the loss of her nose, both of her eyes, her lips, and scalp. Most of the bones of her face were broken, and she had lost one of her hands and most of the other. The injuries were horrific and extensive, and she wasn't expected to make it. But Charla was swiftly sent to Cleveland Clinic in critical condition, and there she underwent 7 hours of life-saving surgeries. She managed to hang on, and despite all odds, she survived. Though doctors were able to reattach her jaw, the chimp had given her an infection, which caused Charla to become permanently blind. The story shocked the entire world. Immediately, Sandy became the target of reporters horrified by the shocking case. They attempted to lure her out of her house for an interview, but Sandy refused to speak to anyone for weeks after the incident. She was often demonized in the eyes of the press and seen to be at fault for Travis's attack. The media even went so far as to make unseemly accusations against her relationship with Travis. There were also claims that Travis had appeared on Maury Povich's show and in a TV show with Sheryl Crow and Michael Moore. Later, Sandy would mourn the way she was portrayed in the media, as though she had cared more about Travis than Charla. Sandy defended herself, saying that she stabbed her own son, trying to save Charla.
You didn't do enough. I'm kind of with the media a little bit. You didn't do enough. Like, you went and got in the car, you know what I mean? And you assumed she was dead. You went and got in the car. You ain't try to run him over, stabbed him 3 times. It should have been more than that. A gun, something else. You had the shovel, hit him again, something to get him off of her.
Also later described that it felt as though she had stabbed herself. It had upset her so much. Sandy even elaborated that she believed that the moment when Travis turned to face her after she had stabbed him, he was asking her, quote, "Mom, what did you do?" Sandy was further horrified when she went to the crematorium to deliver Travis's favorite tie-dyed t-shirt and found out that the chimp she thought of as her own child had been decapitated in order to have a rabies test conducted. The test result revealed that he didn't have rabies, which would have explained his violent attack. There were other explanations later offered for the savage attack. Though Sandy may have viewed and treated Travis like a human son, he was a wild animal, no matter what she believed. Without knowing it, the strangely close relationship Sandy and Jerry had with Travis may have played a role in causing his attack. In the wild, chimps are very territorial and often get into violent altercations when they feel their space or mate is being threatened. When Charla arrived at the house, she had a new haircut and was driving a different vehicle, one that Travis wasn't familiar with. As Travis was so bonded with Sandy, he likely thought Charla was a threat when he didn't recognize her. Others believe that the chimp had spent 14 years of his life repressing his true nature because he lived like a human being for so long. They think that the attack was inevitable, as it was only a matter of time before the chimp would act like the animal he really was. As well, there is some debate on whether or not the Xanax Sandy gave to Travis may have made him more inclined to attack, as the medication wasn't prescribed to him. In humans, Xanax can cause hallucinations, aggression, and even mania, though it is an anti-anxiety medication. It very well could have been Sandy's attempt to calm Travis that sent him spiraling into a rage. Sandy later denied ever having given Travis Xanax, but the examination of Travis's body had shown evidence of the drug. Officer Chiafari later reflected that despite Travis's devastating attack, he views the chimp as a victim as well as Charla. He should have been in the jungle where he's supposed to be, not in a house drinking wine and taking Xanax.
It's easy to say that now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not defending her nor Travis for what he did, you know? But everybody else who took pictures and egged it on and different things like that, you can't sit here now and want to say, oh, but you should have had him in the wild. You didn't say that when he was coming to the station and he was taking all these pictures with him. You know what I'm saying? So, nah.
Reportedly, Sandy slept with an urn every single night that contained the ashes of Travis's body. When Sandy passed away in 2010 at the age of 72 from an aortic aneurysm, she was buried with the urn in her hands. Since she passed away 15 months after the attack, some have said that after the loss of her daughter, husband, and the chimp she treated like a son, and the maiming of her close friend, she had died from a broken heart. Charla's family sued Sandy only a month after the attack. They asked for $50 million. They eventually settled on $4 million, and Charla herself then attempted to sue the state of Connecticut for $150 million, as she claimed they knew Travis was dangerous from previous incidents. But she lost the case. Many of the surgeons who worked to save Charla, as well as the police who responded to the horrifying incident, received therapy in order to cope with what they had witnessed and the harrowing memories. Yet it was Charla who showed incredible resiliency. She later remarked in an interview, "I just want to get on with my life and get better." On Charla's 56th birthday, only 9 months after she had been attacked, she officially revealed her new face to the world while on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Charla also explained to Oprah that she couldn't remember much of the scarring incident and that she didn't want to. The show shocked viewers as Charla appeared on camera after receiving a graft from her leg to create a nose. Though she survived numerous injuries, there was little that surgeons could do cosmetically, as some areas of her face would never look the way they did before. For 2 years, Charla underwent numerous surgeries. Though all helped to salvage her body after the savage attack, she was also the recipient of innovative transplants. Charla underwent the very first double hand and face transplant in the US. Though all transplants were initially successful, Charla developed pneumonia as she was healing. Her body rejected both of the hand transplants, and doctors were forced to remove them because of infection which caused poor circulation in the limbs. But even after receiving the revolutionary face transplant, which her body seemed to be responding well to, Charla still suffered other setbacks in her road to recovery. As can occur with many transplants, her body began to slightly reject the tissue of the transplant. She had actually taken part in a military-funded study trying to determine whether or not recipients of transplants can be weaned off of anti-rejection drugs, which come with other serious side effects. Often seeking to aid others, Charla chose to participate in order to help military service members who become injured enough to need transplants. Even though she risked her own body rejecting the tissue, Charla reportedly didn't regret helping in the study and believes the research will help others. Once she was back on the anti-rejection medication, her transplant was successfully accepted. She now has a nose, lips, and jaw again, and her face has utterly transformed. I just feel like it's my face. It's just not working real good, Charla shared. Today, Charla survives with the help of an aide who comes to her home most days of the week. Her life has been radically altered as she is blind and has lost the use of both of her hands. Yet, all Charla wants is her independence back, and now, after adjustment, some days she can even function alone. She appears to just want to move forward from what happened to her. Her friends and family describe Charla as always having been a survivor, and it was her fighter spirit that has allowed her to thrive even after so much trauma. She once said in an interview, "I know I always had an attitude to whatever came my way. You know, I'd overcome it. I wouldn't let it hold me back." The tragic story of Travis and Charla is not an isolated incident, as there have been numerous other instances of exotic animals kept as pets who either escape, show their wild nature, or even attack their owners. Even when these animals appear domesticated, they are often unpredictable. If there is anything to take away from the tragedy of this tale, it is this: exotic pets aren't safe to be kept in the home and should be left in the wild, no matter how much they are loved.
That's a fact. I think a lot of times we gotta remember, bro, our actions just don't affect us, they affect others around us. So though we may feel like it's our money, we do what we want to do, it's our life, we want exotic pets, then then we can get an exotic pet. Cool. You're accepting that whatever goes wrong, it should happen to you. But what you forget is you have people coming around. You have other people in your life. You got to start thinking for somebody other than yourself. You have children and things like that that can affect them. This happened to her friend, not her. And now you've passed away and she's still here dealing with it. And she just wants her life back. So that's one thing we have to think about. Nobody's trying to stop you. If you want to get a house in the middle of the desert somewhere and have you an exotic animal, go out there and do it, and don't have people come over. Keep it to yourself. And you deal with it. That's all I'm saying. So one of the craziest stories I've ever heard. But yeah, man, it's real. It is real. And these animals are real. And they can do damage. All right, so listen, man, y'all get at me in the comment section. Let me know what y'all thought of this video. If you haven't heard it, or like myself, you were a little familiar with it but needed the whole in-depth story, this is a crazy one, man. It's your boy L, y'all. Till the next reaction, my peace. Y'all stay solid. Hey.
When it comes to new coupe, this the new. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bells.
So listen, I need all the fathers to come to the front right now. All the fathers to come to the front. Ladies, you can chill here and watch the video and kick it with us too. But I need all the fathers to come to the front. The real fathers, not you fathers that show up when it's convenient. Not you. I'm talking about you fathers that are there every step of the way, if you're allowed to. Now, if you're not allowed to and it's out of your control, then okay, cool. But if you choose not to be in your kid's life, or you choose not to protect your children, or if you choose, you know what I mean, not to be a father, not just exist in that space. You know what I'm saying? I need all the real fathers to come to the front. This video, I feel like this video is going to be for us, right? Because the title of this video is 3 Fathers Who Got Revenge. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not encouraging, let's go on and put that disclaimer out there right now. I don't need nobody to well, L told me to do this, that, and the third. I'm not encouraging no type of violence, period, point blank. Let's get that established. You know what I'm saying? But I need the real fathers, man. I feel like this video is going to be for us. I'm a father. I can only speak for myself. When the moment your child is born, you really hold someone in your hands that you look at and you say, I would die for. I would die for. You literally, it's an undescribable moment. When they take that baby and they first place that baby in your hands and you look and you didn't know that you could ever have, you know what I'm saying, emotions for someone other than your spouse like this. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to describe if you're not a parent. Me just saying it to you, it won't really set in. It's that moment when they place that baby in your hand and you're cupping the head and you're holding the body and you're all these range of emotions are going through your body. You realize this is a person that I would take a bullet. This is the person that I would lay my life down for. I feel like this video is about to be for us, man. I truly do. So shout outs to Criminally Listed. If you haven't subscribed to them, go do so. And yeah, we're gonna check this video out. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. Join the fam. Real quick moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Now run the likes up. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Let's go.
Number 3, Luis Lassois.
My bad.
In 1922, 21-year-old Albert van der Vos married 17-year-old Jean Lassois in Antwerp, Belgium. Sometime after they got married, Jean gave birth to his step twins. After the twins were born, Albert went back to the woman that the newspaper said he found amusing before his marriage. Jean was obviously upset by this. That's when Albert came up with what he thought was a brilliant plan. Albert had an identical twin brother, so he had his brother pretend to be him, and he moved in with Jean. Amazingly, this scheme worked for a while. But then Jean figured out she was living with Albert's twin brother. So
what the who would do that to somebody? Bro, who would do that to somebody? Oh my, yo, man, I just want to apologize to that person for how could you do that to somebody? You would send your twin. That's so many different levels of disgusting at the same time, though. You would send your twin brother over there to be with your. With some sickos out here.
Amazingly, this scheme worked for a while. But then Jean figured out she was living with Albert's twin brother. So she took her twins and moved back in with her parents. Tragically, after she did, one of the twins died. Albert was furious and he blamed the death on his parents-in-law. He then asked for Jean to come back to him. But after everything that happened, Jean was really not interested in mending her relationship with Albert. So in 1925, Jean asked for a divorce. Albert did not take this well, so he shot 20-year-old Jean 5 times. She died as a result of her wounds. As Jean's father, Louis Soissard, stood over his daughter's dead body, he vowed to get revenge. Albert was arrested and he went to trial for the murder. Louis Soissard attended the trial, and each day he brought 2 guns and a dagger because he planned on killing the man who murdered his daughter.
Sound like A Time to Kill, don't it? This sound like A Time to Kill, the movie A Time to Kill. That's exactly what this sound like, bro. I ain't mad at him, though.
But he did not get the opportunity. Albert ended up being sentenced to 20 years of hard labor. There was an appeal, and Albert only ended up serving 7 years.
What?
When he was released, he moved to Paris, France. It wasn't long before Albert became engaged to a rich widow. They planned on getting married in June 1933. Jean's father, Louis Soissard, traveled to Paris to look for his former son-in-law. On his 6th trip in April 1933, he learned that Albert was living in a hotel room. He waited near the entrance of the hotel for 2 days. Then he saw 32-year-old Albert van der Vos step out onto the street. Louis shot him 4 times, and Albert fell down on the street. Louis walked up and put a 5th bullet into his daughter's killer. He then went to the closest police station and turned himself in.
That was gangster. That was what you call a home run. That was a home run right there. That was listen, I'm not supporting it, bro. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I ain't telling nobody to do that. Nobody. Because ultimately, you know what I mean? You still, if you leaving your family out here. You know what I'm saying? When you do that, you feel good for a moment, but then ultimately, was he really worth it? Some of y'all are saying yes, and I can understand and agree, but I cannot promote that. You know what I mean?
Louise went to trial in December 1934. The judge pointed out that Albert had already been convicted and served a sentence for murdering Louise's daughter.
A few years? They ain't served no sentence.
Louise said that the only way Albert could atone for what he did was by paying with his life. He also said, "He fired 5 shots at my daughter. He has now received 5 from me. Justice is done." Even though Louis Soissard admitted in court to murdering Albert van der Vos, he was acquitted of all charges. Number 2.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That's one of the few times I've seen the justice system end on the right side. I cannot lie to you. That was one. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's my daughter you just killed, bro. Who else is gonna disagree with what this man did? Is it right? No. Is it understandable? I can't say that. I can't say that here. So I'd be wrong. You know what I'm saying? But that's one of the few times.
J. Maynard. When Julia Maynard's mother was a baby, she was adopted by a man named Raymond Earl Brooks. They lived in Coleman, Alabama. Julia isn't exactly sure when, but when she was really young, Brooks started sexually abusing her. It most likely started in the mid-1990s when she was around the age of 4. The abuse carried on for years. She said, "I don't remember when it started happening, but I know it was for a very long time. It was long enough for me to think it was completely normal. It made me to feel that he actually loves me in a different kind of way than my mother and father loves me." When Julia was 8, it came to light that Brooks had been molesting her. Brooks was arrested. In late 2002, Raymond Earl Brooks pleaded guilty to charges regarding the sexual abuse. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, but he was released early in February 2005. He had only served about 27 months in prison. Julia grew up, and eventually she had 3 children of her own, but she had never gotten over the years of sexual abuse. She said she suffered daily from it, and she had post-traumatic stress disorder. Julia did not think that it was fair that she had to suffer every day of her life, and Brooks only had to serve 2 years and 3 months in prison. On June 8, 2014, Julia, who was now about 22 years old, said something to her father, 41-year-old Jay Maynard, about Brooks. Julia had not seen Brooks in at least 12 years. Julia didn't even remember exactly what she said to her father about Brooks, but it stirred something in his mind.
Bro, he in a motorcycle club. It's like he set it up probably like Sons of Anarchy.
Apparently, what Brooks did to Julia had been festering in Jay's mind ever since he found out about it. He hated that the man stole his daughter's innocence. Jay did not think it was fair that he had abused her for about 4 years and had only served 2 years and 3 months in prison. So that day, Jay got on his motorcycle and he hit the highway. He knew that 59-year-old Raymond Earl Brooks lived with his parents in Berlin, Alabama. Along the way, he stopped at the Berlin Plaza Quick Stop, which has a barbecue restaurant inside of it called Mad Dog Mike's BBQ. Jay also had a stepdaughter, and at the Quick Stop, he saw his stepdaughter's ex-boyfriend. Jay thought that the man was abusive to his stepdaughter, so he pulled out his gun and fired at the young man. He missed, and the bullet went through a window and into the Quick Stop. The young man ran into the Quick Stop and hid. Jay calmly walked into the Quick Stop and demanded to know where the young man was. Mike Hayes, the owner of the barbecue restaurant, was also armed, and he told Jay to leave without causing any more trouble. Jay left the Quick Stop and got back onto his motorcycle. He drove to Berlin and went to the home where his daughter's former abuser lived. He found 59-year-old Raymond Earl Brooks outside of his parents' home. Jay shot Brooks once and he died nearly instantly. Jay got back onto his motorcycle and drove out onto the highway. A police officer pulled him over not long afterward and he was arrested. After Jay Maynard's arrest made the news, many people in his community supported him. They thought if they were in the same position, they would have done the same thing. Many people thought he was a hero. A Facebook page was started, and thousands of people joined to show their support. Also, several fundraisers were held for Jay's legal fees. Other people did not think that Jay did the right thing. This includes Mike Hayes, the man who owns Mad Dog Mike's BBQ. He called Jay a psychopathic lunatic. He pointed out that there were 5 or 6 people inside the Quick Stop when Jay fired into it. Mike wanted to know what Jay...
See, that's why I can't endorse. You know what I mean? As much as I understand and know, in my heart of hearts, I would feel the same way. The reason why is because when people see red, you see red. You did this to my daughter, bro. I don't care who's around. It goes down where it goes down. It ends how it ends. So when I start letting off, I'm not seeing that it's a bunch of innocent people around and people could lose their lives. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can't, you know what I mean, endorse it fully, and you have to let the justice system play out. But it's easy to say sitting in this position in my chair reacting to a video. It's easy to say when I'm not in that person's shoes or in position. You know what I mean? So I completely, wholeheartedly get it. And on top of that, I'm a parent. I don't have a daughter. You know what I mean? So I can't say I understand what he felt having his daughters molested and him feeling like him not knowing and he wasn't able to protect her. Bro, that bond between a father and a daughter, shh. You see what it'll make you do?
Still be considered a hero if he accidentally killed an innocent person. Nearly 2.5 years after the shooting, in November 2016, 43-year-old Jay Maynard pleaded guilty to murder for killing Raymond Earl Brooks. He also pleaded guilty to attempted murder for shooting at his stepdaughter's ex-boyfriend. For the murder conviction, he was sentenced to 40 years of prison. He was given an additional 20-year sentence for the attempted murder. Both sentences are to run concurrently. Jay said he pleaded guilty so that the details of his daughter's abuse would not come out at trial. Jay's daughter, Julia, was thankful for this. She told ADL.com, basically he took it so that I didn't have to relive the molestation and also be on the stand in front of a bunch of people talking about and bringing back memories of the molestation. My father was protecting me like a father should do. He is an amazing father, actually, the best. He loves us so much. Jay Maynard is currently serving his sentence at the Bibb County Correctional Facility in Brent, Alabama. He'll be able to apply for parole in May 2029 when he'll be 57 years old. There is a petition to have the governor pardon Jay. Jay still has a lot of support. However, other people think he should serve his sentence. They also find the support for Jay to be troublesome. Pat Morrison, a journalist with the Los Angeles Times, wrote, "Is an unsettling cheering section for someone who allegedly meted out a private punishment against a sex offender who had pleaded guilty and served prison time. And when an Alabama father or a California mother usurps that role, they are not heroes because vengeance is not justice. Injustice, not someone's child, becomes a victim too." Jay was ultimately trying to get revenge for what happened to his daughter Julia, so what does she feel about the situation? In 2016, after her father was sentenced, she said, "I'm going through hell. Everything comes back to me as to why this has happened. I feel like it's my fault. I'm sad, but yet mad." Number 1.
And see, that's a tough spot to be in. Because anybody looking at this situation now and how this situation right here played out, you could easily sit here and be like, well, dang, if I tell my dad and he goes and kill him, then I lose my dad for 40 to 60 years or a life. I don't want to do that. So they'll be hesitant to tell. Like, this is real life situations, man. You know what I mean? So think about that before you leave your comment, either disagreeing or however you feel about this. Think about it. This is not easy for a person to do because they'll see this play out, this story here, and that may make them hesitant about going to tell their dad. It's no easy way out of this situation, especially when you know a dad that loves you and would die for you.
Andre Bamberski. In the summer of 1982, 44-year-old Andre Bamberski lived in a small village outside of Toulouse, France. He was a successful accountant. He had divorced his wife, Danielle, about 7 years earlier, and he had just started a new relationship. On the morning of July 10th, 1982, Andre's world was shattered by a phone call from his ex-wife. Their 14-year-old daughter, Kalinka Bamberski, had been found dead in her bed that morning by her stepfather, Dieter Kambrak. When Danielle called, the cause of death was unknown, but there were no signs of homicide. It looked like the death was natural. Andre simply couldn't understand how his daughter could have died in her sleep. Kalinka was attending a French boarding school, and she spent the summers with her mother in Kronbach in Lindau, Germany. Kronbach was a respected doctor. Kalinka was a happy girl, so Andre highly doubted that she died by suicide. She was also healthy, and she skied, skated, and windsurfed. Andre knew that it was incredibly rare for an athletic and healthy teenager just to die in their sleep. Andre anxiously awaited the results of the autopsy report. The autopsy was performed 2 days after Kalinka was found dead, and Andre received the report 3 months later. What Andre thought was odd was that Kronbach was in the room for the autopsy, and he is quoted several times in the report. This was completely against protocol. The two medical examiners noted that some fresh blood was found around the vagina and the labia had been torn, but they thought it most likely happened post-mortem. Inside the vagina was a white substance, which was never tested. The medical examiners found puncture wounds on her arms, right leg, and thorax. Kronbach said that the night before Kalinka died, he had given her a shot of iron cobalt. He said it was to help her tan. For some unknown reason, a toxicology test on the blood was not performed. Also, Kalinka's genitals were removed, presumably so that they could be examined later. The report said that no cause of death could be determined. The report said that forensic tests on tissue and blood samples needed to be performed. Andre Bamberski was devastated by the loss of his daughter, and initially, he wasn't suspicious that anything sinister had happened. But after reading the autopsy report, he began to wonder if Kronbach had anything to do with her death. Why else would he have been at the autopsy other than to try to cover up what he did? Andre wanted to know the results of the forensic testing on the blood and tissue samples. Andre called his ex-wife, and she told him that the tests had not been performed. This only made Andre more suspicious.
I was about to say, y'all think she actually would be bold enough to stand there and lie for him? So you gotta sit. Let me just wait. let me not jump to conclusions just yet.
So he asked the German authorities to look into his daughter's death. They finally did in early 1983. On the last day of Kalinka's life, she went windsurfing. She came home at about 5 p.m. and said she wasn't feeling well. The family ate at about 7:30, and then Kalinka went to bed early. But before she went to bed, Kronbach said that he gave her an injection of iron cobalt. He had a news story as to why he gave her the shot. Instead of helping her with her tanning, he said it was to help her with her anemia. Kronbach said that Kalinka got up at about 10 p.m. to get a glass of water. Then he said later that night she was still awake and reading in her bedroom. She asked him to turn off her lights. Kronbach said that when he found her the next morning, rigor mortis had already set in. He said he injected her with the drugs Coramin, Novafil, and Isotopin in the hopes of reviving her, but it didn't work. A forensic expert condemned Krombach's use of the drugs to revive her and the iron cobalt. Krombach was a doctor, and he saw that Kalinka's body was in rigor mortis. Therefore, she had probably been dead for hours, so it was far too late to inject her with something to save her.
And we not even doctors, and we knew that.
The expert thought that Krombach injected her with these drugs while she was still alive. She was possibly even dying or had just died when she was injected. This would suggest that Krombach had something to do with Kalinka's death. Since Krombach claimed he found Kalinka dead that morning, hours after she died, he possibly claimed he injected her with those drugs to cover his bases in case testing was done on the blood. As for the iron cobalt, it would have not helped with tanning and should only be used in rare cases to treat anemia. It's dangerous to inject someone with iron cobalt after they have just eaten, which Krombach claimed he did with Kalinka. It's dangerous because it can lead to symptoms like fever, nausea, and vomiting. In the most extreme cases, it can lead to cardiac arrest or respiratory failure. The forensic expert concluded that the injection of iron cobalt caused Kalinka to vomit in her sleep, and she asphyxiated to death. Andre then became convinced that Krombach had injected his daughter with iron cobalt and raped her. He either intentionally killed her afterwards to make sure she would never tell anyone, or he accidentally killed her by giving her the iron cobalt, which caused her to choke on her own vomit. Andre thought that either way, Krombach was responsible for his daughter's death. Despite the findings, the German authorities refused to press charges.
What?
Just over a year later, Andre went to Lindau, where Krombach lived and practiced medicine, and handed out pamphlets that accused Krombach of murder. The pamphlets also accused the police and the German government of covering up the murder. Andre was arrested and charged with defaming Krombach. Andre bonded out and he returned to France. He was tried in absentia and found guilty. He was given a huge fine, but he could avoid paying it by staying out of Germany until the statute of limitations ran out in 5 years. Andre pressed the French government to conduct their own investigation. They launched one in 1985. They exhumed Kalinka's body and found nothing to aid in their investigation. They asked for her genitals, but they apparently have been lost and they have never been found. This made it impossible to determine if Kalinka had been raped. In 1988, the German...
Bro, this one is pissing me off, bro. Are you serious? What do you mean they were lost? Like, they screwed this scene up, this autopsy up from the jump.
Authorities handed the tissue and blood samples over to the French authorities. Based on food particles in the respiratory tract, the experts concluded that Kalinka had asphyxiated to death. 5 years later, in April 1993, in France, Dieter Krombach was charged with voluntary homicide. It had been nearly 11 years since Kalinka died. If Krombach was convicted, he was looking at a sentence of up to 30 years of prison. The French government requested that the German authorities arrest Krombach and hand him over. The German government refused. So Krombach was tried in absentia in March 1995, and he was found guilty. He was sentenced to 15 years of prison. This really had no effect on Krombach's life. He continued to practice medicine, and he remained one of the social elite in his city. The German government was never going to extradite him, and they considered the trial in absentia to be illegal. As long as Krombach didn't step foot on French soil, he'd never have to serve time in a French prison. In January 1997, Dieter Kronbach was arrested. He had drugged a 16-year-old patient and raped her. The girl woke up during the rape, but she was paralyzed because of the drugs. She told her parents about the rape, and her parents went to the police. In August 1997, Kronbach was convicted of rape, and he was sentenced to 2 years of prison. His
2 years.
medical license was also revoked. But since Kronbach had a good reputation in Germany, his sentence was suspended, so he didn't have to spend a day in prison. After Kronbach was arrested, 6 women came forward and said that they had also been raped by Kronbach. They hadn't come forward sooner because they didn't think that anyone would believe them. Or they weren't exactly sure that the rape had happened because of the drugs that Kronbach had given them. After Kronbach was sentenced, he sat down for an interview with a journalist, and he said he didn't rape the 16-year-old girl. He claimed that she wanted to have sex with him. Also in the interview, he called Andre Bambersky crazy. In 1999, Kronbach left Lindau and moved around frequently. Andre hired a private detective to keep tabs on the man he believed killed his daughter. It turned out that despite having his medical license revoked, he continued to work as a substitute doctor. He was eventually arrested for fraud and practicing medicine without a license. After he was arrested, he was examined by 2 psychiatrists. They said that he was a narcissist who believed he was beyond the law. They also said he was a compulsive sexual predator who would sexually assault any patient or staff member if left unsupervised. Kronbach even admitted to the psychiatrist that he had drugged and raped several women, including a 16-year-old girl. Kronbach was convicted of fraud and practicing medicine without a license, and he was sentenced to 26 months in prison. He served about 18 months. In France, along the border of Germany, is the city of Mulhouse. Early on the morning of October 17, 2009, the police in Mulhouse got a phone call. On the street, someone had found broken glasses, shoes, and blood. The police went to the area and chained to a fence outside the prosecutor's office, they found 74-year-old Dieter Kronbach. He was bleeding because he had suffered a blow to the head that caused a skull fracture. Around the time that he was found, Andre Bambersky, who was in Mulhouse, called the police. He told them that the man chained to the fence was Dieter Kronbach, a wanted fugitive. Kronbach was taken to the hospital, and then he was placed under arrest. Andre was also arrested. The police searched his hotel room, and they found 19,000 euros in his safe. Close to Kronbach, the police found a phone bill belonging to a man named Anton Krasniqi. Andre was questioned by the police, and he was asked if he knew Krasniqi. The police suspected that Andre hired him to kidnap Kronbach and smuggle him into France. The 19,000 euros.
Yo, this father was gonna stop at nothing. You hear me? He was gonna stop at nothing. He had one goal in mind.
This was the payment. Andre denied knowing Krasniqi. Andre was released on bond after 2 days of questioning. Krasniqi and another man, Kasia Babiloni, were also arrested for the kidnapping. The German government demanded the release of Kronbach. They argued that the statute of limitations on his conviction from his trial in absentia had ended. The French government said no, and they reinstated the charges against Kronbach. Dieter Kronbach went to trial in October 2011, over 29 years after Kalinka Bambersky died. The defense argued that the trial should happen because Krombach had been illegally brought into the country. They also pointed out that he was the victim of a kidnapping and an assault. Those arguments were noted but overruled. Several experts who examined Kalinka's tissue samples testified, and they said she had asphyxiated to death. Other experts said that the labia had been torn before death, which led to the bleeding. They also surmised that the white substance was most likely semen. 3 women testified that Krombach had drugged and raped them. The jury...
Y'all remember that punishment video we watched yesterday? If you didn't, go back and look at it. Imagine these people doing that in those times and what they would have got.
They deliberated for several hours. They found Dear Krombach guilty of voluntary violence leading to an unintentional death with aggravated circumstances. The conviction carried a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. 76-year-old Dieter Krombach was sentenced to 15 years of prison. Andre Bamberski went to trial for kidnapping in May 2014. Andre admitted to consenting to the kidnapping of Krombach, but he claimed he was not involved in the actual kidnapping. He was found guilty of kidnapping and given a 1-year suspended sentence. The men who committed the actual kidnapping, Anton Krasniqi and Kasia Bavoloni, were also convicted and sentenced to a year in prison. For Andre, it was worth it. His nearly 30-year crusade for justice was finally finished. Dear Krombach was released in February 2020 after serving nearly 9 years in prison. He was released for medical reasons.
30, but does 9. 30 years, but does 9. How? Make that make sense to me, somebody.
He returned to Germany to live with his daughter. Many people believe that Kalinka Bamberski is not the only person Dieter Krombach killed. In 1969, Krombach was married to his first wife, 24-year-old Monika Hensa. Seemingly out of nowhere, Hensa fell seriously ill. She became blind, mute, and then paralyzed. Hensa was taken to the hospital. According to Hensa's mother, Krombach pushed the doctor who was attending to her aside and then injected her with something he called snake venom. 24-year-old Maria Hensa died a short time later. Krombach was never criminally investigated for the death of his first wife. At the time of this video, Dieter Krombach is 86 years old. While he may not have served as much time in prison as 83-year-old Andre Bamberski would have liked, his reputation has been destroyed. Instead of being remembered as a respected doctor, he'll be remembered as a notorious serial rapist and killer. Thank you so much for watching.
And they had the nerve to ask the question, do they think that's the only person he's killed? I don't think so. I don't think that's the only person. You know why? Because when that little girl was dying, he injected her with that stuff like he knew what to do. In his mind, he's done it. Well, not in his mind, but he's probably done this before. So right before rigor mortis set in, he injected her with this to mess it all up. And you know what I'm saying? Erased trace, except for the semen. He didn't get rid of that. He couldn't get that. But he was definitely trying to mess up the scene so it wouldn't trace back to him. This ain't his first time, bro. You could tell. And now he marries a woman and her health just fades real quick and she goes through all of these type of changes and downfalls. And her health rapidly decrease. You telling me this ain't him? Man, please. Listen, man. Like I said, you know what I mean? On this platform, I gotta be responsible. You know what I mean? Because if I go out there and say, yo, these guys are heroes, or I go out there and say, yo, this is what, then somebody goes out there, do that, kills some innocent people, then they try to say, I told them I can't do that. Can't do that, and I won't do that to my family. So I'm going to leave it at this, man. Y'all get at me and let me know what y'all think in the comment section. 3 fathers who got revenge. How do y'all feel? in the comment section. Go.
When it cost a new coupe, this the new. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bed.
So what's good, TMG fam? It's your boy Ellen. I'm back with another reaction. How y'all feel? Welcome back to the channel. Salute. So listen, I'm gonna start introducing these videos and these cases, kind of like Blacklist. Y'all ever watch Blacklist on Netflix? Hands down, one of the best shows created. You know what I mean? Shout out to my guy Raymond Reddington. But then I'm gonna start introducing my these cases like that. So the next Blacklister that we got up is the bizarre case of Andrea Sneederman. All right. So if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't watched Blacklist, go do so. Not now, after the video or videos that I dropped today, then go check it out because I'm gonna probably be watching it along with you. All right. And once you hit the subscribe button, man, real quick, moment of silence for the haters. That's enough. Now run the likes up. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's go.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this whole video, we are going to the state of Georgia, to the city of Atlanta, to look at one of those, you know, those love triangle thingies, or was it? Dun dun dun. This case is so bizarre in so many ways, but there are three names to know: Rusty, Andrea, and Hemi. With Hemi being the biggest nutbar of all, he would say, you know, that angels and demons were talking to him. Yeah, it's like, you know, the dog told me to do it, one of them. Maybe. The truth is always murky, and never more so than in this whole one. So let's give it a go.
Of course, we had to come to my city, Atlanta.
Dunwoody, that's where we are today, a prestigious suburb of Atlanta, north of the city proper. It's leafy, it's clean cut, and people living there can you know, afford to. Big bucks for the buckos. That's where the Snydermans lived. The hardworking parents and their two young children lived in a quiet cul-de-sac, secluded, and that's the way they liked it. The parents being Russell, who went by Rusty, and Andrea Snyderman. Both Rusty and Andrea had attended the University of Indiana before moving to Atlanta and starting their little old family, which would go on to include children, Sophia and Ian. Andrea, starting in 2010, she worked full-time at GE Energy as a quality systems manager, while Rusty was an entrepreneur, setting up his own business called Star Voicemail. That's exactly what it sounds like, by the way. It was like, sort of like Cameo, but you would get celebrities to record voicemails for you. But they also had like a computer program so that they could get a celebrity to say whatever they wanted. Gimmicky app shit, it's that.
So far, regular family, just like you and I. You know what I mean? One's an entrepreneur, one works has a 9-to-5 job, seems like, have children, nice home, on a cul-de-sac, like living the American dream. That's where I want to be, on a cul-de-sac. I don't want to be too close to people, but I don't want to be far out in the country to where I'm secluded. So a nice cul-de-sac by yourself, you know what I mean? Got room on each side, privacy in the backyard. That's what I'm looking for. So far, they're the typical family. Let's see how it turns.
The Snydermans were well liked in the area. They were especially, you know, well respected in their own Jewish community. They took part in charities. They helped out. They were a kind sort. They were good souls. Yeah, but then came the morning of November 18th, 2010. It started out, as they always do, as any other weekday. Everyone was up and at 'em. Andrea drove their 5-year-old Sophia to kindergarten, dropping her off on her way to work. Rusty took 3-year-old Ian to preschool, Dunwoody Prep, a very prestigious preschool. The first step to Harvard. Wow, wow, wee. Well, although Rusty himself, he actually had an MBA from Harvard. Expectations. So mother, daughter, father, son, they went their separate ways. That very morning, Rusty drove his son to the preschool. It was located on the corner of like a village mall. Drove into the car park, parked up, walked his son into the preschool, said his goodbyes, and then walked out. And as he was walking back through the car park towards his car, someone came up and shot him 4 times. The shooter then fled, leaving Rusty to bleed out on that early November morning.
Okay, so let's start right here, right? Let me tell you what I'm thinking. I just took my son to preschool, pre-K, or whatever it is, daycare, or whatever he was in. I can't really remember. But I just dropped my son off to school. Somebody walks up, shoots me, right? They don't rob me. It didn't sound like, but we're going to hear in a second. If they didn't rob him, this sounds like somebody that knows you. You know what I mean? And then they knew that you would be here. Yeah.
People were coming to and from. A couple ran up to Rusty as he lay on the ground, called 911, and they tried to help. A pediatric doctor arrived from his office just around the corner and started CPR. It didn't look good though for Rusty. He had lost a lot of blood. The emergency services arrived within minutes, but by the time he arrived at Atlanta Medical Center, there was nothing they could do. He had lost too much blood. Their efforts to save his life were in vain. Rusty was beloved, well, kind of all we met, a hard-working community fella. So what was going on behind the scenes? Rusty was raised in Cleveland. Andrea, Sylvania, both Ohioans? Yeah? They met at the University of Indiana and started dating in September 1994, when they went on a retreat. They hit it off, and nearly from their very first date, they knew they would marry, which they did in December 2000. They worked hard, eventually buying the house in Dunwoody. They also owned a second weekend house in Eatonton. When the recession hit in 2008, well, they were hit too. Both couples' jobs had a big old question mark on them, until Andrea landed her job in GE Energy in April 2010. This stability then gave Rusty the opportunity to enter the business world with Star Voicemail. But Rusty, he, for this $1 million idea, he needed investors. So did he meet some, shady ones? In fact, a week before he was murdered, right, get a load of this, Rusty called 911 from his home, saying there was a shady, suspicious character loitering about. This guy seemed to be in disguise, right? Well, obviously it worried Rusty enough to call 911, and he said this guy seemed to be packing iron.
Running, I think he has a gun in his back pocket, and now he's running away. I don't know who the hell he is, and I don't want him by my house. He was wearing a hat and earmuffs, black mustache.
Weird guy with a gun hanging outside your house. A week later, you're killed with a gun. Winky dink. As the investor.
So this only happened a week ago, and then you get shot? See, you paying attention to certain things, bro. Like, I'd have been on extra alert, high alert. You know what I mean? To the point to where when I'm walking my son in school, it's on my hip. It's on me. Because I don't know what's going on. I would be on super high alert for my family.
Investigation began. It became clear quick that Rusty's murder was a planned execution. There was multiple reasons for this determination. The shooter, who was seen by a good few people that morning, was described as a white guy, 5'10", 5'11", wearing a hoodie and what seemed to be a fake beard. Maybe what the guy he saw a week before was wearing. He shot Rusty multiple times at close range, 3 times while he lay on the ground. He wanted to be sure. The shooter then legged it to a getaway vehicle, a silver minivan, no plates. But as a suburb near schools, play schools, mom and pop minivans, dime a dozen at rush hour.
What was he angry about though? He shot you close range, and then once you fell, he popped you a couple more times. What the heck was he angry about?
The 19th of November, the detectives went to the Snyderman home to speak with them about Rusty's business dealings. They also had a search warrant for the home and to seize Rusty's computer, see who he had been in contact with. They also happened to ask Andrea one simple question. In the past year, has anyone expressed romantic interests in you? She said, yeah, like immediately. Her boss at GE Energy. She tried to make it clear, though, that nothing ever happened. You know, she shut that shit down right away. Did she, though? Lying. Her boss was Hemi Newman, and he was arrested for the murder of Rusty on the 4th of January 2011, something he denied when he spoke with the police.
You okay? You alright? It's unnerving. I hope I don't make it unnerving. Because I am. I'm going to talk to you about the day of the shooting, but I'm going to, as everybody else, I'm going to read you your rights on memorandum about you. Well, you never know. I mean, I just want to talk to everybody about that day, and I'm asking everybody to be honest and truthful with me, and just recall the day as you remember. Don't have to worry. I don't think so. I'm not worried. You're fine. Listen, you're helping us. You got the information. You're flowing with it. I mean, for a guy that says, "What do I know?" You're giving me a lot. He's up to 5 pages already. Asking about the car and asking questions about Rusty. I'm trying to get into their lives. I can't get into them without. I have to find out about them. The only way I'm going to find out about them is if I join them. Andrea's not at a point right now, I'll be honest with you. She's not at a point where I can just go talk to her and sit down with her. You know, she's got so many emotions going on, and let's face it, you can probably tell her probably not the most congealed guy you want to talk to, you know, but that's just the nature of the beast. You know, I can't sit there and console her, and I'm not a rabbi, I'm not a therapist. You know, I'm just somebody looking into why this happened to her family. She wants to know why her family is destroyed, you know, why her kids don't have a father, why she don't have a husband. That's all she keeps asking. You know, and I'm out around asking all these people that they know, and they want to know, you know, am I suspect? What am I doing? You know, am I? Who knows? I mean, if I have to, yeah. I mean, do what I got to do. I mean, talk to everybody I have to, and it is. These are your waiver rights. Having these rights in mind, that waive and give up these rights and willingly make a statement. You willing to talk to me right now to help me find the person that did this to Andrea and her family? Yeah, but I'm not going to waive rights. I'm not. I don't know where you're going with this. We're looking into what's happened on that day. I mean, I have these rights, and now you're saying that wait. What's that mean? Yeah, having these rights, what I've just read to you, are you willing to give up these rights and willing to talk to me? Make a statement. Are you willing to talk to me? Okay, so why didn't you give me this an hour ago? Because I wanted to see what you knew. Did you know Andrea? Did you know Rusty? How well you know him? See where we're going with it. That's just a conversation. This is a conversation. You have information. You know Andrea. You know Rusty better than I do. I met Andrea twice. The day of the shooting, and maybe the day of the funeral. Maybe Friday night before the funeral. Met them 2 times. And I've got a task ahead of me to find out who did this. Hey, this is what we got. We got that.
Do y'all ever look at I was about to say orientation, but interrogation as like an art form? Like I try to pay attention to everything I'm watching right now, how they're sitting, the position they're sitting in, what the other one who's not speaking doing, how they write it down, how they pause, how long of a pause. You know what I'm saying? Like different things, how they move hands, mannerisms, up in your face, away from you, all that. I like study, and when I see an interrogation clip, I try to study it to see how they're doing this. It's kind of like poetry in motion.
I van on video the day Rusty shot. And I swear, the more I look at you, the more I see the person inside that van. What do you think should be done to the person that shot What do I think should be done to the person that shot Rusty? And the question is that. And straightforward. But why are you're saying here, or accusing me of doing that? And you're saying you believe, and you're saying you believe that. You're saying you wanted to answer a question
And you're sitting over there neither confirming or denying that you're the person who shot him. My question is, if you're now, are you telling me, are you prepared to tell me now you're not the guy? Because you haven't said that. All afternoon, you have not said, I've not damn good. Interesting.
You're right, because I told you so many times, look me in the eye and tell me you didn't do it. You did. He's absolutely right.
Not once. So,
and he's still not saying it. When have you ever not known a killer to just either flat out confess or lie? It's never been, I've never seen it be a gray area where they just kept quiet and didn't say anything. Or you just don't see that a lot.
You guys are you're crying.
This is crazy.
The getaway car that morning, a silver Kia Sedona, was linked to him. It was a rental, something he rented the day before the murder and returned the day of. Inside, police found synthetic hair, probably fake beard.
They believe this was definitely a targeted killing. The father of two, a Harvard MBA, gunned down right there in the Dunwoody Prep parking lot. So many questions here from the Dunwoody community. At this point, though, police say they still do not have a lot of answers to share. They will not tell us at the moment what they believe the motive in this case is, and they will not tell us a lot about Jaime Newman. What they do say is they believe they have the man behind the crime. They have charged him with murder.
How do you as a parent take your kids back to that daycare after you know a murder took place right in the parking lot of the daycare? How do you as a parent take your child back there? Yeah, I couldn't. I don't care what they told me it was. It had nothing to do with me. Now I'm at this point, I gotta find another daycare center.
The trial for Jaime Newman was set for February 2012. And a lot more was learned about old Jaime. For one, he was broke. He had massive debt. His wife had kicked him out a few weeks before the murder and actually filed for divorce, accusing Jaime of, ellipses, adultery. The person involved in this alleged adultery, they weren't named in that document. Doesn't take a genius to figure out who she was talking about, though. And so the trial began. First, Jaime pled not guilty, and then he pled guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea, as his employee, wink wink, she took the stand during the trial. She took the stand going against the advice of her own lawyers. And it would end up being a huge mistake.
You never told them on January 4th, I know who it is, it's Jaime Newman, did you?
That's correct.
You took them down a rabbit hole and tried to get them to look at all these other people, didn't you?
No, sir, I did not.
Why were you protecting the defendant?
I was not.
Why didn't you mention his name?
Have you seen what's happened to my life?
Have you seen what's happened to Russell?
Have you noticed what's happened to my life since Jaime was murdered? Since Jaime murdered my husband?
This was due to the fact that in the months leading up to the trial, a lot had been learned about Jaime and Andrea. A lot. Both the prosecution and defense agreed there was more to their relationship than just, co-workers, employees. And so they dug. No shit, did they friggin' dig. As part of Andrea's job in GE Energy, she would visit sites across America, and sometimes beyond too. She'd be out of Atlanta at least once a month, and not always alone. Now this part is all from the forensic psychologist, who interviewed everybody in the case, talking about 200 hours of interviews she conducted before the trial. She interviewed everybody, except Andrea, who refused to speak with her.
It's a pattern of pushing him away, pulling him toward her, pushing him away, pulling him toward her. And the part that's dangerous about doing that at that time with Mr. Newman is that he was already delusional about his relationship with her. And when somebody is delusional, they're going to see things that are not there. Well, she was giving him signs that were there. And so that is what makes it even more concerning.
Were you and the defendant romantically involved?
No.
Hemi and Andrea would go on these trips together, and they got to know each other real well. The first trip they took together was to Melbourne, Florida, in May 2010, a month after she started working with him, 6 months before Rusty's murder. Then, a month later, in June, they took a trip together, work trip, to Virginia, and, after their day of work was done, they started opening bottles of wine and opening up to each other. Hemi was the son of a Holocaust survivor. His dad had been in Auschwitz, and obviously this had a huge impact on Hemi growing up. Hemi was sent by his father to a boarding school in Israel at a young age, so he had some abandonment issues, something that would stick with him for his life. The relationship was not good at all, and Hemi would suffer abuse. These were all things that Hemi entrusted to Andrea, and she comforted him, and they would drink, and they would dance, and they would so on. Hemi developed feelings for Andrea, but she tried to shut that shit down. Right, but at the same time, she would tell Hemi, me and Rusty are going through some rough spots, things aren't great on the home front. Well, I guess Hemi kind of saw an opening. During one trip to Nevada, Hemi would read her love poetry and give her foot massages. So, if she was trying to shut that shit down, she was doing a really poor job of that. So this then, to Hemi, the tire kicking on her part, led him to think maybe there's something here.
See, and now this is why I say she should be just as guilty as the person, if not, you know what I mean, as guilty as the person who pulled the trigger. Bro, you knew what you manipulated to the point. We've seen cases like this before where the wife manipulated somebody who was interested in or somebody she was in a relationship with other than her spouse, and manipulated them to the point to where they wanted to kill the spouse. We've seen that. And although we don't have a clear-cut case of that yet, but come on, man, the advances, the foot rubs, the trips, she was getting what she wanted out of him without possibly, and we haven't heard yet if she gave him what he wanted, but without giving him what he wanted, she was just stringing him along, using him. You can mess somebody's head up like that. You really can. And if you don't know who you dealing with, bro, that is dangerous. That is dangerous. Super dangerous. I think it's a game. It's not.
She went on another trip alone this time, for a few days, that is, until he followed, inventing a reason to go. Before she went, he had flowers and chocolates for her in her room, and when she arrived, she changed the room from single to double. She would then introduce Hemi to her family and her kids, New dad candidate maybe. In August, they went on a trip together to South Carolina, and what started out as joined rooms became joined beds. Things got hot and heavy. The next morning, though, she said, this is a mistake. The climax, leading to guilt on her part. Hemi was in way too deep, though, at this stage. He was like, no. He asked Andrea to marry him. A friend named Shayna would take the stand, telling of their affair.
At some point in time after the murder, did you have an opportunity to discuss with Andrea whether she was having the affair before the murder? Did you have that discussion again after the murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did Andrea admit or deny an affair with her boss at that time after the murder?
Denied it.
Based on all the time you've known Andrea, based on your observations of her mannerisms, when she told you no, did you believe her?
No, but my heart really wanted to.
She spoke of a work trip she was on to Glasgow. They say England in the video. They went to Scotland. It's just... Anyway, Hemi and Andrea were there, and dancing, maybe more than dancing.
This is a gentleman who has bothered you with I love you.
Yep.
And marry me.
Yep.
And it's a fantastic idea to go with him to a dance club in England.
If that's how you're reading the email, I suppose that's...
Then tell me how to read it. I just know English.
Back in the Snyderman's abode, things weren't good. Rusty and Andrea fighting. Rusty, maybe he resented Andrea because she was now the breadwinner. Arguments over the kids. She would tell this to Hemi. In October, they went on another trip. And at one point they were in a bar. A bartender would take the stand during the trial, said She saw Hemi and Andrea dancing, kissing, saying they looked like a couple.
They were groping each other, I know, because I kind of turned away.
Now let me say, you said each other. Was each party doing the groping? That's what you described?
Yes.
Okay, please.
He had his hands on her rear end, and she was hugging him, and they looked like a couple. I mean, groping, like touching each other.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. At any time did you see the parties kiss?
Yes, I did.
In this case, when you're talking about alleged affairs and someone else's husband being murdered, I think people tend to think they saw a lot of things.
Oh, I know her. If I was her lawyer, bro, I'd have been like, I'd rather not finish this case. I really don't want this L on my resume. I don't need this L on my resume, bro. like she's already, representing herself. Let her continue. She's doing a good job at it so far. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, get me out of here. She is doing horrible.
Once again after this, though, Andrea pushed him off and said, no, this is wrong. I feel guilty. Can't do this again. I made a huge mistake. Again and again and again and again. Here's the crux, though, of all of this. Was this the trigger for Hemi? Was Hemi manipulated into killing Rusty? Hemi spent a lot of time with psychologists in the run-up to the trial, and he was diagnosed with bipolar 1 disorder. It ran in the family. He would also tell them demons appeared to him, telling him to go with them, which he thought meant suicide.
He felt the presence of a demon, and he described the demon as much bigger than him, and that he felt very small.
This demon visited him from time to time and had a voice similar to Barry White. He was also visited by an angel from time to time with a similar voice to Olivia Newton-John. The angel told him that Rusty and Andrea's kids were actually his and Andrea's kids, and that they were in danger, that Rusty hurt them.
His belief was that he was having more than an affair with Andrea Snyderman.
Am I cold-hearted? Because every time I hear the whole insanity plea situation, I don't feel nothing. I'm not feeling anything for him right now. I get it, he could be, but you walked up there and you pulled that trigger, and then when he fell, you put a few extra in him to seal the deal to make sure he died. So, don't sound like an insane person who's just out here just going crazy. No, you were very precise.
He believed that he was the father of her children, and that his children were in danger. That's where this rescue delusion comes in. And that he was going to protect them by killing Mr. Snyderman, and that he would then afterwards be with what he calls his family. My evaluation indicates that, in fact, he's had untreated bipolar disorder since he was a teenager.
So then Hemi made a plan to kill Rusty. On Halloween, he bought a handgun and started out on a path that would lead to Rusty's death. He was outside Rusty's home the week before when Rusty called the police. Essentially, though, as Rusty was with his son, he let him be.
And I had a meeting with Hemi that day. And I told Hemi exactly what happened on the side of my house. And I told the person that worked for me, I told Hemi, I told like 6 other people also what happened on the side of my house, because it was bizarre and scary. And he stared at me and looked at me, and it was him the whole time.
Did you know that then?
No. How could I know that? He was sitting there like an absolute normal individual. He came to work. He was at work. For all I know, he was at work that entire time. I don't care. We don't work in the same building. I don't know where he was at that time.
Okay.
Rusty didn't recognize him. Well, how would Rusty recognize him? He was wearing a disguise. He described him as a Mexican worker.
The defense said he planned it all himself, because if Andrea knew she wouldn't want to be with him, Rusty had to go, so Hemi could be with what he thought was his family. But they also, the defense that is, said that Andrea knew about his mental instability and took advantage of it. She went with him on travels, spent a lot of time. She would have to know.
Prior to November 18, 2010, did the defendant ever tell you ever that he was having hallucinations?
No.
Did he ever appear to you that he was having hallucinations?
No, he appeared extremely normal individual.
There, the manipulation defense came in.
He was already delusional about his relationship with her. And when somebody is delusional, they're going to see things that are not there. Well, she was giving him signs that were there. And so that is what makes it even more concerning. So he was already delusional. He already had this thought that the children were his and he was going to have this relationship forever and ever afterwards with her. And it's not all in his head, because she was, in fact, having sex with him.
Now, Andrea denied all of pretty much what I just said.
When the defendant told you that, did it bother you that he had feelings for you?
Did it bother me?
Did it bother you?
Yes.
Did you express that to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever report the defendant's contact to anybody at GE?
No.
Why not?
I would have been fired.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
I would have been fired.
She said she shut Hemi down from coast to coast. The furthest their, non-work relationship.
But you took trips with him. Changed your room from a single to a double. Then you changed your room one time from a double to a single bed. Does that sound like somebody who really doesn't welcome the advances from this person? She's not welcoming his advances. No. Just gonna lay there and cuddle. Innocent cuddle. It's just cuddle nonetheless.
Got was one time they held hands. And she said that after they just, simple holding hands, she felt incredibly guilty that was a betrayal enough of Rusty. Never went any further than that.
Hemi Newman says, "This is the last one from me. I know it won't help, but please never forget how much I love you." And how did you respond?
I know, but so do other people. I betrayed them all. I'm not trying to deal with that for now, but my burden, not yours.
What happened in Greenville, man?
We were holding each other's hands, and that's it. It may sound worse than it is, but to me, that was a betrayal.
So you're repenting in the email, at least, from holding his hand?
Yep.
And this is the same email where he says you and he woke up together. And that's the same place.
He didn't say we said we woke up Friday morning in Denver. He was there. He doesn't say that we woke up together. Okay, you added that.
When we woke up
on Friday morning in Denver. Yeah, that's what he said.
But she did say to a friend one time that if she was single, if Rusty was out of the picture, she'd be open to it. Then, of course, there was... Rusty had a big 2 and 6 zeros of life insurance. Something in...
I've been waiting on this to come out. Y'all know I'm like always looking for the insurance policy.
Got 3 months after his death. The prosecution said this was enough for Hemi and Andrea to start a new life together. The prosecution also said that if Hemi did have bipolar disorder, he was never treated for it. He wasn't on any medication. He didn't have any psychiatrist. So...
Hemi Newman, on November 18th, 2010, did not have the mental capacity to distinguish right from wrong at the time of the shooting.
Andrea Snyderman, master manipulator. I suggest to you that if you think for a second that Andrea Snyderman did not know what she was doing, did not manipulate Hemi, did not suggest to Hemi, did not plant seeds to Hemi, then I don't think you're taking a reasonable look at the case. Well, she's lying because she knows that she put this in motion and manipulated Hemi to do this, and she knows that if Hemi's questioned, it's going to lead back to her.
Now, I'm nodding my head because I agree. but he still pulled the trigger as well. So he's still just as guilty. So don't ever think I'm just saying this dude isn't guilty or responsible for his actions, because he is. But she sure did play a huge role in it, and she should go down just right with him. She needs to go down with him. Like, no, we are not letting her get off.
Duh.
Exactly.
Henry Newman killed Rusty Snyderman because he wanted his wife, because he wanted his money, because he wanted his life. Period. That is not mental illness. But if he knew he was legally wrong, or if he knew he was morally wrong, he knew he was wrong. And that makes him guilty, that makes him guilty, that makes him guilty all day, every day, because he is sane and he knew the difference between right and wrong. And they have the temerity, the unmitigated gall to call him a good man. Good men don't sleep with other men's wives. Good men don't sit at their table when they know they're having an affair with the man's wife. Good men don't do what he did. Good men do not do this.
And if you go back to the interrogation, did he seem like he was insane then? He wouldn't answer. He said, nah, why didn't y'all read me my Miranda rights 20 minutes ago before you started talking to me? Go back to the interrogation. Did he seem like he was off, or did he seem pretty clever enough to know I don't need to answer these questions? I don't need to make myself look suspicious. I am making myself look suspicious though, but nothing in that interrogation said that he was insane. Sorry.
In the end, the jury found him guilty of the murder of Rusty, but that he was mentally ill. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Andrea was also in the shit. Remember when I said, she shouldn't have taken the witness stand?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she really shouldn't have taken the witness stand. She got 16 charges laid against her, multiple false statement charges and perjury charges, but most importantly, murder. That she was involved in her husband's death. That either she plotted with Hemi to kill Rusty, or that she manipulated Hemi into killing Rusty. Her friend Shayna said during Hemi's trial that Andrea called her the morning of Rusty's death, telling her that he had been shot and that she was on her way to hospital.
She immediately at the same time was screaming to me that Rusty had been shot and she didn't know if he was dead or alive, and she was on the way to the hospital.
However, she said on the stand she didn't know what happened to Rusty until she arrived at the hospital.
I didn't know what happened to Rusty until I got to the emergency room.
Okay.
No one told me what happened to Rusty.
So how would she know he had been shot? And why deny knowing it? She also deleted call and text logs between her and Hemi on the day of the murder. Now, the prosecution would later drop the murder charges. Quite simply, there just wasn't enough there to charge her with it, and they were afraid if they tried to charge her with it and she got off of it, she would get off of everything. So, whew, for Andrea. But not in the court of public opinion. On the remaining 13 charges, she was found guilty of 9.
Your Honor, I'm here to ask for your leniency for the sake of my children, Sophia and Anne. There was no physical romance between Mr. Newman and me. No sex, no kissing, nothing, other than putting my head on his shoulder to cry and holding his hand on one occasion to comfort him. I was never leaving my true love, Rusty, and our children. I later took the stand at Mr. Newman's murder trial because I wanted to prove that he was sane. I did not prepare for my testimony. I didn't review any emails, and I ignored all the people who told me not to testify.
Y'all feel bad? Oh, okay.
Shocked when the prosecution began attacking me.
She received 5 years in prison. She was out on parole after 22 months. Rusty's family filed a lawsuit against her for wrongful death. It was settled out of court, so we don't know what the settlement was, but interesting, you might say. In 2015, the Georgia Supreme Court reversed Hemi's convictions. This was due to some confidential documents, mental health ones. They were brought into evidence when they were confidential, they shouldn't have been. In 2016, he went on trial once again. He was found guilty once again, Though this time without the mental illness part. Just straight up guilty. He was once again sentenced to life without parole. And so ends, this whole one. I don't think we'll ever really know the full extent of Andrea's involvement, if any, in the death of Rusty Snyderman. You know, was Hemi just a guy who had some mental health issues and unrequited love for Andrea led him to something? Or was Hemi manipulated by Andrea into killing her husband and she then got off scot-free? Was Andrea the victim of a stalker? You know, Hemi who just wouldn't leave her alone and he eventually killed her beloved husband? Or did they plot it together? Even if she really had nothing to do with the murder of her husband, it is highly likely she did have an affair with Hemi. She did lie to police officers and made false statements. So even if she didn't know it at the time, her behavior, one way or another, did trigger a man to murder Rusty. Rusty, a man who definitely didn't deserve to die. It's a weird triangle, but there you have it. Shit.
Yeah, the crocodile tears didn't do it for me. You know what I mean? And she still got off with only 22 months. So maybe they did it for the judge and the jury, but it didn't really do it to me. I felt like she did lie a lot. Can't prove it, you know, but sometimes you just got a feeling about somebody and what they're saying, and she just didn't come off as she was giving the truth out. You know what I mean? She manipulated that dude. Granted, he's responsible for his own actions, and he just didn't come off as insane to me, especially if you go back and look at that interrogation. So this case is crazy. Yeah, hey man, you having them workplace affairs, bro. Y'all gotta chill out. You know, you got your wife at home, then you got your work wife, or you got your husband at home, then you got your work husband. Chill out, man. I'm gonna just leave it there. All right, no judgment here. It's your boy L. Till the next reaction, I'm gone. Peace.
When it comes to new coupe, this the new. Had to cut that bitch out, got a new chain, new watch, new bells.
So, all right, TMG fam, we are doing it. The full 1 hour video of the full body camera man accused of impersonating the police officer in Whitehall. All right, we about to check out the full entire 1 hour video. All right, so get you something, pause it, we'll get you something to drink, something to snack on, some chips or something, whatever it is. Let's get to it. Let's check it out. This is the full video, y'all. So
in that cruiser that has red and blue lights on it.
And that's what I told him. I said, you can't do that.
No.
I said, yeah, it's not illegal.
I need to go talk to him. Thanks. Hi there. There. So, you're an actual Cleveland police officer?
No, I'm not with Cleveland PD. I work for Cleveland Watchmen. We're a security company that hires only off-duty police officers to do traffic control for...
Are you an off-duty police officer?
Yeah. Yeah.
So who are you with?
Pickway Sheriff's Office.
Pickway.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're out of Ohio, and you're here working in Franklin County in Whitehall as an off-duty police officer.
No, I'm working as a security guard.
No, you're in uniform marked as a police officer. You're working as a police officer right now with a car that has red and blue lights on it.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got some paperwork I can give to you from...
Absolutely, and I'll need to get your information. I've been asked to come up here by my deputy chief and get that.
Okay.
Because, yeah. Here, you...
So already, he initially told him, yes, he's a police officer.
I mean, we're finished up with the work anyway, but They offered it, I guess, as special duty to your guys.
No, they did not.
That's what we were told.
Not at all. Nope. Not at all. And if it gets offered to us, if we pass it, we have to give it to Franklin County.
And they said they offered it to them and they passed too. So.
No, they did not.
Okay.
Okay, that 966 Pierce is a problem house. I think there's a female family.
Where's the car come from?
That comes and goes there. That
Cleveland Watchman,
the
company that I work for.
I don't remember her first name.
So they're owned by two. It's a not-for-profit agency owned by two Cleveland police officers.
Not that, sir.
55, copy of 12.
Go ahead.
Henry Paul 7740. Henry Paul 7740. Go ahead. Just print that out for me. I'll be out here at Hollywood and Broad talking to this company working up here. Do you have your ID on you by chance? So I can get your information? Are you full-time over in Pickway?
I live in Pickway, so, let's see.
74 to 105.
So I left the sheriff's office there. I'm going to, I was full-time there. I left full-time as a jail dep there.
So you're not even a police officer?
Currently, I'm starting a new commission with a village up in Richland County, so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're not even a police officer. You're currently not a full-time or a part-time police officer anywhere?
Reserve.
Okay, where are you a reserve officer at?
So, give me a second. I'll give you the name of the village because it got hooked up through the company here that I'm working with. So.
Okay. Do you have an ID from that village?
Not with me, no.
Not with you?
No.
So you don't have an ID, you don't have a badge. What's the badge you were displaying earlier?
Sorry?
What's the badge you were displaying earlier?
What do you mean?
Do you have a badge?
Yes.
What was that badge you were displaying earlier?
That's my old Pickway one.
So you have a Pickway County badge, but you don't work for them?
It's a previous one from there, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You have that with you currently?
Yeah, it's a flex badge.
Can I see that, please?
Yeah.
You out here flexing, old badge. You knew what you was doing.
55 to 63.
Why do I feel like I'm about to actually get pinned up by you guys for...
Yes, I'm gonna need you to stop up here, please. I'm on a KFC lot at Collingwood Broad. This has gotten much deeper.
What are you on?
Yeah, well, I talked about you earlier. That traffic detail.
Okay.
So the company's trying to get you.
And each time he asks him a question, bro, he get a different answer, fam. A different answer. First, yes, I'm a police officer. Second time, I'm from, and I got this badge from a previous situation, and I'm through this, connected to these two cops with this company, like.
You a reserve commission?
They already got one.
They already got one?
So the guy that owns the company, he's in my unit for the guard. And then another guy that's in my unit is Chief of Police, Sergeant Proper. Let me call John, who is the Command Sergeant Major in my unit. He's also the...
Okay, those are all military people, right?
Yeah, but he's the owner of this company. He's the owner of the company. So let me call him.
That's fine.
Hey, John. Okay. So I'm out here in Whitehall.
opportunity to run. If he had any shot of not getting arrested, this was his opportunity to run.
Yeah, 55, copy an LL number for me. Tom 995845. Tom 995845. Yeah, print that off for me and hold it.
Went ahead and did a check on her. Just one possible for theft out of us. Yeah, verify, please. We may try to make contact with this house. Talk to him about the vehicle. It hasn't been 24 hours yet. Got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you 10-5?
Yeah, I am right at the moment.
Not quite sure what you got up there, but if it's going to be like an impersonation kind of thing, we're right down the road. We can help you with that part of it.
Yeah, actually, both might want to come down here and handle maybe the military end of it.
Where did he go? He walked off.
Okay, we'll be down that way. He was just finishing some notes. Go ahead. Just FYI, possible was no good. Copy, thank you. I'll be en route to 55.
Yeah, 55 to 111. Yeah, you work for Pickway, correct? Yeah, why don't you stop over here for me? You might be able to answer a question for me.
I copy. We're up from 220.
80 to 55. Still 55?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you ran that or not, but he's got a line of duty crash from Banks County.
Yeah, I know. At one point, he might have worked for somebody.
Okay. I don't know what you have.
So he calling in people over, man. He got I think a female officer coming in. I might have worked in Pickway, so she may be able to answer some questions or give some validity to something. He got some other officers coming in, the ones that we probably saw in the previous video. He calling people in. He's like, yo, this thing done got deep, man. I need y'all to pull up on me, man. We got to sort this thing out.
55 area.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and if you would, for the screen, just add this company name. This is the power company that's up here. It's Matrix, Mary, Adam, Tom, Robert, Ida, X-Ray, Nora, Adam, Charles.
Okay, initially just kind of did a comment screen. Do you want like a 48A screen?
Yeah, that'll work for now. Just, yeah, make up a screen and put this all in.
Are you guys out of Pennsylvania? You guys out of PA?
The company is, but we're...
Okay. I just saw the tag. That's what I was wondering if you guys
Hey,
are
you
out.
know an Aaron Oakley? I think he used to be a Whitehall cop. Now he's a lineman.
There.
I didn't know if you might know him or not.
No, he could have been one of our auxiliaries. There's a ton of them.
What's going on? I don't understand.
Go ahead, Mr.
He's not a police officer. You got, who's the supervisor?
He's gone. He's gone right now. He went to AEP. That's the second command now.
Okay.
I want to say AWP hired him. Did AWP hire you?
Yes. AWP hired. So AWP or AEP?
AWP.
Okay. Area-wide protective. Ah, okay, them. Okay. I've seen you guys. You've had problems with them the way you said that. Yeah. Yeah. So the village is Glenmont, Ohio, and I was trying to call the chief just now to have him vouch for it. So, hey George. Okay, so Whitehall Police is here.
I'm pulling up with down 55. Copy.
Here. Tell me what's wrong with it. It's plastic. Yeah. That's what he was displaying. And he's armed and everything. Have we taken his firearm? Not yet.
Hey, tell me what's wrong with that. It's plastic. That's what he was flashing.
See, this is who he works for, which is, he's in the military. Yeah, that's screen printed. He's in the military. The guy who owns his company is his commanding officer. Some sergeant, first sergeant, sounds like. All right. And they got hired through this company here, area-wide protection. He says he used to work.
It was AWP was on one of those trucks.
Yeah, well, no, that's them. They're separate. So he says he now works for the village of Glenmont, Ohio. He used to work in Pickaway County. I said, so you're currently not certified anywhere? And he goes, well, I'm a reserve officer. I said, give me an ID or a badge. He said, well, I don't have one because they're trying to get that. So he's over there with his boss, who is a military officer. All these people are related to the military that work for this off-duty.
Where's the military guy?
Well, that's who.
What's up? He is.
All right, real quick. So, this is what he was displaying. It's fake. That's cool. Well, maybe that's he is armed. Okay. He's fully armed, acting as a police officer. He has a vest on that says police. All right. Now, he says that he worked for Pickaway County Sheriff's Office, but he no longer works for them. And I said, well, let me see that badge you were displaying. He said, well, and I said, no, let me see the badge you were just displaying when I pulled out. Because he was showing it to Jeff Hart. So, this is what I took off of him. I said, so who do you work for now? And he says, well, I work for a village. I said, well, let me see your ID for them and your badge. He said, well, I don't have any. I said,
Who does he work for?
Well, he finally gave it to me because he had to call his boss, who is the owner, they're all related from the military. They're all in the same military unit together, who is either retired or off-duty Cleveland police officer who started this.
Yeah, but my question is he a police officer?
Well, he's on the phone. He's trying to get a hold of his chief now of this village, who is the village. It's Glenmont, Ohio. But he says this Cleveland police officer, who he works for this company, is trying to get them all reserve commissions through this village. So he's currently not a police officer anywhere.
Okay, so he's not a police officer.
Yeah, he hums around about that. He won't give you a direct answer, but he finally said, you are not a police officer anywhere. Well, no, not really. I said, you're not commissioned anywhere. So.
All right, so he's not a police officer.
No.
So, if he is not a police officer and he is working for this company.
Well, they don't know. They basically, so this area-wide protection, as soon as he said it, that's the one I dealt with before with the same exact problem. Area-wide protection hired Cleveland Watchmen, which is off-duty Cleveland and other officers through a military group. It's a group of military people that are officers. They hired them, and he came down. That's why this comes back, I guess, to the company. And it's got red and blues.
Well, so here's what I'd suggest. One of two options. I'll leave it to you. You're the boss out here. But I would say, if he's working for this company and he is not a police officer, we have two options. One, you could, which he can work for a company and he can regulate traffic.
I know,
yeah.
But he worked for them. He worked for Pickwick.
What's his name? Everybody who walks up. That's not a badge. And then she walked up and was like, that's not our badge. Yo.
Casey Williams.
Oh, yeah.
He's over there. You know him?
Yeah, he was fired from Pickaway.
Oh, okay. Well, he's displaying their badge out here.
That's a maid badge. That's not our badge.
Right, yeah.
We don't provide this and we don't approve this.
Well,
yeah. So, yeah, two options. If he wanted to stay working, he would have to take off.
there.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Right.
I'm still getting used to it.
He's over there. So, I would say there's two options.
Hi, Lieutenant. How are you?
I would say you could say, well, if you're going to regulate traffic, you have to take off anything that says police officers, and you cannot turn those lights on if they have a blue light on them, period. Unless that law is changed. Only police officers can have blue light.
Okay.
Or you would cite him for having the blue light and charge him with personating a police officer. Or, instead of just advising him, you could do both of those things right now if we saw him doing all this stuff that you're saying.
Well, I'm
going to
see what Pickwick County wants to do about this.
And if we charge him with if we charge him with that crime and we cite him with that, and we impound that vehicle for the equipment violation, which we could also do, but we don't have to do that, then I'm pretty sure that's going to take care of this process in the future.
Yeah.
Summons him for impersonating a police officer. He's got a badge on him with claiming to be an officer. They didn't need him hauled around, write all that up about who he is and all that kind of stuff. And if you want to, he's out here regulating. He's out here it's not impersonating. I think that's the theft offense, impersonating a police officer. Make sure, if you don't know this, Joe White, there's two different impersonators. There's one called impersonating a police officer, one called personating a police officer. One of them, I think, the impersonating is under the theft section, where you're doing it. I think.
Well, I'm trying to get before I go that route.
Yeah, you'd have to see which one applies, and I'm not sure about.
Before I go that route, I definitely want to find out if he has a commission with Village of Glenmont, then yes.
Right, but either way, he's not working for them right now, so that light doesn't come on, and he displays nothing that says police. And then I'm okay with that resolution too. If that's where you end up going.
But wouldn't he get a CCW charge too if he doesn't have a concealed carry, but he has it on?
Yes.
Well, he's open carrying.
Oh, he's open. It's fine.
But he's in the vehicle.
Not when I haven't seen him in the vehicle. He was out walking around talking to Jeff Hartweiser.
Well, when we saw him, he was just sitting in the vehicle. So if he had it on him, then it would be a CCW.
Well, it would probably be an improper transport, right?
Yeah,
because
improper handling.
Yeah, improper handling, because he's got it openly displayed at least. But you're right.
Goodness gracious, this sounds like they drawing up a play right now in football terms, bro. But yo, he is in some serious trouble. And the craziest thing is the police officers saying that we've dealt with this company, AAW something or AA, whatever they said that company name was, has been doing this before with these military officers and stuff like that. So this is crazy.
That's a good call. You might have a violation on that of some sort, depending on what he's doing. But if he's out walking around with it, then we don't. But if he's in the vehicle driving, then it's not still right. Then you have that also.
All right, let me go.
I'll let you decide, Brad.
All right.
But he might end up with at least secured until we figure out what.
Yeah. Here, give that to working for now.
Okay, so I can't get a hold of the chief from Richland Township, which is Glenmont.
It's Richland Township.
All right, y'all, this is where we came in. All right, this is where we came into play.
Yeah.
So it's a township police department, or
it's
is
the
it village?
Village in Richland Township. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a village in Richland.
But you have no ID from them,
No,
all right?
no.
And have you ever been sworn in by them?
I've talked to the chief.
No.
So
I'm
that's
asking
all
you a
we
direct
asked.
question. Have you been sworn in
Now,
by
it's
them?
very important you answer this correctly, because being a former police officer or someday a current police officer, you know if you lie in this situation, you go directly to jail.
No, I'm not.
So I'm going to put that right
Listen,
up.
I'm not.
So if you are telling me you are a police officer right now, is that what you're telling me? So you are not a commissioned police officer.
I have spoke with the chief.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you one question. Are you a commissioned police officer through the state of Ohio?
I have an OPUDA certificate.
That's not what I'm
That's
asking.
not what we're asking you.
I'm explaining to you.
No, you're not. You're not answering the question.
That's what the officer referred to as him hauling around. Yo, he will not answer a direct question. You got to ask him the same question 10 times before he finally answers it once.
Waiting the question. It's very simple. Are you a sworn police officer anywhere in the state of Ohio with any department?
Not currently.
Okay. That's
not
the question.
I'm unsure. I'm unsure.
You can't be unsure.
You can't be unsure.
You would have to raise your hand, swear, sign a form, and you would get
talked to
paperwork on that.
Hello.
Talking to the chief is not enough.
Yeah, the chief of police is here, so.
So he's not commissioned with paperwork. So that he's not going to get back.
Okay. 1 second. Would you be willing to speak to the supervisor from the company?
From
Watchman.
From Watchman?
Yes.
Is he an actual police officer?
You are an actual police officer, correct? Okay. Okay. Yes, he is. Where are you commissioned at?
It doesn't matter. He's not here doing anything.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's the superintendent of the state highway patrol. That's irrelevant to the situation. So you can talk to him if you want, Rex, but I got no.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, this is Sergeant Atkins with the Ohio Police Department. Okay. Well, the issue is that we have a off-duty officer, or not an off-duty officer, a person acting as an off-duty officer with a semi-marked vehicle. It's red and it's black and white. It doesn't have any police markings on it, but it does have red and blue lights on it that were being displayed on one of our main thoroughfares, Broad Street, okay, with a gentleman wearing a vest that's marked police and a full duty belt with a badge that says Pickaway County Sheriff's Office, stating he's working special duty here in the city of Whitehall. All right. Now the issue is that this company that works for AEP, they never contacted us about any special duty, all right, to work. And I know the lady at AEP because I deal with her all the time, and she always contacts me if they have something here in Whitehall that they need special duty for. There. So.
And I asked about this because I did. I really did. I promise you. Okay. I promise you guys 110%.
And
over there. No. I asked him. I promise. Boy, he trying to talk his way out of this one. You hear me? But when somebody normally giving you those type of signs, you know it's not legit, bro. You know you ain't have no business out there with all that stuff on, saying displaying police, knowing you wasn't commissioned anywhere, haven't been sworn in. You might have worked for a company that you were fired for. You're no longer a police officer. So it's a lot of stuff that you know you were out here doing that you were not supposed to be doing, bro. Simple.
And I've had this same issue with AWP before. So I'm not putting the blame totally on you or anything like that with the Cleveland Watchman group, but AWP has tried this before, and then they say, well, no one wants to work. Well, that's not true, okay? We have our own special duty officers that work these traffic details, okay? And if we can't get it, we contract with the sheriff's office here locally. Here.
He said he works for the city of Cleveland.
No. But Casey.
It said I did it until I got the new one from the Attorney General.
Yo, the dude that's impersonating the cop should get mad at the actual cops and try to arrest them. Just be like, yo, I'm not putting up with y'all. Y'all are in violation. Y'all are breaking the law. I'm gonna arrest you. He should just totally, at this point, just try to throw him off guard.
I cut it off. I'm not. You guys,
Okay, he is not a commissioned officer. Actually, I have a female officer here that worked for Pickaway County that now works for us, and she said that Casey was fired from them. All right. However, he's out here in a full duty belt with a police vest with police markings on it, displaying a badge that says Pickaway County. And it's not a real badge anyway, it's a fake plastic badge that someone's had made. Oh yeah, because we're deciding now if what we're going to take him on, if we're going to take him. And this vehicle belongs to who? Because he says it belongs to the company. Okay. Oh, I understand that. He's not commissioned through anybody right now. He can't even tell. He says it's Richland Township, and I said, well, is it a township or is it a village? He said, well, it's a village. I said, well, it's one or the other. I said, you know, it's either a township police department, a village police department, a city police department. You tell me. And so we got down to the nitty gritty, and we just flat asked him, are you a sworn officer with any place in the state of Ohio, any department? I don't care if it's a township, a village, a city, what? He says, well, I have a POTA certificate. I said, I didn't ask that. I said, are you a sworn police officer? And he said, no.
Which doesn't matter. I mean, he's not displaying that kind of stuff. He's displaying that one, and we know he's not part of that. Right.
I haven't had a chance.
Because they're going to handle it on their end as well. As far as they want to.
Okay, what's your first name again? I'm sorry.
He's displaying Pickaway County office after his dismissal from there. Because he was under investigation.
There?
That's why he left. He worked in the jail. He never worked for us.
Alright, and what's a phone number for the company or a way I can get a hold of you if I need to?
The biggest issue is he's not.
Okay. No, that's all right. Just so I have a number to go on. All right. Yeah, but let me talk to the other, find out what's going on here, and I will call you, give you a call back. All right, and let you know. If he does.
Perfectly fine.
Well, here's the question. If he does end up going with us, all right. What do you want to do with this vehicle?
Yeah, we drove by and I said, and he told me they were hired.
I understand. Let me figure it out, call you back, and I'll let you know. Ready?
He said they're flagsmen. Yeah, but I know there's the one that hired reached out and hired him.
I'm going to leave it to you.
Yeah, he
no matter what, we're going to do a code 1 on it, right?
Yeah, he says that I just talked to the owner of this company. He says that this area-wide protection contacted them, right, and said, we have a detail in Columbus that we can't get covered. Can you guys do it? He said, I was not aware it was in, he goes, I'm from Cleveland, I don't know your jurisdictional boundaries on it. He said, I was told it was in Columbus and they did not want it and were not available. And I explained how we do it. He says, I understand, I totally understand what you mean, that it's in your jurisdiction and you contact the county if not. He said, he's never met this guy. He says, I've never met him. He goes, I was advised through other people that he worked for the village of Glenmont and he had a commission with them. He goes, and we hired him because he lived down there. He goes, I would never have sent, he goes, this is their car. He said, we maintain our own fleet of cars up here because we work mostly up here in Cleveland area. He goes, I would have never sent him 5 hours away with one of our cars if I didn't know he wasn't a police officer. He goes, I'm being, and I said, all right, I understand that.
All right, well, he's getting hold of the chief of that department, so we'll verify there that he's not that one and he's not that one, obviously.
And he does not have a CCW.
I'm okay with whichever route you go with it, and he doesn't have a CCW, so I'm okay if you want to write it and just put a stop to it, or if you want to charge him. I don't care either way.
All right.
55, you good if we clear then?
Yeah, what's this?
You need me to more Rex?
No. No thanks. What does, did you contact Tickway?
I did. I contact Lieutenant.
All right. What was their take on it? What did they?
He said absolutely not. He's left a while. He left before I left because he was under investigation and he was going to be dismissed. So he chose to quit before that investigation ended.
Did they get all their badges back?
Yes, that's a main one.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, because when I initially asked him, he said he had a Pickaway County badge.
That one.
Well, and that's when I said, show me.
Yeah, it has to be checked off. When you leave, you have to turn in your ID.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes,
I want to make sure he does not have anything else on him.
No, so he probably, because he worked in the jail, he never worked the road. So when he worked in the jail, our deputies still get the deputy badges. So he probably scanned, because that looks like it's just a sticker. So
this fool's under investigation, right? He leaves beforehand, so he probably could keep all of his stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, and I don't know if this may be the case, y'all let me know. A lot of people, when they're about to be investigated or fired or some situation like that, I've heard of that if you just basically quit or resign, you can possibly keep your certifications and different things like that. That's what I've heard of. I'm not sure. You guys let me know if y'all are familiar with hearing that. But either way, he was under investigation at that department, never worked the road. He was, like she said, worked the jail. And this dude just continues to find himself in some messed up situations, bro. But he know he was wrong. He got this plastic badge. He's out here fronting like he's a police officer. He has the vest. He has police on the vest. And we ain't even made it to the trunk and everything yet. So I'm anxious to see what happens after all that.
he probably scanned that he made before he left, turned in all his stuff, and then left. Which Lieutenant's requesting a copy of the report as well, because he's told that he's representing Pickaway County.
I understand. All right. Yeah, you guys are good then. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
This captain's supposed to call me back from Belmont or wherever.
From
Glenmont.
Glenmont.
Okay. Just so I can verify that, I just need to narrow it down. So.
If he's not, then that answers that.
So can I talk to you before you make any decisions here?
Give me one minute. We're gonna verify one more thing with. All right, and then I will.
Can we just talk one moment? Just me and you. Let me see if I can rectify this whole situation, huh? You like green money bills? That sounds like somebody wanting to start a bribery.
You know. Yeah. If you just want to hang out by the car, that'd be great.
I did get him to verify that he did have the gun on him while he was sitting in the cruiser. So it's up to you what you want to do. I'm still going to take a report on it so I can send it to Pickaway. But it's really up to you what you want to do with that.
I think we've kind of ruined his career anywhere. This company's going to fire him anyway. I just talked to the owner. He's like, no. We were not aware of that? No. And I said, well, what do you want to do with this car? And he said, we'll have to send people down there if he gets arrested. So I told him I'd call him back.
Well, I even told him, I was like, if you would have been upfront with us from the get-go, I was like, we would be more willing to work with you. I was like, but it took my deputy chief to get in your face for you even to say anything.
Yeah.
And so he was like, yeah, well, I started yesterday. I was like, they could have written a memo and you could have just been in a private capacity. I'm like, what made you put on the badge? I said, you didn't have to put on the badge. You could have had your gun readily available and you could have had handcuffs. I was like, but the thing is, the only thing you could do is citizen's arrest.
Hey, Casey, when were you sworn in at Glenmont?
He's not.
He's not. He's never been sworn in.
So I talked to the chief. He was supposed to take care of it.
So you talked to the chief today? Chief Proper?
No, I was just trying to call him.
You were just trying to call him?
For what?
Do you have his phone number?
Yeah, so your time uninterrupted to explain exactly what.
Yeah, one second.
So he's saying he should be. When was this supposed to happen if it didn't happen now?
I was supposed to be this week to finish everything. Paperwork and everything.
We'll go back.
I was told it's good. I have the chief's word. And I went on a man's word. That's what it is.
You went on a man's word. You don't have any documentation. You see the issue.
No, I do. And that's why I'm trying my best to call the chief. I can't get a hold of him.
We're not exactly in the business of just
I understand.
letting people come out here and say we're all the same, one team, one fight, right? You're not
we
even
may
hired.
have to because he doesn't have a CCW permit, right? And then he was running the vehicle. So that might
So, that's where we're at, Cap. I appreciate it. I just wanted to nail it down for my report. Williams. C-A-S-E-Y. Last name Williams. And he said he was told by...
Hello? Yeah.
But originally he was sworn in.
What you got. They're calling Prover, which is the guy that the staff sergeant from the ball.
Let me go grab my car.
Sergeant Major Ball.
Do you guys have more work you're going to be doing on Broad Street today?
Road here? No, we're not that we're aware of with this job, I believe. Well, we don't know if we're going to be on this road or where we're going to be on this one. He's getting our boss is getting us a new work packer right now, so I don't know exactly where it will be, but I'm sure we're not going to be on. We're not going to have them today.
Probably not.
Oh.
Definitely, I can say no. Definitely not.
Oh, okay.
They gave him every opportunity, bro. They've tried to call. They've tried to verify. So you can't say that they didn't go above and beyond, bro, to try to give this dude the benefit of the doubt. They've tried, but they just keep hitting dead ends with this dude, man.
I don't want to take him to jail, but I'm definitely going to take him in and summons him probably. All right. Unless did we get any information? Unless Glenmont says that he has a...
Glenmont, the captain said he's going to text the chief. He said that is a number to the chief, he says, but it's like 1 or 2 would be like the chief and one of the deputy chiefs. He was like, no. He's like, I've never heard of him.
Well, here's the thing.
He was like, he said he may very well be in process and maybe somebody knew him, recommended him.
Well, he's in the guard with the chief, is what it sounds like.
So with the chief himself?
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like the chief of this PD is his sergeant in the guard.
Okay.
So...
Well, you should still understand he's not the police.
And
he's been commissioned as a police officer.
And the only thing that ruined it for him is probably that Pickaway County badge. Because when he displayed that to Jeff Hart and all that, and he was wearing it around his neck, sorry. All right? You knew you didn't work for Pickaway. You got fired. They took everything. You turned everything back in. All right? So... we can, yeah.
I think it's an impersonation, in my opinion. But...
And we'll park his car. I'll call the owner.
Y'all know who I blame for this? Huh? Don't get mad at me, ladies. I blame y'all. Because y'all always talking about, oh, I like a guy in uniform. And y'all got these dudes' heads so big, blown up, that they're willing to go out and impersonate a police officer and impress a lot of you women, man. I'm telling y'all, that's one root of the problem. Nah, I'm just playing.
Owner of the company back and tell them they can come pick up their cruiser. And
is the company still all the way in Cleveland?
Yeah.
So he drove all the way to Cleveland because he lives in Asheville, or does he live up that way?
I don't know how he got the car. But the company owner said, yes, I would not have sent a guy, 5-hour round trip with one of our cars. So he must have drove to Cleveland at some point, picked up one of their cars on a 5-hour trip to come down here. He goes, I was told by area-wide protection that this was a Columbus detail and Columbus didn't want it.
Yeah, and that's fine, but at some point in time,
he goes, he's never met this guy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How they verify people's commission?
They didn't.
Well, that's the problem. It sounds like they're not exactly.
Yeah, because then they say, hey, you can't have red and blue lights.
Well, up in Cleveland, this guy, the owner of the company, works for Cleveland. He says, we mostly work around here in Cleveland, which I can't believe Cleveland officers are happy with that. Are happy with one of their own starting a company and undercutting their special duty. But that's what it sounds like they did.
They may not have the ability to cover it. Either.
That could be. But he hires nothing but off-duty officers. Now he may hire.
Well, they had that FBI thing that stepped in there a little while.
Yeah, and they may have hired like townships and villages around Cleveland.
I found a good paying job, and I was told by the guys, like, hey, we'll take care of a commission, we'll get it taken care of, it's no big deal. I come out here, I was told, hey, you can start, make some money. That's all I was trying to do. Please do not, I'm asking you for courtesy.
There you go, courtesy. He wants professional courtesy. I remember this part too.
Man to man, please do not ruin my career. Please, please, please.
I think you did that kind of on your own, Casey.
Please.
All right. The Pickaway County, you knew you didn't work for Pickaway County. You displayed that badge. All right. You're out here acting in law enforcement capacity, displaying a badge that you have no right to have, or a facsimile of a badge. That's not even a real badge. You were aware of that.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not real.
Okay. So, all right, you're going to be charged.
Oh, seriously?
I'm serious, okay? Now, we're going to be nice about this, okay? And we're going to take you over, and you can take your gun belt off, and you can set it on the hood of that car, okay? And we're going to take you in. We don't have to handcuff you. This officer James is going to pat you down, all right? And we'll let you out, all right, on a summons, all right? Now,
are we too far for me to?
We're
Listen,
okay.
Completely deceptive.
Here's the problem. You don't understand that right now we can charge you for improperly handling in a vehicle. I can charge you for impersonating a police officer. All right, there's tons of charges.
What are you charging me?
Here, well, probably the impersonation of a police officer.
So the best thing to do right now is to just take off the belt.
All right, so let's step over here and take care of that first.
Smith, right here. Right here. Right. Take off the belt, and then I'm going to sue.
You don't have anything else on you, do you?
No.
All right. Now, don't reach in. All right. You should know the drill.
I missed that part. He said you should know the drill.
Take a friend.
Can I call my supervisor?
We will get a chance. I'm going to call the owner of the company, the guy I spoke with. I'm going to talk to him. He gave me his number, said to call him back. All right.
Which one? The one that you talked to on the phone on
George? Yeah.
No, the owner is John Ball.
Well, George is who I'm going to call back because he's the one.
He's just the supervisor.
Okay.
John's the one that talked to Sergeant Roper, who was supposed to help me.
But you never talked to Sergeant Roper.
I did talk to Sergeant Roper, yes.
Right. A whistle running.
Yeah.
Ooh, it gives his gun belt, but we're just going to lock this up so he can't take it.
Yeah, we'll just take that in.
Can we discuss another charge at least? Like,
Where are the keys to this car? Where's the keys to this car?
Is it with your regular keys?
Is it with your regular?
Yeah, they're on my regular.
Do you have a cover
I don't. There might be one in the back of that.
Hey, I put this down in your floorboard, and then I unloaded the gun. The gun's in a holster, but there's magazines on your seat, just because I have literally zero storage, and he's in my seat. And I put stuff in, and I'm in the passenger seat.
No problem. We'll see if he wants the stuff out of this car, because I think the company's going to probably come back down here and get this.
So before did you work?
Yes, sir. GP advocate just called in here. Says that I'm gonna get home.
At least let the man eat his Lunchable, man. At this point, let my guy eat his Lunchable, man. Let Casey eat his Lunchable.
And around here, just came from court, and she's pretty upset. She's concerned about his family being at the apartment when she tried to go get her belongings.
Just disrespected the Lunchable right there. How you just gonna disrespect it? It's not cool, bro.
Okay. Guess she wants to stand by for property. Is that what it sounded like to you?
Yeah, that's right. And she wants us to make sure that we're watching for her coming in, not sure if the family's going to follow her.
$55 to radio. Yeah, a couple part of that traffic there. Is that the one over on Fountain Lane?
Okay.
Alright, yep, 55 to L74.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was that code 3 from yesterday, where they went up to New Albany to locate. They had all the handguns. I believe it was part of the agreement, or they were going to make an agreement with the protection order that he surrender those, or they collect them from the apartment. That may be what it's about.
Hey, is the trunk button in the glove box there?
74 radio, when she shows up, you can just, I'm not aware of anything special that needs to go on. You can just have an officer handle that as normal.
It's been a while since I've... Oh, there it is.
I'm just gonna take all this.
Yeah, take care. Oh my God. it's loaded, right? Okay, we're not gonna, yeah. Take all his stuff, and you can throw it in my car.
Okay. I'll put it in the back of yours. I'm just throwing everything in there.
Casey. Dang it, Casey. You knew better. Come on now.
Hey, I think you're just gonna have to go the full course.
Yeah, I think that's a fine wrong.
Yeah, it's beyond that. I'm gonna go ahead and park this here. I'll call the company. They can come get it. I'll lock it up. Here's his keys. Yeah, go ahead and take him in. Do a interview on him. Mirandize him. Do an interview. Basically, same questions you were asking.
I'd rather not.
You got it.
No, but here's not that. Here's what I said. Why don't we have this towed to our lot where it's at least semi sort of secure, like where we can watch it on camera, and then we can probably put it in the basement.
Well, no, we just as long as it's on the lot.
Okay.
All right, yeah, let's do that. Good idea.
I just would hate that somebody come jack up their car,
especially since it does have red and blues. All right.
When do you go up? I'm not going to play this game. What's that? Well, things change. We try to do the reasonableness test here, but listen, man, there's just way too much. You've got a code in there that doesn't belong to you. That's got deputy sheriff stuff on there. You got a loaded rifle. You're a traffic guy, man. That's all your detail's going to be. What active shooter situation you going into? That you need to carry a loaded rifle and rifle plates. Listen, this is all because we're trying to look cool, whatever. I get it. Well, you're completely in the wrong. That's all I can tell you. Go ahead and put your foot in
there. Casey is not gonna give up, bro. He is gonna keep going. He in there like, I mean, come on, like, come on.
Yes. Are you serious?
Do you have your
Our boss is headed here now. If you need to talk to him,
that'll work. I'll talk to him.
You get here quick. He says you're getting locked up next. Please, I'm begging. He'll tell you right now. He hung up.
Don't tell him to break no laws getting here. All right, I got enough going on.
He'll come in here sideways. Please, he'll cry. That kind of person.
It's already starting out to be a long day.
So do I need to fill out a tow slip for it?
We probably, is that one his? Oh yeah, it had the red and white tag on it. I got it. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have to, because we'll have to give the tow company one.
Okay.
Did he tell you he was in a guard unit, Joe? Huh? Did he tell you he was in a guard unit? He said a guard unit, right? I said, yeah. So supposedly now, I wasn't speaking.
Hey, before you do your before you do that, just he's gonna keep talking to the streets. Yep. So you don't have to be verbatim, you just have to cover the key points. Cards. Yep.
Just transporting that.
Something or whatever. Now, spontaneous utterance is an utterance. I'm sure you can explain that, but you know, that way, if you got that burning question that comes right after he says it, you're in the right. Okay.
You have to separate.
When we drove by, I just had a weird feeling like I'm not in the business of, you know, sidebar investigating potential police officers, because you don't think, like, what's the... Like, I could see somebody pulling this, like, somewhere crazy, but, like, in the middle of a municipality, like...
Well, and that guy said, he goes, I was told it was Columbus. He goes, we'd have never done this. All right, he goes, you know, he goes, trust me, I work for Cleveland. I understand jurisdiction. I understand that whole thing. He goes, I understand, you know, you don't step on other. He goes, up here we work with all the departments around us and stuff. And I said, you know, that's not, I'm not blaming it all on you. You know, what I'm saying is that. It's good for you.
Yeah. Dude, he's got.
It got even. It kept us different. He's got a loaded rifle and everything.
Yeah.
With the
rifle plates.
A fake badge, a jacket that says has deputy sheriff patches on it from Pickway. He got fired from there.
Said he was commissioned.
So let's be clear. That jacket was from Pickaway. The one he was fired from. Well, being investigated, and then I think he resigned. But yeah, Pickaway. He had that jacket from Pickaway. So he's piecing stuff together to make himself look official.
Glenmont Village, called them, never heard of it. And then he was like, well, I mean, it was supposed to be done this week. I was going off a man's word. Like, you don't just get to be a police officer going off somebody's word. And he's been commissioned like
on Christmas Day, he's going to hire me, so he's pretty much got me.
He's been commissioned at 3 other places, and it's like, huh?
Charging with the CCW?
Nah, he had the improper, but I think we're just gonna go. Yeah. I mean, because it's open carry, it's on a sip other than being in the car where you got the improper, but I mean, it's up to him, but I mean, I think it's just impersonating a police officer.
Definitely that.
And then leave it up to Pickaway County to charge him. Leave it up to Pickaway County to charge him if they want for theft.
I just heard I drove by earlier and I'm like, can you have red and blue lights? And I'm like, I don't think you can.
That's interesting. Is that going to be...
What are these guys
Could they do a felony theft?
They knew nothing. Well, we're honestly, we're going to have to probably get back in the station so I can start looking and reading some of these, because these are going to be like...
Ones that...
Yeah. Like the red and blue lights on this car is a violation.
Who's this car registered to?
The car belongs to the company, and the company is in Cleveland. And I talked to a supervisor at the company.
And he actually works for them?
He does. He says, I've never met him. He says, somebody else hired him. I know who you're talking about. And he goes, I was told that he worked for a village close up here. And he goes...
I was about to say, it's a lot of lies, bro. A lot of lies. It's like they say, man, you pull one piece of string and everything comes apart.
He goes, trust me, he goes, I would have never had somebody drive 5 hours, you know, back and forth, because he pays him for that, to go clear down to Columbus to work a detail that we're not even supposed to be working. So yeah, so I think I got to deal with this supervisor here real quick.
How's it going?
All right. Are you the guy I'm supposed to take to jail?
Yeah.
Hey, they all said take you to jail. All right, so real quick.
Yeah, what's up with that dude?
He is not a certified police officer in the state of Ohio anymore.
That's crazy.
He is acting in capacity. He had a fake badge, sheriff's badge. He had a loaded rifle. He's wearing a gun belt with a loaded gun. He's wearing a vest that says police officer. He has a car that has red and blue lights on it. Now, he works for a company that can do that up in Cleveland. So, he's going to jail. We're going to impound the car. So you're kind of losing your thing, all right? We've had this issue once before with area-wide protection, all right? Stepping in to a jurisdiction, because we work special duty.
Yeah, that's what I called, and they said they can't get no cops.
They never even called us.
Yeah. I'm about done with area-wide.
Area-wide, because I know the lady at AEP, and normally she calls
Regina?
us direct. Yeah, Regina.
Yeah,
she
that's
calls
who
me.
I deal with, but
Regina normally calls me or the other sergeant directly and says, hey, we're going to be working in your area. It's one of our contractors. I mean, we've done it for tons of contractors for AEP.
Well, see, my contact AEP, who I was just with, who I go through, he said, hey, instead of going through Regina, he said, just call area-wide because they're getting us cops. But I don't know if it's been this guy or not, you know what I mean? So usually that's who I go to is Regina. And
she's the best one to go to because she knows all the jurisdictions. She knows all of us. She knows all of us here in Franklin County.
Yeah, because usually we get, that's why I told Brian. Well, we had 2 cops cancel on us yesterday, the day before, and I said, call Whitehall. I said, I see him driving around all the time, so why not call Whitehall?
Now, the problem is, are you guys done out here?
Yeah, we'll be done out here. I'm going to go, I'll have these guys go in and do some other stuff, but we'll be done out there.
Okay, I mean, if you need, we can probably get you some stuff, not like this short of notice, but you know, if you need somebody next week or something.
Yeah, I finished this job up this morning when we did this outage. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I just wanted to give you a heads up. Very stubborn.
So is he like impersonating an officer?
Yeah. He used to work for a sheriff's department, but they got rid of him. Yeah. And that's who he's got their stuff still.
Man, he was out there fucking yelling at cars, and I mean, I thought he was like, but I seen his car this morning, and it was like,
yeah. Now the car belongs to a company out of Cleveland.
Yeah, it just still doesn't look like it's.
No.
This doesn't look like it's put.
Well, you can't put. Now he could come, and so you guys know in the future, so you know, so you're not saying like, oh, why'd these cops? Like, he could have bought that car at an auction, and he could put all yellow lights on it and sit behind you guys and work traffic as a private citizen. All right.
You can't have the blue and red, right?
But you can't have the blue and red.
So is this company legal for having blue and red?
They are, all right, and they know it. All right, but that's why they stay up in Cleveland. Why they sent somebody down here, I don't know. Because they can't do what they hit by.
Why are they allowed to in Cleveland?
Well, probably because they all work for Cleveland. Cleveland PD just ignores it. I'm not saying that, all right, but that could be it, all right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel bad for Casey a little bit because I probably feel like somebody led him on, man. Like, he should know from being with Pigaway that he shouldn't have that stuff, but I'm pretty sure somebody probably led him on and was like, yo, listen, man, I got it taken care of. We're going to get you sworn in. We're going to get you commissioned, all this type of stuff like that. You have my word. You know what I'm saying? He should have known, but I'm pretty sure somebody put. He just seems like the type that, you know.
How'd you guys know?
Well, one of our officers went by and saw it and goes, that's not one of our cars. We don't even have cars anymore. Yeah. And he goes, so he stopped and talked to him. And he was asleep in the car. He was sitting behind your truck, asleep in the car. So he gets up and he talks to him. He said, hey. And he had the gun on. Is this dog getting overheated? Oh, yeah. So yeah, they drove by, they talked to him, and they just went, this doesn't seem right. So they came in, asked me, because I do all this stuff. I said, oh, contact us for the person on Broad Street. So you may want to go out there and check it. So when I got on, he was talking to our street superintendent, wearing the badge and everything. I walked up there, and I asked him directly. And he just started giving me, like, he wouldn't answer. Finally got down to the nitty gritty. I'm like, hey, you have a gun on you. I'm saying, you need to be honest with me. Finally said, yeah, I don't want to. And we have an officer that used to work for Pickaway Sheriff's Office. And we brought her over, and she said, yeah, I know him. And she goes, I said, this him? She goes, yeah, he got fired. And I said, well, what's this? She goes, yeah, that's one of those fake. So he has a classic badge. Yeah.
I tell Carmen this. They called Brian and told him, who the fuck you sitting out here?
Yeah, so all right. Well, we're not gonna hold you guys up any then and or anything like that. And as long as you guys are done, and I don't have to worry about, because I don't want to get you guys out there and get you hit. I mean, I can get you somebody to at least.
We're good.
All right.
Just done. Had to raise all that stuff up.
Sounds good. No problem. Thank you. All right, he gave all the right answers, so he. Oh, damn it, he's like, oh, were they? Wait a minute, let's negotiate.
See you guys.
See you now. Did the car overheat? Yeah, is that what it was?
No, where he put that sensor in, it's a metal sensor, and it sits close to that box. Anytime the box gets through, it instantly, and he's got it set real low. I need him to set it up higher to like 90, because it's set at like 75.
Oh yeah, that's gonna kick on all the time.
Yeah. And it's
the dog's probably in there going, hey, wasn't me.
Frank is Frank, and I know he's got a lot going on, and he does a good job, but he is overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look in there, I was having trouble marking on my radio a while back. Well, it wasn't just my mic, it's the radio. So Wednesday's the next availability he's got to try to fix it. So I undid my mic because the mic had a little bit of an issue, but it's screwed down. So he was like, oh, I don't have my Torx bits with me. I'll get with you. And I seen him a couple times. He's like, oh, I still don't have it. I'll get a hold of you. And he didn't get a hold of me, so I have the old mic still screwed down and just hangs in my overflow with my new mic. Yeah.
No, I didn't see. There's some like charger stuff in the glove box. That was it. And then this coat in the trunk with some caution tape. I think it's caution tape. No, it's actually police line tape in it. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. No, caution.
Please don't have nothing else in this car, KC. Bro, you don't need another charge at this point.
Another license plate that's not the same one that's on this thing. Do we have Eastland now?
Yeah, we have a bunch of caution tape.
55, the tow trucks here.
What is that, EOU?
Yeah, EOU 9698.
How you doing today, sir?
Alrighty, hey, this is going back to our station.
It's going to your station?
Yeah.
Alright.
So we'll just take it. We can park it. It doesn't have to be in the basement.
Okay.
We can just park it somewhere else. So if you just drop it out back, we have a key. We can move it to where we need it. Alright, because the company's going to come pick it up. Alright. So we'll give you the thing with all their information. We'll give you a contact for the company, and they can square up with you guys then on that.
Okay. My good pen broke, so I'm using a regular one now.
If I had to pay for them, who knows what I'd have. That's why I like the police department. I can just go get them out of the
cabinet?
I've got about 9,000 of them sitting in my nightstand. I grab one I use every day, came to work, click it, and just shot a mark. I'm like, great. That's what kind of day it's going to be.
I said, if you want to move it out where you get into it easier, that's fine.
Yeah, if I can get it facing this way, that'd be great.
All right.
We want to verify that somebody from that company is picking it up?
Yeah, he'll just need his copy. And then I'll call the company and they can square up with Eastland. We good?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back. I'll wait till he picks up and I'll. Yeah, because I'll call. I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna call them anyway.
Are the keys still in it?
Yeah, they're on the seat.
Is that why it's being taken?
Well, he's not a certified police officer.
This is a rear wheel drive, isn't it?
Yeah, should be.
That's always $30 instead of turning it around again. I'll just turn it around.
Whatever's easy.
None of it's easy. Easy to be home enjoying a beer.
Yeah, especially on a day like today.
Oh, yeah. But tonight I can't even do that when I get off because I'm on call tonight.
Ah, you get the same thing we get.
Yeah. Usually we only do Sunday nights, but one of our guys just had a kid last night. He just put it in this morning. He asked me to cover for him so he could spend a couple days with him, so...
So listen, man, y'all gotta give me my props, bro. I made it through the entire 1 hour and 8 minute and 58 second full body cam video, bro. Give me my props, man. No, just hit the like button. That's all. Hit the like button. All right. But anyway, man, this was definitely crazy. Casey, bro, I wish you all the best, man. And I hope you don't get in no more situations like this, bro. This was just insane. It's so much, like, it's the report for this case, I'm pretty sure is going to be extensive. It's going to be extensive. Everything that they found out, the more, like I said, it's like a string on a shirt. You pull it, everything comes apart. They just started figuring out more and more with each question that they asked Casey, man. Each phone call they made, each deputy they had pull up, the woman deputy that pulled up, she verified a lot of stuff too. And opening the trunk, seeing the jacket, he had a vest, he had a rifle, everything, man. it just doesn't look good for him, bro. At all. And you hate to see that, but it is what it is. So, yeah, man, y'all get at me in the comment section, man. Y'all was definitely lobbying for me to see this entire video, and it definitely brought an entire other perspective to it. It just added more context to the whole thing, entire thing. You know what I mean? That's just insane. And y'all heard how the officer was just riding by, saw the car, was like, it's not one of our cars, pulled up, wanted to ask the guy some questions. He was in the car asleep. And from then it was just like, what in the world? Crazy. But listen, man, it's your boy L. To the next reaction, man. I'm out. Peace. Y'all stay solid. Hey.